No smoke without structure. No noise without receipts. This is hit and run.
Chopper 1, visual contact, vehicle heading northbound.
I walk through deserts with boots full of sand. Carry more weight than most men understand. Steel in my spine, cold in my chest. You test what we built, you better come correct. This ain't no gossip, this ain't no show. We don't chase clout, we chase what you owe. Stand on the line, never cross it for fame. We say what we mean and we mean what we claim. See men fold when the lights got bright. See true drown in the headline fight. We pull it back, break it down slow. Facts hit harder when the ego go. I've seen too many lies dressed up like kings. Too many weekends pulling fake strings. So we step in the ring, no mask, no bluff. If it's truth you want, we call it rough. This is hit and run. Stand your ground till the job is done. No retreat, no second guess. We break it down, expose the mess. Hit and run. Hard truth overloaded guns. Say it straight, we don't sugarcoat none. We hit the face, then we run. Feel us from the field, learn how to bleed. Fourth quarter pressure is the air we breathe. Helmet crack, ribs taped tight. Still showed up, ready for the fight. Boxing gloves, knuckles scarred. Discipline built in the backyard. Martial code, no cheap shots thrown. We don't bark loud, we hold our own. Marcus listening, I know your grind. Carrying weight on your back and mind. Bills on the table, world on fire. Trying to keep your name clean in the wire. We ain't here to preach or beg. Just sharpen the blade and protect your head. Truth ain't loud, it's cold and clear. That's why you tune in when we appear. I've seen men lose what they work to build. Over pride, over ego, over quick cheap thrills. So we told that line, never settle our name. Legacy heavy, we guard that flame. This is hit and run. Truth weighs heavy, but we still stand strong. No mask on, no filter tone. If it's wrong, we call it wrong. Hit and run. Built from discipline, sweat and blood. Facts hit harder than a loaded gun. We hit the truth, then we run.
Unit 1 airborne, scanning the downtown grid.
No emotion, just evidence.
Be advised, all units over. Local car moving at high speed through downtown Dallas.
We the roam.
All right, man. Welcome to the show, brothers. Welcome to the show. It is a Friday. It is what they call Good Friday. A lot of y'all out there being pagans that you are, celebrating Easter eggs and Easter bunnies and call yourself Christians. I wanted to get into that, man. Today and over the week, I had been thinking about this, especially with the war. Man, it says Good Friday. And then I think of all the things that we do in the name of God. I say, man, is religion even worth it? Because for every religion we have, we make an excuse as to why our religion is good, your religion is bad. And I wanted to compose some things that we do that really make me question what we're doing in the name of God. And so that's what we're going to talk about tonight, since it's Good Friday. But one thing I had thought about, Ronin, I'd gone out. I did my pagan thing, taking a kid to find some colored Easter eggs and, sit with the bunny and things like that. And, how
does that make you feel?
People celebrate.
Are you training your daughter to believe in some of the things that she shouldn't be? And as a father, isn't that your responsibility not to allow her to fall victim to some of the things that she's being taught by society?
Well, I think, is that better than training my daughter to believe in the white Santa Claus and tell her that somebody's coming down the chimney to give her some gifts? I mean, that would be lying to her. I think I'm training her to be more of an independent thinker and not put judgment on any of that. I think that would be the best. Or I can train her that, I know that maybe you believe in ghosts or spirits that you see. So my question with that, you believe in ghosts, Ronin?
I
Spirits.
believe in spirits. Yeah, absolutely.
Now, when you see a spirit, like if a spirit came into your house, I'm just curious. Did you open the door for the spirit? Like if you would, no, I'm just saying, like if you went to sleep at night and you locked all your doors, you sleep with your door closed. How did the spirit get into your home?
I mean, I haven't had any spirits in my home, to tell you the truth.
Well,
You know what I
where
mean?
did you see him at? I'm just
So
wondering.
I never said I saw anything.
Oh, okay. You just
You
believe
put
in
words in my mouth, right? I believe in them.
you believe in things you can't see.
Now, I've seen certain things that happen in churches when they do exorcisms. I went to those non-denominational Church of God in Christ churches where they believed in spirit, being spirit-filled and being able to cast out demons. And I've been through all that. I've been through a lot of different variants of what they call the Christian faith. Okay, and I've seen and witnessed, even as a young man growing up, women having deep ass voices saying all kind of crazy shit coming out their mouths as they're being preyed upon in the middle of a church during a midnight type of service. So
You know what?
I've seen that from my eyes. Now, whether that's a mental thing or whether that's a spiritual thing, again, that's up to the perception of the person and what they believe. So
I'm glad you said that. I think 2 years ago, I was out, and man, that is crazy. Women with deep voices. I was out on the block.
shit. I already know what you're about to
I
do.
was in Thailand, right? And I came across this
Don't do
woman
it, bro.
with a very
Don't
deep
do
voice.
it. Do not do it. Don't do it.
And she had a deep voice, and it was a woman, and God had transferred her, and she had a penis. I don't know how she got it. It's a miracle. It's a miracle that she could just whip it out like that.
Oh
It's
man, that's
crazy.
funny.
And when I was little, my mom, I'm drinking Fireball tonight. For anybody who wants to know, I got Fireball.
Yeah, and I'm sure that's cut. I'm sure that's cut as weak as Fireball.
Oh, no,
is.
this is straight. This got that's the devil.
Okay. Look at you. Look at you.
Because when I was young, my mom used to tell me she's gonna beat the devil out of me. Now I don't know if that would be something that they would say. But the reason I was asking that is I thought about this and I said, man,
Oh man.
it's Good Friday, and you said you see spirits, and I know people that say they've seen spirits. Just a question: if Jesus had died and he was inside of a tomb, and then the 3 days later he was resurrected, and the door of the tomb was open, right?
Yes, sir. I'm listening.
Why couldn't he, if he's a spirit, why didn't he just walk through the wall? That's I'm thinking, why did you have to have a tomb door open if you a spirit?
I'm sure the representation of the door being open, whether he was a spirit or not, he could walk through it, was a representation that he was not there. So that signified that he was gone. Whether he needed to be able to walk through a wall, walk through, the rock itself. I mean, possibly he could have materialized himself. I mean, we talk about that all the time. If speculation is of, angels and everything else, how do you know what God's technology is versus what man can even conceive of?
Well, I know what would have scared me.
Things aren't there. I mean, I've read the book of Enoch. He talks about portals. We don't have that technology yet. You know what I mean? So you tell me what is believable versus what is feasible are two different things. And that's the part of the religion that everybody gets into is faith. Everything's led by faith. You have to trust and believe in something in order to have faith. Now that can be stretched. Hold on. We're going to talk about that because that can be stretched and making people basically, you can brainwash people based on faith. You can use, and we all know the Bible was based on controlling populations. Most populations thrive when there's something to believe in. So do these leaders, do these guys that orchestrate society use the Bible or whatever religion they in, whether it be the Muslim religion, whether it be Confucianism, whatever it is, and then they are the leaders, the thought leaders that control the population like Rome did all of Europe through the Catholic religion.
Well, I wanted, tonight is in the name of God, because so many things I have seen that have been done in the name of God that it becomes scary. And I think what happens is we as people just take things as is. I mean, just when you, and it's very difficult for us to question. The reason I question that tomb is to say, well, if God can just walk through a wall, why you got to have a tomb? What would have really been crazy to me is, now I've watched some scary movies in my lifetime.
He said scary movie.
I have. I've seen some scary movies.
You can relate it to real time, like you've seen some scary things.
I've seen them.
You go into movies.
Now, you know what happens in a scary movie? If I seen like a Jason or a Freddy Krueger and I got my gun and I shoot a dude like 10 times and he just staying there, that's scary to me. Why didn't, instead of just dying, didn't Jesus just not die? Now that shit would have been, now that, if they would have hung him.
Again, this is the basis of Christianity and religion was Jews were the chosen people. Until Jesus died, it allowed him to die for all sins and everybody, including the Gentiles. That opened up the door to eliminate Jews being God's child.
Wrong on that. That's wrong.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, because Jesus said he didn't come to change the law. Jesus was a Jew.
No, he wasn't.
Jesus was a Jew. What are you talking about? He wasn't a Jew.
He was a Hebrew. He was part of
Jew.
Religion, but
I'm just a Jew. Look that up, brother.
Let me
he practiced the Last Supper.
Hold on. Let me say this. Regardless of whether he was a Jew or not, Hebrew, whatever. My main thing is Jesus came to be a radical. He was not somebody that conformed with the Torah. Right now the Jews still don't think there was a Messiah. But yet, and still, Christianity believes he was the Messiah. That's the other twist. It's all perception. And when you talk about different denominations of the Christian faith, from Catholic to Protestant to non-denominational to whatever, a lot of these different ideologies within the same religion have radicalized it so much that they feel like their way of believing is the only true way. And you already know the Bible itself says, you're not supposed to be the judge of anybody on this earth, but yet and still religious people feel like they can judge you here on earth, and they use that Bible to do it.
Look, I've looked at the Bible and I thought some things were really off. One thing I want to talk about was in the name of religion. One of the things I think in the beginning of the Bible was Job. Now just think about Job. Job is just a man just out being who he is. And you know what God did? He destroyed his wife, his family, his livestock, just on a wager. Just him and the devil just betting, saying, I bet you can't. Now imagine
it's a wager.
But just imagine you got a wife, your girlfriend, you got your people, and God say, you know what? I'm going to, now you ain't did nothing, brother. Your girlfriend ain't did nothing. She's a good woman, a good wife to you. Your children are good children to you. And God say, I'm going to kill them just to prove a point. I'm wondering what kind of God is that when we say in the name of God? What kind of God would just kill your wife and kids on a wager? I mean, let's think about that. What kind of God?
Again, you have to look at the Bible and say it's kind of violent. It's really violent. A lot of people are like, oh no, Christians said no. God had decimated whole people. I mean, literally wiped them off the planet. Because God, when he went and told the Israelites to take a land, he said, kill every man, woman, and child. I think we've said this several times on different shows.
I'm glad you said
God that's like a petty when it comes to take a life. There's a guy that said, hey, just to prove a point, I can take y'all all out if I wanted to. Matter of fact, what is Judgment Day? What is the book of Revelation if it's not about a final judgment?
I'm glad you said that, because there is a part in the Bible. It's the Amaleks. And so God basically said, I'm just going to read here. God's exact commandment was attack the Amaleks and totally destroy all that belongs to them. Do not spare them. Put death to every man, woman, child, and infant. cattle, sheep, camels, and donkeys. Do you think that that is okay?
I don't have any reason why I would have a thought process about it either.
I'm just saying, why would a God say to a people, kill everything, the cattle, the innocent? And I say that because I want you to see this for a moment.
Well, let's put it this way. I'll answer that with
This is Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu defending Israel's current war on Palestine's Gaza with biblical reasoning. Netanyahu invoked the notion of Amalek in reference to a holy war between good and evil cited in the Torah.
Well, Benjamin Netanyahu knows that he depends heavily on the United States to veto any UN resolutions critical of Israel's behavior. And he needs US military support to counter any threat from Syria or Lebanon.
But it's not just Netanyahu. Such references have been echoing in the US for decades. In 1978, then President Jimmy Carter mentioned that the establishment of Israel was the fulfillment of a biblical prophecy.
It actually goes back to the 1960s. Jimmy Carter, Ronald Reagan. With the Six-Day War, it was kind of the wake-up call for evangelical, Bible-believing Christians, particularly in America. And it was exploited as the fulfillment of Bible prophecy.
Amid Israel's current bombing campaign in Gaza, the rhetoric has turned more vile. American evangelical pastors who are staunch supporters of Zionism just can't stop repeating biblical prophecies.
Israel, fasten your seatbelt. You're seeing Bible prophecy fulfilled in your lifetime, in real time, before your very eyes.
We shouldn't be shocked and surprised that Satan is still at his same goal, because prophecy talks about how Messiah will come back again.
So, what is Christian Zionism? Christian Zionism is centered around an end-of-the-world interpretation of Christianity, the belief in the return of Jewish people.
Now, I don't have to get into all that. I brought
No.
up.
I want you to finish that part real quick.
Okay,
because I
To
really
Israel, leading to the second coming of Jesus Christ. It is one of the common factors.
Now,
to the people that
audacity,
say,
hold on. The
Yeah.
audacity, let me say why I wanted you to play that out.
no, go ahead.
The audacity are the Jews believe, the original Jews and the Jews that are in Israel believe there was no Messiah. Jesus Christ himself was not the Messiah. The audacity in what he just said was they're waiting on the second coming of who? Jesus Christ, right? Who they didn't believe was the first Messiah, but now he's coming of it.
The Christians are, not the Jewish people.
Okay. But
The Jewish people are still
Israelites
waiting
supporting
on
it?
a Messiah.
Exactly.
And I say that because people, I've seen a little bit in the comments, and I've talked to people, like somebody said, God is a merciful God.
Is he really?
I'm wondering, so would we say that for you to believe that, then is the killing of all the people in Gaza, all the children, all the infants, all the old people, the animals, the starvation, is that merciful? Because in a sense, this is just a repeat. If God can tell Saul to do that to the Amalekites, can the Jewish people do it to the Palestinians? I mean, is there anything wrong with that then? Because if we think what the Jews are doing or what Israel is doing to the Palestinians are wrong, then wouldn't it be wrong for God to do it? I'm just curious. So what we're talking about tonight is everything that's in the name of God. So many things have happened in the name of God that we justify because we say it's in the Bible. Slavery, it's in the Bible. Sexism, it's in the Bible. All of these things are in the Bible. So we can justify it. And it's been justified throughout. And so if the Bible can say it's so, or if Muslims can say it's so, or Jewish people can say it's so, because it's in the Bible, why isn't it justified? It's in the name of God. And that's why I've backed away from religion.
Me too. But let me say this.
I see somebody says we need prayer.
Hold on, real quick.
Prayer. Go ahead.
Well, we've got a lot of new people in the room, and we appreciate you guys spending your time to come in here to listen to our point of view. We would really like for you to not only hit the like button, but subscribe to the channels. Okay. We think outside the box, as you can hear, and as you will see. We spin things so that you can see a different perspective. You know, so at the end of the day, if you like what you're hearing, if you like the open discussion and the ideas that are being centered in this room, please hit the like button, 1, and 2, subscribe to our channels. Okay. We really need that kind of support. But go ahead, Felix.
Now I see some person saying the people in Israel, the Palestinians don't give a damn about my black ass. The Israelites don't give a damn about my black ass. But I thought the Bible said, love thy neighbor, that we're all God's children. So why would it matter? See, this is where the whole contradiction, and I hate when this comes in. Religion is good when it's good, and it's bad when it's bad. Should it matter to me that the Israelites are somebody or the Muslims are somebody? I thought we were all God's children. I thought that that's what we were. I was supposed to love, and I was supposed to do that. Or is it that I'm not supposed to love, that I'm supposed to hate, and I'm supposed to destroy? And if I went around, and can I do this? I'm just wondering. Can I get possessed by the devil and just say the devil made me do it? Because back in the day, if you were possessed and you killed somebody, it wasn't your fault. So you can't blame me. Like if I went out in the street and I just said, man, I'm just crazy, and the devil possessed me, and the devil made me shoot your kid, why would you blame me for doing it? I mean, I didn't do it. The devil made me do it. Why can't I use that excuse, Ronin? Because
you absolutely can. Now, whether they put you in regular jail or put you in a mental institution is the degree of you claiming whether you have a mental illness or whether you did that of sound mind and body. But you can claim whatever you want. Now it's up to the judge.
Why is it that no one would believe? Why is it that no one would believe?
Let me finish my answer.
Go ahead.
Now it's up to the judge to believe whether one it was initiated in a faith type of belief structure, which most judges are not going to believe. They're going to say you're either crazy. They're going to either say, wait, let me finish. They're either going to say you're crazy or not. Why? Because you're an individual. Now, if a church or a statehood or a country said, go kill somebody in the name of God, then that's a whole nother level, because who controls judgment? Who controls society if it's not for the leaders of that country or that city? You get what I'm saying?
No, I don't, because
why not?
I see so many tattoos that say only God can judge me. But when you get in front of that judge,
individuals or those of state or church or of country, you can't be an individual and do a whole bunch of things. But as a country or as a faith-based type of situation is going on, you'll do it as the church orders or as the country orders, based on what your country believes as their religious basis of why they were established. What was America established in? Religious freedoms. Right,
but isn't this a religious country?
Tonality of who the United States is. Religious, the ability to practice religious freedoms of all types. It didn't even say which. It didn't say Christianhood. It said all religious beliefs. So you can't even limit to Christianity. Now I know we're focused on Christianity as a starting point, but I have infographics that show this has gone on globally based on other faith base.
Brother, we're gonna get through. Look, I'm gonna tell y'all what we're gonna be going through and some things I'm gonna be talking about. There's some things that we don't even question anymore. Example, human sacrifice. We would say that's crazy, but sacrificing animals, sacrificing people, all that was throughout the Bible. Circumcision. Why do I need to cut my penis off? For what? What?
Difference in Christianity of being clean and unclean, but who said that?
Why would I have to cut my penis off?
You don't have to
We're going to
cut
talk
it.
about that.
No.
Why would a woman have to have her clitoris mutilated? For religion? So a lot of things we do that we never question, and we just say it. We kill wars and we say those
societies that support it. That's the other thing. You can't say individuals. This is a society that believes in these things. And that's why I said it's not down to an individual level. It's down to the overall group. Okay. And if a certain group believes a certain way, you either are apt to leave that group and go find somewhere where you can believe freely, or you're going to be subjected to those rules indirectly. You can't go to certain countries as a female and have your hair out. Why? Because that group of people believe you should always wear the hijab as a woman, to be respectful of what? Their religion, their culture, their thing. So they will force you to believe that way if you want to go visit in those countries. Now, because we're Americans, we can't conceive of those things, but there are places in the world that will make you believe the way they want to believe if you want to be there. And if you don't like it, pick your ass somewhere else and don't come there.
No, I mean, I want to believe you.
There ain't nothing about belief.
But what you just said is entirely wrong.
Okay.
Here's why. Can you let me I just want to get this fact straight. Give me 1 second. Give me a second. Give me a moment.
If you're in my vertical room, you haven't hit the like button, hit the like button. There's 12 people in the room right now. Nobody's hit the like button yet.
My question would be this. You said that America was founded. Say that again, if you on religious freedoms and things like that.
Yeah.
What was the name of the first slave ship? Slave ship.
But I don't care what the name of the slave ship was. The fact that, remember, you use that Bible to beat everybody about the head and body, right? So if a certain group says, hey, slavery was in the Bible, we can enslave a certain group of people, so let's go ahead and do that.
So let's
then
talk about
that community agreement that they're going to go ahead and let that follow through based on what they believe. And right at that point, they're using that Bible to justify what? They can have slaves too, to help, break down the land and build it up the way they want to. Why not use slave labor? Why should we do it?
Drew said that if I show up and they cut my penis off, that's bad. Well, in a sense, aren't they cutting a portion of my penis off? I mean, I was born with it. It wasn't. If you tell me why it had to be removed,
you guys are having right now, but we can move on.
I'm wondering why you have to remove it. For what reason? Why would I have to remove it? And think about this: the most pain as a child that you go through. I mean, you're supposed to be loved and comforted. Let's talk about that. Let's get on that.
Circumcision is excruciatingly painful, with tearing and crushing of the foreskin and its connective membrane, often without adequate anesthesia, while the baby is tied down on a board. Babies have heartbreaking pain during healing and diaper changes.
I want to show you this. Look at this. Let me see if I can do this one.
Hold on right quick. When you're talking about circumcising, now, while it's cruel and everything else, it's supposed to happen while you're a child. Now, I don't know, and I have a great memory. I can remember when the rockets went off to the moon, or supposedly they landed on the moon.
Look at this.
Paying for educational
Wait.
use only.
But I can't remember. I get what you're saying. I forget that. You think that baby remembers as it gets older what it went through? Now, has it suffered trauma? Hold up. Has the baby suffered trauma? Absolutely. But do you think I remember when I got circumcised as a baby? No, I don't remember that shit.
Does that make it right?
Hey, that's on my parents. I don't have freedom of choice, do I? Again,
what I'm saying is
an idea behind a group the individual sometimes are subject to things they might not necessarily believe in.
Oh no, that's what I'm saying. We do things. What is this called? In the name of God. You didn't even have a choice. You suffered without a choice. And
So you say infants have the right of choice the minute they're born? Or is it the basis on the belief of the parents that had that infant that chooses what the direction of that infant is until it becomes conscious enough to have and make its own decisions, which is technically what you would call adulthood. Not at 13. Once you become an adult, you can go and shift your whole life around the way you want to. But up until then, society deems the parent irresponsible for the actions of the child. So if that parent is what you would consider abusive to the child or whatever, then society jumps in and says, hey, this is not conforming to the way we believe you should be raising your child. And we'll go ahead and excommunicate that child out your house and charge you for going against what we believe you should be doing with your child. See, we got all kinds of things, but what is that all basis off of? Religious beliefs or the ideology of the society that you live in. It's group based.
Someone said this, like, I can't remember anything before the age of 3. I won't even say you wrong. But you know what they've done? They've done studies of children that are in orphans. They've done studies with monkeys who didn't get hugged or braised. And it mentally changed their brain. If you grow up without your mother hugging you, without any of that, even if you don't remember. So from the age of 0 to 3, that's why they say when you just let your baby cry and cry as a youngster, it develops in his brain abandonment, resentment. So you may not from 0 to 3 remember anybody leaving you crying. You don't remember it. But it changes you. It changes your whole mechanism of how your brain looks out. That's why your personality is formed before you even reach 7. By the time you're 5, your personality is formed. You don't even remember 5. You're like, I don't remember none of that. But all of those things that happen to you, all of that abandonment, all of that screaming, all of those things have already started developing your brain. When they take there was that little monkey. There was the little monkey that had the little doll, monkey with the doll. And it was showing how, oh, here it is. It was, share this one real quick. And the reason they did this, because as a study, when it was abandoned. This monkey right here. And it latched onto something just to have it.
After months of being bullied and playing alone with his orangutan plushie, Punch the monkey finally has his happy ending.
And I say that they do that because you need the companionship. We are mammals. And what happens is you may not remember anything. Your circumcision, you may not remember it. But that pain starts with your neurons. It does it. And here's the thing, like you said, and I like what you said, Ronan. You know, you said, hey, man, I didn't have a choice. That wasn't, that wasn't something that, I
regardless if I grew up to believe in what my parents believe in as far as religion and their influences, you don't necessarily have a choice sometimes. It's why you have kids that run away from their home because of either the abuse level that they're getting, because maybe they become, conscious about their basic beliefs and what's going on in life and don't necessarily agree with their parents. But does that make it or give them the ability to act outside of what their parents' rules are based on what society dictates? You can emancipate yourself by legal means, but up until then, you still have to conform in some way to the household because they're the ones raising you. They're the ones paying for you.
Yeah. But what happens when the circumcision goes wrong?
They must manipulate the penis in order to cause an erection.
Why are you so focused on this?
Because what I'm showing you is these babies in
starts
New
off the
York
childhood.
were circumcised and given herpes.
Wow.
They was given herpes over a religious belief.
In a traditional Jewish circumcision, they're going to use oral suction on the infant's penis to clean the wound. It is the...
Now I want you to, you know what that means.
Stop right now. I don't even want you to explain what that means. Let them understand or think about what that means. But that's gross.
I'll go back. Oral suction.
No. Yes, that's
really
leave it like that.
what he said.
Now, I'm not trying to get, demonetized.
No, this is news. This is news. This is the New York Times reporting this.
This is definitely
they're going to use oral
right
suction on the infant's penis to clean the wound. It
That's
is the
gross.
first shared sexual experience for most boys. Most sexual assaults are not about sex, it's about power. And there's no bigger power move than taking permanent control over someone's sex organ. Can you think of any other instance where cutting someone's penis wouldn't be considered sexual assault? Is female circumcision sexual assault? And if not, how do you justify doing it to boys?
That's what I'm saying. Jay, what the? That's sick. That is actually sick.
Bind.
And that is actually sick. I don't know what Torah said this, that you had to use that in order to clean the womb. Where is that in a Torah? Please, somebody in the in any of the chats, if you're Jewish of any type, show me where that's in the Torah, and then tell me how God would ordain that to be the proper way of doing something.
And as a baby, before you haven't had any sexual intercourse, any sexual experience, and you already got genital herpes. You got genital herpes. In the name of God, this is what we're talking about. All the things that we do in the name of religion, in the name of God, we say that. And we will justify it in any way we can. Back then, you know what we used to do? Baby, you a virgin. God needs you. God needs you so much we got to sacrifice you. We got to throw you in a volcano.
Yeah.
We got to kill you. And you can't say that's not in the Bible because it's all through the Bible. Wasn't it Abraham that said, the guy said, hey, I want you to cut your son in half?
He didn't require, listen, they were extreme in the Bible. I'm saying this in quotes because not all books say this. In the Bible, God was testing Abraham as an individual to say, I don't want the best of your flock. I want the best of you. Sacrifice your son. Let me see how dedicated you are to me.
What kind
of the same God? Listen, this is the same kind of God that will tell you to devastate a whole people, wipe them out down to the last animal. One child, that's nothing compared to the things he's asked of his people and based on his faith and the belief in him. That should be a small, insignificant thing for Abraham to want to do. That becomes ego, pride, and everything else that will tell you, no, I don't want to do that. Not having faith in what you would consider your God.
So think about all of the other things that we do in the name of religion. We talked about slavery. We talked about how you have to eat, how you have to think. All of these things we do and call it religion.
Yeah. And by the way, no, it's not worded wrong because we're going to be talking more than about Christian faith. Okay. We're going to talk about Muslims. We're going to talk about, God, I can't even think right now. But there are multiple religions out there. It's not just about Christian faith. So, no, it's not specifically about believing in Jesus. But go ahead.
This is about the holy wars that started off. Look, think about this. The Crusades.
Here, let me go ahead and pull this slide up real quick while you
The Crusades started with We're gonna fight over some holy land that all of us believe in, and we're gonna kill each other over. You think today, when we kill like 1 million people, that was something? Man, these people kill
they
30
decimated
million
30,
people
40 million people
in the name of a god.
The Chinese were the worst.
Oh man, we got the Chinese brother of Jesus. Did you know that there was a Chinese brother of Jesus?
Taiping Rebellion, 20 to 30 million dead.
In the name of God.
Now, is that about Jesus? No. Not at all.
And here's the crazy thing. Half of these religions people say that they believe in, they don't even follow. They don't follow.
They pick and choose what they want. That's the
Pick and
whole point of
choose.
denominations.
You know, how many of y'all went out and ate some shrimps and some lobsters? Had that swine, it's fine. You're bacon in the morning. Some
Unclean animals. Let's get to it.
Yeah.
You're eating it every day.
Y'all eating it. And here's my thing is, I don't care what you do. But when you start to use religion to destroy other people and say it's okay, how can it be okay? How can you follow anything that says anything like that? We don't even know the origins of a lot of stuff that we do. I mean, just simple things. I wanted to look up what the hell is the difference between a Protestant and a Catholic. And when you break it down, it's really not a lot of difference.
No, it's the rules.
And you know how many people have died because of that?
1.9 million just on the Crusades alone.
Oh yeah.
Not including all the after effects of after you became a Christian and what you did in the name of your own country or your own society, but just the Crusades alone, to beat it in your head, the Christian faith is better than what, the Muslim religion or the religion that you had in your society before the Crusaders got there.
Oh man, I'm going to do this just because I'm a web person, and I hate this, man. Let me see if I can get what he said, and real quick, let me test this out.
Now, everything we're talking about is based off of proven society historical accounts. This is nothing that's imaginary. You can say the Bible is imaginary, or whoever wrote it, they touched the Bible. They absolutely touched the Bible, and I believe that too. That's when I started changing, how I believe, because I understood that they touched the Bible. And a lot of pastors are sitting there preaching out of a Bible that's been touched and not speaking the truth of it. But you got something you and
dietary laws of the Old Testament were done away with. Man, see, this is the difference when a person is and I'm not talking about somebody, but when people fake their religion, and then when somebody actually said, man, I'm really wanting to learn about religion. And then you learn about religion. And the more you learned about religion, the more you said, oh man, what you're saying is absolutely incorrect. So let me show you here. Because this is what I said. It said, no, Jesus did not reject the Old Testament. He affirmed it. Matter of fact, I went down and asked another question. It said, do you think I have come to abolish the laws of the prophet? I have not come to abolish the laws, but I've come to fulfill them. See, when you read the Bible, it was not Jesus who did that. It was Paul. It was Paul. That's how y'all don't even know your own Bible and y'all say stuff. Y'all say, you said Jesus wasn't a Jew. Jesus was a Jew and an Israelite because they go in the same. That's why the Passover happened. Their Last Supper was the Passover. And most people don't know what the Passover is.
Passover is about them being freed out of Egypt.
Yeah, but think about this. Why didn't God just let them go? The hell? If you were God, you can say, look.
But see, here's the thing is teaching people a lesson. And God is, if God can wipe out or order you to wipe out whole societies, when his people disobey him, why doesn't he have the right to punish them? And as long as he wants, there's just a moment in time for him. For them, they're suffering for 400 years, 300 years, whatever. But for him, it's just a moment in time. So yeah, he lets people go through suffering to prove their belief in him. And the Bible's according to the way he believes. God is a forgiving God, but he'll put you through some shit before he forgives you.
Every part that we start to believe in every war, when I've looked at the wars that have been fought and the people that have been died, 90% of what we do and who we kill.
Let me take care of this real quick.
Has been a name.
People are using ChatGPT to validate their points. Let me put it this way. Stupid people believe in a book called King James. The original Bible was the Ethiopian Bible that the Catholics took and took so many books out of it in order to make the King James Bible. When you read a verse that says, do not touch the Bible in any way, shape, or form, but yet and still they did it, and every pastor since then is using the King James Bible as a basis of your own faith, who are you calling stupid? And that I rest with that. Go ahead.
I think Drew said Virgin Mary would have to have always also been Jewish.
Yeah, that's what they had to shift around. I looked at that too, because in order to prove that Jesus came from David's lineage, they had to go back and at points, they always looked at the father. When Jesus was born, they had to turn around and look at the mother's lineage in order to prove that he was a descendant of David, because God's promise to David was his people would come from his loins based on his faith in him.
Somebody asked if God exists, why did black people have to suffer? Because black people had to suffer because people used the Bible to justify any of their evilness. Any of it. That's why. The apartheid was done by the Dutch religion who believed in separatism. And through that separatism, it said the races shouldn't mix. And so because of that, we need to separate. So we're going to use religion to justify everything that we do. That's what we've always done. That's what we do. And even in today's society, y'all mix so much stuff up that y'all don't even know. Half the people don't even know what religion they are. They say they're religion, have no idea how it started, what we're going through, why I don't do it. That's why I just brought up when it said in the Bible. And I went up to when the gentleman said, look up Matthews. Nothing. You believe in Paulism. Paul was the one who said, let's change all of this. Let's do all of this. And we fractured so much in every religion. If you go to the Muslims, you got the Shiites and the Sunni and the Shiites. You got Orthodox Jews and non-Orthodox Jews. We've Zionist, non-Zionist.
You even have Orthodox Christianity, which is basically based off of.
Somebody said I'm going to a special place in hell. I want to ask you a question. That's good. No, because I'm going to ask this question. Because what we already said that Jesus was a Jew, right? Do Jews believe in hell?
No, they do not.
Right, so I'm just searching, so I want to say it.
Yeah.
So,
we've had these off conversations.
So the gentleman said I'm going to hell. So Jesus was a Jew, if you believe in that. I'm not. But let's say, what was it called? If let's see, am I share my screen?
Let me say this real quick. At the same time Jesus was walking this earth, every one of the priests were against him. Now, he's supposed to be the Son of God. He's supposed to be giving the word in the way that God wanted him to give the word. But yet and still, the priests and the Sadducees, they had a problem with Jesus. Jesus was a radical when he was here because he had the audacity to question how they were administering the religion of their country, which they were doing all wrong in order to benefit them. and not the church and not God, but yet and still he was the radical. You are sitting here saying that you need to follow along with somebody that's preaching out of a Bible, and you don't need to go and do your own research. You don't need to read the book and interpret things for yourself, not allow somebody to interpret a book for you and tell you how you're supposed to believe. This is the problem with society. People are lazy. You will not go and do your own research. You won't do your own work, but yet and still you'll go along with the crowd like a bunch of sheep and be fearful of challenging or understanding what people are saying out of their own mouths. Because who's saying it? The church, the pastor. And if that pastor is not perfect, then you lose faith in the church, right? Because you hold the pastor up as your idol. You don't hold God up as the idol. You guys hold some of your pastors up as idols.
I'm showing you this because y'all don't do research. Jesus was a Jew. How did Judaism come along? There are 12 tribes. One of the tribes was the tribe of Judah, which becomes Judaism. Judaism, Jews do not have a single definite belief about hell. It is not like Christianity, Islamic. So that means Jews, of which Jesus was a Jew and followed all the Jewish practices, did not believe in hell. Did not believe in hell. There was no such thing as hell. So I'm going to ask this thing 2 questions. Do Jews believe in Satan? And where did Satan really come from? Because that one question to get you. Do Jews?
Yeah, because here's the thing. If God had an argument with Satan, and this whole thing is because of Satan challenging that he could be as God. Satan was even smart enough to not say he was God, because God was his creator. He said, I can convince the world to believe in me more than you. This is the whole reason why you have freedom of choice. Not that the Bible is complete, not that every book and every word is to prove you without a shadow of a doubt that there is a God. Even when Jesus was walking on the planet and they witnessed the miracles, the disciples still had doubt on who he was. Adam and Eve. Eve knew that God created him and still chose to do what? Break whatever agreement and go and bite the fruit of the apple and then influence the man to do it. You don't understand. It's built into human nature. God already knew this was going to happen. But go ahead.
Showing you here. Jews don't believe in anything called Satan, man. Satan was just an avatar there. It wasn't a hell. It wasn't anything like that. So you know how we get where do we get it? Where we?
But
get
our
Satan
Bible
from?
says Satan was what? The most beautiful angel in heaven. And
Oh, wait. Let's go there.
Yeah. Who is Satan? Yeah.
Does the Bible say? Let's see. This is what it says. And this is all in the part. All of this comes afterwards, which wasn't believed. All of these came from, and you know where the whole thing from the devil came from? What was my man's name called? Hold up. Man.
But here's the thing.
Dante's Inferno.
Yeah, I know what story you're talking about there.
Dante's book. I forgot what it's called. Dante's Inferno. What is it called? Where is it called? Man, I forgot the name of that damn book. Paradise Lost. Yeah, Dante's Inferior. But that's where we get this concept of
Dante's Inferno is what it's
Inferno.
called.
Man, I said inferior. That's where we get all of our concepts of these layers of hell and all of these things that we have.
Right, and there was a purgatory up until Jesus died, and that's where he went, and they used to call it Abraham's bosom. Supposedly, after he had been killed on the cross, he went down to purgatory to take everybody up that was stuck in purgatory, up into heaven. Okay. Because at that point, there was no division in people that had half-heartedly served, the will of God. But there is a hell because that's where Satan was thrown into. So to believe that there was no Satan is the only way that you could believe there is no hell.
See, Jews believe this, that Satan, or I'm sorry, the hell is just your hell is just your distance from God. That's what they believe. But just think how through the times how we've had to adjust, change, do something different. We make excuses for everything we do. Look, I'm gonna tell you, I wish that somehow I could get these kind of demons. If you
Remember, I
believe
told you I went to church like this.
If y'all start to believe in some shit like this, I mean, come on.
I've been in a church like that. What do you mean?
Start to believe the spirit of porn in him. I got some spirit of porn in me too. I mean, bro, I think we all got some spirit of porn.
Say about all that. That's your belief. You can believe that, but I ain't messing with that.
I'm saying this is what we do is we give an excuse to every bad behavior that we got. Listen to this.
What are you doing to him? I am God! You're God. How did you get inside of him? Whoa! Ah, he used to be in lust? He loves me! I don't think he does, or you wouldn't be standing right here. Are you the only one in him? No! How many? 70,000! The power of Jesus can get rid of all of you. Is he done with looking at that stuff? Yes. Then when I touch him, all of you come out. No! Fire! All of you, all of you, all of you, all of you, all of you. Fire! All the way out of his body. All of it, all of it, all of it, all of it.
In the name of God.
Hey, I went to churches like that. What do you mean?
No. Let me see if I can find this one. I can't look. I've said it before. People believe, but just because you believe, I know I was looking at it. I know I'm not.
But again, I was young, and my mom took me to these churches, so I've been subject to a lot of different things as I was growing up. And by the way, we did go all the way back to before religion, before things were established forward, before we came on this live. So don't believe we haven't looked at outside religions beside for Christianity. We just happen to be harping on Christianity right now.
But I'm gonna harp on I'm gonna harp on them all, because I'm saying that what we've done is we've used religion to we've used religion in order to justify, kill, take over other people.
Yeah.
Throughout all of this, throughout all of history, whether it's the Asians doing it, any of us doing it. Man, I want to find where my man was at, where they was running. Yeah, this is one. This is goodness gracious. I was trying to make a point and I'm not going to be able to find it.
Take your time. But like I said, while you're waiting, hit the like button. Hit the subscribe button. Appreciate you.
This is what we have become. And I say this is what happens with us and religion. Because people believe it. We believe it. Not because it's true. Because we believe it. Look at my man here. This is my man. I love him. But this is what they did to him.
Look at it right here.
What the?
Guy walking around here with a chain. He's
Hey,
like trying to
AI
hypnotize
prank.
people. Have you seen anyone?
Yeah, man, I seen it, man. Look, man,
He was trying to hypnotize you.
yeah, man, but you know,
I have the footage of the guy. Can you? Is that you? Is that you sitting in the chair right there? Perfect.
Now look, they got my man believing. They got it. Look, they got him
Is this your
believing
chain?
that that's what happened to him. So when people say, "Look, this happened in the Bible, and I believe it," you can basically believe everything. You can believe anything that somebody puts in front of you.
Yep.
If anybody told you, man, somebody died and came back, somebody walked on some water, somebody did this, you would look at them like they crazy. If I told you that I worship cows and I feed rats, and we think rats are our ancestors that have come back, what would you say to me?
You crazy.
No,
I
why
ain't
would
no
you say I'm
descendant,
crazy?
I ain't no descendant of no rat. Straight up.
No, why would you say that I'm crazy for believing that?
I mean,
no, I'm saying it because to you that sounds really weird, right?
it does. And like I said, you have every right to believe the way you want to believe. Don't mean I got to believe exactly the way you do. And that's the whole point of what America was about. But in religious mindsets, you have people that have weaponized the Bible, weaponized their beliefs. And at that point, if you believe anything other than exactly the way they do, you're absolutely wrong. And they're willing to take you out because you're a defiler of what their beliefs are.
You said I would say I'm from India. Do you know what the oldest religion is?
Baal? Is it Baal?
Oh no, bro.
Wait. I looked that up. It's a Indian, looks like an elephant head on a human body.
Exactly.
I forgot what his name was.
No, that's
But
Hindi. Hindi.
Yeah.
I think I forgot the name I wanted to say it was, but it's all Hindi.
But if you look at all
Hinduism-
the religions, they all have a basis on the same situation,
Yeah.
from Zeus to Odin to the Indian religion to this person, that person. They all have a basis. And now who's to say that Vikings are wrong versus the Greeks? Odin versus Zeus and all these. That's even in the verbiage of the Bible. Thou shalt have no other God before me. Not that there were no other gods. Ganesh, thank you. But so that's an acknowledgement, even in the verbiage. Pay attention to phrasing and words. He's not in denial that there are not other gods. God is a jealous God. Why would he be jealous if he's the ultimate being? Are you guys missing some of this stuff? Are you not picking up on actual English language?
And the reason I'm doing this on Good Friday is, and the reason I asked you that question, that if I asked you something about rats coming back or cows being sacred, you would say to me that
But that's the Indian religion. Hindus believe in that.
Yeah. But if I told you,
because they believe in reincarnation.
But if I told you that some guy died and came back
as a cow
and
as a fly,
walked on water and did all of this, you would say, and you would like, man, that's true. Yeah, that's true.
Because that's the faith I believe in, or the faith I was raised in. And again, who's to say whatever faith you were raised? Do you have a choice whether you were born Indian or whether you were born Muslim or whether you were born in the United? You don't have that choice dictated on where you were born. So
Hey,
again,
you know
like
listen, we've been going an hour. We've been going an hour.
Yeah.
I only want to go about another half hour, 45 minutes.
Okay.
People say we ignorant. Open up the chat. Prove to me, without using the Bible, that there was a God or there was Jesus without the Bible. You can't use the Bible. And I want you to prove it to me.
You want me to
open up the chat? Open up the chat.
All right, hold on one second. I'm in the middle of something right now. I sure will open up the chat. All right.
I'm trying to find.
So I guess this is a smoke session at this point. We going for people that don't believe or believe that they can prove that there's something as let's phrase this the right way now.
Look, I just want to show you this because this is what happens. This is what happens to other people. And I've been seeing this hypnotist prank. If you've seen this, like people seen in the Bible, you've seen this. Come on, screen share. Pretend to be here. Here we go. I'm gonna turn this up, make this a little bit bigger. So this is in Japan, but they got them in Africa too. So
hey, 看这，我的都顶3、2、1睡。看这小朋友，看这小朋友，看这。hey, 看这。
These people are so afraid they're gonna get hypnotized. They run.
Is this your chain?
So it's not
Check out
that
this
it's real.
necklace. Follow the necklace, bro.
I prank one person. And everybody else is scared. That's what happens in the Bible, man. we believe something because one person said it, whether it's true or not. Do you know how many other messiahs, how many other prophets, how many other people was at the same time of Jesus?
Yeah, there was quite a few. I got Drew G in the back. I don't know if he's up to challenge or to agree, but we're gonna welcome Drew G to the panel. Wait, what you doing? You moving? Oh, you moved something. I was about to push the button.
Now.
Hey, what's up, brothers? Happy good Friday.
Do that. This is what I wanted to come down to.
Is there a Good Friday for real?
Every Friday that you're above ground, Ronin, is good.
Every day that you open your eyes is good. Absolutely.
I wanted to show this because this is kind of what I wanted to get to of what we do. And when you have a belief system, and it's just not the Jewish people, it's the American people who believe this too.
Aqui é para otário evangélico. O rapaz aí do vídeo diz.
The Jews are the chosen people.
Yeah, I got that in English.
Yep. And the Gentiles must learn the
evangélico.
I'll just read it. Their life is to fight and die for the Jews.
I'm gonna pull it up in the English version so it brings it home for everybody listening. How these guys really believe you supposed to die for them. You are their servant.
God put them on earth, and everybody has to die for them. And when you have something that strong in that belief system, we got wars like we do today, based only on somebody's belief in a book. I believe so strongly that somebody in a book 3,000 years ago said that this land right here belongs to me because of whatever, some sky god. And I can go, not only can I take it, I can kill the people on it. I can kill the people next to me. I can kill the people around me. I can kill every woman, man, child, everything in existence because of that. That is dangerous. Go ahead, Drew.
I was gonna say that that's funny that you brought that up because I was actually just watching Sean Ryan just did a clip with a priest, and you guys can probably find it out there where Sean Ryan is talking to this priest that talks about that passage about Jewish people being the chosen people and saying that
I have him. He took on another Jewish guy and proved that you had he used the King James Bible to do it too.
Yeah, saying that they're no longer the chosen people.
Yeah,
that Christians are the chosen people, not Jewish people are the Judaism is no longer the chosen. They're no longer the chosen people. But
Tar Heel says, how did the Mona Lisa come into existence? I would say someone created it. Someone made it. But then I would ask the same question is, how did God come into existence? And And you would say what? See, the same argument that you use to say somebody created, you'd never use when it comes to any other religious belief. We just say it always was.
All right, let me play this real quick so I can take it back down.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna jump back.
I had
over.
that one, but I think it was in a different voice. Go ahead.
Yeah, hold on.
People, and the Gentiles must learn their purpose in life is to fight and die for Israel.
I'm gonna let it play again.
Jews are God's chosen people, and the Gentiles must learn their purpose in life is to fight and die for Israel.
In the name of God, we have killed more people. We have done more murders. We have made more excuses in the name of religion.
Yeah, if you look through history, anywhere through history, more people have died because either their religion or their politics. Those are the two.
Exactly. And usually they intertwine. And more people have been controlled because you believe if I do this, there's something else waiting for me. When people say, oh man, he put his life on the line, man, there's a better place for him. Well, not a better place for him was right here amongst his people. That's, you know, if I sacrifice myself for somebody else's kid and they say, man, he's a hero because he did that. Well, what happens to my kid? What happens to my family? I'm no longer here. Was the sacrifice worth it? We never say it. We never do it. And everything we do, and this is throughout religion. And the reason I said was talking about that is all we have ever done and all religion ever is some fraction of somebody else's protest. That's what the word Protestant comes from, to protest. We protested something that we didn't like and we branched off. And in some faction, in some way, we justify anything that we do. Shoot, look, I watch, what is this show? The History Channel or one of them? Shit, aliens is in the Bible. So if we want to justify aliens, they in the Bible. Anything we want to justify, we can come up with. We can come up with and say, yep, see, Enoch was there. There's aliens in the Bible. Blood sacrifice, Jesus did it. Matter of fact, there should be only one God, but there's not one God because there's three gods. No, the three gods are actually one God because they're one and the same, like water and fusion. And if there was a God, why would he make it so confusing? Shouldn't it be simplistic? If he was able to show himself years ago, why couldn't he show himself now? If the devil seen God, I'm just going on what you say. The devil seen God and the devil had a choice. He had a choice to go good, bad, and he chose bad and he seen God. Then what's stopping God from presenting him? Why do we need to have faith? What's stopping God from just showing himself today? Meaning I have free will. If I see God.
What makes you think that he's not presenting himself?
Show me where.
Right now in the Middle East, I would say there's no peace in that land. And according to the Torah, they're not supposed to be in the land.
Okay.
And that's why I don't think you see any peace in the land. Because
That's a great
God does
analogy.
not see his people there.
That's great. But I would say there was no peace in North and South America when the missionaries came here and killed everybody. The original people in the Caribbean don't exist. The Taínos, there's no such thing as the Taínos. Japan, Hiroshima, that had nothing to do with the Middle East. China, when there was Mao, when Russia killed and you had Stalin, none of that had to do with the Middle East. Why didn't you mention those, Drew?
Because you're talking about wars and conflicts.
There was no
that
peace.
have nothing to do with. I'm sorry.
Religion. You're basically you're bringing up points of non-religious events.
Right.
This
No,
right
no, no,
here
no.
are
When the
so hold
Spanish
on.
missionaries came to the north,
Right here are the religious events, and the one you're talking about is 1533 to 1572, the Spanish conquerors and the Inca Empire.
religion.
Where they went over and started killing them. You know,
Yeah,
so that's why I made this chart. You can literally see what was going on over history in the name of God in
Religion.
conquering,
Exactly.
colonizing. Yes.
Yeah,
The Spanish
I think you're
conquest
getting
is north and-
colonization mixed up with.
No. Hold up. In order, when you had people who set out from Europe, they set out in the name of the Pope.
Yeah.
To say we're going to go somewhere.
Crusades. The Crusaders were like,
not
let me
necessarily.
put it
The
this way.
Pope. It was
Let
the
me
Pope
put it
that
this
said
way.
it.
The
When they met
Crusaders were like
hold
the
up.
Marines. Then you had the missionaries that went out and built the churches after the Crusaders went out and did their damage, because every place that Christianity went, they had to build a church in order to stabilize the region and keep religion flowing there. So every time the Crusaders went in, they fought, beat down the local whatever populace and army. They came in and built churches so the religion could stay stable there.
So when you had those missionaries go sail over to North, the reason people in South America speak Spanish are not because they from Spain, my brother. The reason that the majority of the people in the island of Dominican Republic, Puerto Rico, Cuba, all of South America, Mexico, the reason they're Catholic isn't because the Catholics came with love. The Catholics came over there and destroyed their people and forced them to do religion and said, if you don't, you are savages. So when you keep saying there's no peace in the Middle East, brother, religion ain't spreading no peace nowhere.
It's a do or die situation.
Correct. There is a proverb an African proverb that says this. The white man came to let me get it right. 1 second. I want to make sure that I say this quote correctly, so I don't mess it up. One moment.
And while you're looking it up, you got to understand too that during those times, you're looking at, it wasn't more about spreading religion. It was more about colonization and, maybe Columbus says, hey, Queen Isabella.
Listen, I agree with you. But the whole point is the way you control a population, we had this conversation last week, was what? Infuse faith into it.
We do it today.
While you colonize, you're also infusing your belief structure, which is based off of your religion, into that culture as well.
And this is the quote. When the white man came to Africa, we had the land and they had the Bible. They told us to close our eyes and pray. When we opened our eyes, they had the land and we had the Bible. Tell me where religion anywhere.
It's the same thing when slaves were brought over here, they ripped up the Bible, and you can look it up now. Anybody can Google a slave Bible. They took out certain passages where the slaves rose up against their taskmasters and conquered them, to only teach you to be subservient to your masters and let God deal with you. Those were the only passages that were left in the Bible, but they still used the Bible to what? Subdue a slave population, because we outnumbered them. A lot of people said, why didn't we rise up and kill everybody on the fucking plantation? One, because you were a dark-skinned person versus light-skinned. Secondly, because you believed in the faith that they were teaching you.
Drew, you said that.
Go ahead, Fearless.
You said that you believe in God because there is no peace in the Middle East. I would say there's no peace in the Middle East.
Say that one more time. Say that one more time.
You stated, when I said, why do you believe in God? And you said, what evidence? That's what I said. And you said the evidence is because there's no peace in the Middle East. Am I correct with that? Am I kind of
you said that is there a belief in God?
Yeah, I said.
Like, I'm gonna have to back out, guys, because I hear like a music or something. Let me back out.
Yeah, there's a music playing in the background. That's not you hearing it.
It's kind of loud.
Where's that music at? That ain't me.
I'll check it out.
All right. Yeah,
it's gone.
I don't hear it. So, Drew,
All right.
I'm going to
Yeah, I can hear
summarize
now.
it. Maybe I was incorrect, so I ask again. I was saying, what proof do you have that there's a God? And you stated the proof is because there is no peace in the Middle East.
I said, yeah, I think that is a proof that there is a God.
All right. And I would
That
say
he is
this.
not, that he does not see his people there.
I would say religion is the cause of the problem in the Middle East. Meaning, if there was no belief in God, there wouldn't be any problems in the Middle East. The problems are not because of the problems are because of God. That's why Christianity, Judaism, Islam is the cause of the problems. If you took the religion equation out, there wouldn't be an issue. What would they fight over? They wouldn't fight over religion.
Well, also too, I think that if there wasn't a Holocaust, would the people have even relocated there?
Exactly my point. No, they wouldn't have. They wouldn't have had any reason to. So then who would be the people currently if history had revised itself and there was no World War II and the Germans didn't go and try to wipe out the Jewish community or the Ashkenazi Jews in Europe, where would we be right now when it came to the way we're dictating things that are going on in the Middle East?
I believe it would be, there would be Jewish communities that are there because there are Jewish communities everywhere throughout the Arab world. They will, and they've always been welcome there, but they would not be colonizers as they're being looked at as now.
Who, the Jewish people?
The Zionist Jews are looked at as colonizers.
It would still be that. Every time they've gone somewhere, they've tried to colonize and take over that place.
Yeah, it's funny that you said that. I just saw a little clip today that was saying about Kenya.
So in the name of religion, that's what I'm saying.
Israelis are coming into Kenya now and buying huge swaths of land and talking about creating communities in Kenya.
Oh, man. I want you to think about this.
And also, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Fearless.
Go ahead.
Did you see about the Thais too?
What?
Like in Thailand, there's
What's going on in Thailand?
Well, in Thailand, there's the Israelis have been identified as one of the number one unwanted tourists that's there.
Yeah, Israelis and Russians both, but yeah, Israelis most definitely.
Yeah, and they said that they've what has happened is that certain parts of Thailand have been bought up by them. And the other Thais are like, how is this happening? Because, this is Thailand.
They're doing the same thing they did in Lakewood and Czechs.
Well, that's a different situation there.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Somebody
That's
said
the first thing they do is they control the community, they put their stuff in there, and then they start reinforcing with a mass population. That's why they were kicked out of most countries in Europe. Immediately, if you look through history, Jews have wandered around, the Ashkenazi Jews, the Karish Jews, they have wandered around Europe in every country they ever settled in because they were money lenders. That's where the Rothschilds comes from. The Rothschilds comes from Europe. They figured out loaning money to countries and cities were more lucrative than loaning money to people. But that's where they started getting the countries upset, and they would wind up kicking all their people out or killing them.
Yeah, I don't know about that story. I take your word for it.
I'll have to pull up the video real quick. I think I have it saved.
So I think what we do is, if a long time ago I said that there was thunder, and there was the thunder god, and it was the rain god, and Poseidon,
Zeus,
all of that would be good,
Greek.
and you wouldn't question it. Then science comes along and says, yeah, that wasn't correct. This is kind of how we explain that. As science starts, what we do as people, anything we can't explain, we implement it with God, or we say this is what happened. Like the gentleman said, oh, the earth remains in this position, and that's why there's a God. Well, what happens? Religion is how old? I'll just ask you, Drew. How old do you think Judaism is, or the oldest religion? Let's go with the oldest religion. How old is the oldest religion?
I don't know what the oldest religion is. What is the oldest religion?
Hinduism, 3,000 years ago.
Mm.
So I'm just gonna Google it so you can see.
All right.
Oldest religion in the world, and I'll bring it up so that I'm not so I can show you here. Share screen, entire screen. I think I'm there. So right here, I'll read this. Hinduism is widely regarded as the oldest surviving religion in the world, which roots breaking back to 4,000 years ago. All right, 4,000 years ago. Now, my next question, this is like Zoroastrianism. That actually comes from Iraq. So Iraq had a religion that's older than Christianity. I'm sorry, Iran. And then you have Judaism, which is about 3,000 years ago. My next question to you is, when do you think the first human was on the earth that we could date back to?
I don't know.
10,000, 100,000? Homo sapien. I'll ask.
Over 10,000.
Let's see. When was the first Homo sapien? Was 300 to 350,000 years ago. My question to you is, in that basically 300,000 years, what was going on? Who was being worshipped? Where was God? Where was this religion? Because if God created these people, why weren't they practicing Israelite, Judaism, Hinduism? Why is it that religion started with
Why wasn't
Abraham?
The caveman?
Correct.
I don't know.
But if God created the people, why wouldn't he give them their religion? Why wouldn't he let them learn religion? Because wouldn't they have to worship him also? So what was happening at 300,000 years? What was going on?
Maybe the people were just more in tune to the elements, the earth, the sun, the moon. They were learning about fire.
But you can't get to heaven by looking at the earth and the moon and the sun. That doesn't get you to heaven. Didn't the Bible say you got to go through Jesus and you got to make sacrifice? You got to do that?
Yeah, I don't know about those people back then.
So why is it that people can live that far and we not think about religion? But all of a sudden, when religion became about, when we first started speaking and talking, then we say it's the all end all. And if Christianity or Judaism wasn't the first religion, how is it that you think it's the best religion? I just showed you that it wasn't even the first.
Yeah, I don't know.
The second question
That's all
is,
I can say, brother.
if I
don't know.
say to you, if let's just say let's give it like my grandson, he goes on, he says, look, man, I wrote this speech called I Have a Dream. And he says it. And he says it so much that people start to believe that he wrote I Have a Dream, that one day I'm getting to the mountaintop. What would you say about my son?
Knowing what I know of that speech,
Mm-hmm.
I would say that someone else has already done that speech before that has that title.
So if we have evidence that dates back before Judaism, that there were already stories about creation, about the flood, about these other that kind of flow with the same thing that we have in our book, that there was other people who were born of a virgin and things like that. What would you say about Christianity if you knew that those were copies of what somebody else already said or someone else already wrote?
Yeah, that's deep.
So if you look
That's
at the
deep.
flood story, I'll go in here since we're looking.
And while you're looking at that, I just really wanted to segue. There is a movie that you should see. It came out probably like 2 years ago, and it's called it's about these. You may have already seen it, but it's kind of like a super or psycho horror movie where these two Mormon girls go on their mission, and they go to this one door, and of course knock on the door, and and the guy gets them into the house. And it's funny that you bring that up because he brings up the parallels of how religion over the years, what we saw in the hieroglyphics are the same thing that we saw in the Bible, and you see it's all similar. I'm gonna look this movie up, but you guys should watch this. It's actually it's a really good movie.
Let me play this video real quick, about a minute of it. And this is where we get into the discussion on why Jews never had a home.
Any interest rate is called usury. Usury is illegal. So in Christian nations, lending money for an interest rate was illegal. So because it was illegal for the Christians, who did the lending? The Jews. So there was Christians who could lend for 0% or didn't lend at all. And then these people called the Jews would come over and start lending money. They would start charging money. And in a couple generations, guess what would happen to the economy? The Jews owned everything. And then guess what the king did? Rounded them up and threw them out of the country. Then they go to the next country, and what would they do? Same thing. And what would that king do? Round them up, kick them out of the country. This went on for thousands of years. This is why the Jews in history have had no country, because the king would they would say no usury, no money lending, and they would start the money lending. They would start the central bank to compete with the king. The king would kick them out. They go to the next country, do it again. So this has happened over and over and over again, because this quote right here from Napoleon, he would show the compound interest tables, and he said in a very short amount of time, compound interest would eat up every piece of property in France. In fact, I'm going to show you how powerful compound interest is. Very scary thing. And there's a reason why it was illegal. Illegal.
He goes on to talk about how the Rothschilds established themselves in Europe before they came over, and their name was something different than Rothschild. They changed their name since they came to America.
Yeah, I had to check that out. That movie that I was talking about is called The Heretic.
The Heretic, okay.
I'm gonna check that out too.
Hey guys, I'm going to be going on a cruise, and I'm going to look at The Heretic. I'm going to bring that one up. I'm going to go on a cruise, but my question is this, because I just booked it. Well, I didn't book it yet. I'm sorry. I will be booking it. It was supposed to be a thing I was supposed to do today. I'll be going on a Carnival cruise, and I was looking at what cruise I wanted to go on.
You going on a Carnival cruise?
This.
Yeah. Why don't you go?
Really
you got to take your daughter, right?
Yeah, we just taking a little. It's only because.
I'm about to say,
why don't you go on Disney? Why don't you go on a Disney cruise?
No, because for April I couldn't get it, so we just. And here's the other thing: she doesn't know any Disney characters. And I was like,
not right now. She's still a little baby, so.
And so we took her to places, and she don't know anything.
Yeah, I'm about to say, brother, if you going on that Carnival cruise, God better be on your side.
Oh no, man! I've been on Carnival cruise. I just,
if he gets on one of the bigger boats, just don't get on the smaller boats. Get on some of the bigger boats.
Oh no, I'm a diamond member to Carnival and for Royal. I've never taken a Disney cruise though. I've never done that.
Well, I mean, you're married and got a kid now. You didn't do Virgin Voyagers because it came out after.
Yeah,
you were already involved with the other two.
But I looked up the world's largest cruise ship.
Mm-hmm.
And it holds 7,600 passengers. And I just want to see the world's largest ship. That holds 7,000.
Before I came to the Philippines, before I started doing traveling, I was just going to do cruises as part of my traveling thing. But my first trip was a cruise about 3 years ago before I tore my knee up.
The largest ship holds 10,000 people, and this is modern ships, man. So I'm going to look. Maybe that's that. How many people does the largest building hold?
Is that a aircraft carrier?
No, I think that was a cruise. Building hold.
Oh.
Yeah, aircraft carrier doesn't carry about maybe 5,000 to 6,000 because they need the space for the planes and everything. But if they didn't have to have the space for the planes, they can definitely house way more than that.
How many people do you think it could house? 10,000, 20,000?
What, an aircraft carrier?
Yeah, 30,000.
If they utilize the space properly, definitely at least 15,000 people.
15,000. I'll go with that. I'll take it. Scientists estimate there are approximately 8.7 million distinct animal species on Earth. About 1 to 2 million have been formally cataloged. 8.7 million. And you said the largest ship that we make today can hold 30,000.
Right.
How is it that Noah got all these people on this ship? All these animals?
He didn't. He took 2 of each creature. Some creatures are small.
This is
Listen, let me finish.
Animals.
Yes, I understand that. But let me say this.
Mm-hmm.
If you talk about insects, you talk about all these other little minor things.
Mammals.
Well, animals, I don't know what their classification of animals are. Are they mammals? Are they what?
That's what they was breaking down.
I mean, because you got amphibian too. Did they have to save the ones that were already in the water?
We got reptiles, we got birds.
Right.
We got
what
mammals.
about the ones that could swim? Did they have to worry about carrying those onto the ark? No, because they could swim.
But
you think they were in the ocean and took all the freaking animals out of the ocean? Because let me say this.
It didn't say that.
Wait. Let me finish my thought. Because there's only 1/4 of the Earth's seas that have ever been explored. 1/4. 3/4 of the Earth's oceans have not been explored to their utmost. How many other creatures are even under the sea that have not been discovered yet?
I understand that, but I'm saying there are 8.7 million distinct animal species on Earth.
Yeah.
If your boat can only hold 10,000, how did you get? I mean, even if you cut this number in half, in thirds, and if we cut it in tenths, how did you get that many animals on a boat?
I wasn't there. I couldn't tell you.
If I told you that in some other way, that's it, man. I had a ship and I had 1 million people on that ship. You're like, man, yeah, right. But we believe that because it's in the Bible. If I told you that I was out, man, I was in Hawaii. Didn't you go to Hawaii, Drew?
But let's wait. Let's predate this. At the same time you're talking about Noah, do you realize there is also the part of the Bible that talks about the Nephilim?
Yeah.
At the same time as Noah, the children of that were born of the mating of the sons of God versus the sons of men.
I had sex with a few angels in my lifetime too.
Hey,
it was some beauties, baby.
All I'm saying is it was a whole other race that was also a spin-off of the human race, which were the Nephilims, and that was all around the same time before Noah.
No, but think about that. Now what we're saying is, I mean, I want y'all to think. We're saying some angels came down and had sex with the women here.
Yeah. And that's in the Christian Bible. So if you guys are saying that that's crazy and I don't believe that shit, it's in the Bible.
If I told you in Hinduism that one of the monkey gods came down and had sex, no, I'm just telling you. If I told
you,
it's
gotta be a monkey though.
No, because they got the monkey gods, they got the elephant gods, they got all that. If I told you that the monkey god came down and had sex with the people, and that's how they got the northern Indians, you'd be like, man, that is the craziest stuff there is. In if I tell you in the Greeks, because that's how you had what they call, you had the
You
gods
had
and
demigods. You had
you had
demigods.
demigods, correct.
Right.
And the demigods, if I told you, man, Zeus was messing around and he came seen them beautiful people. He got one of them people pregnant. And that's how you had like a Hercules and you had these other people from demigods. You would look at me as though I was insane. But if I tell you this,
depending on how you were raised and how you believe, like I said, since childhood, it's
correct.
easier for you to absorb that story than somebody else's that grew up in a whole nother society with a whole nother group of beliefs, whether it be Hindu in India, whether it be Muslims out of Arab nations in Africa, whether it be Christianity out of Europe. Depending on your environment as you're being raised, it makes it more believable. You get what I mean?
And
So
what
then
I'm saying,
it's all
our
about what?
beliefs,
Global
man.
perception on who's right and who's wrong, and who gives a hell.
Our beliefs are dangerous.
Our
Dangerous.
convictions are dangerous. You can believe whatever you want. It's how convicted you are to try to enforce that on other people that makes
Not
it
even
dangerous.
other people. I'm gonna show you two things. One is this dude. Let's show you this dude. That's Southern religion. They believe in snake hammers. Now this dude gets bit. No, this is what it is. Look,
Yeah, the ones that get bit off the goddamn time. Yeah.
Yep. The snake hammers.
You better have that snake anti-venom sitting right there. I guarantee you they got tons of it sitting there.
But they believe that they could conquer the serpent. Hey, Tariq, Tar Heel, you're welcome to come up. And I told you all you got to do is prove that there's
the link is already pinned. I already pinned the link, so I don't know why. If you guys
they just talking the back. So it never is proof. So here's the thing: these people believe that, and this is what I'm saying that becomes a problem for me. When you start to do this, when you say, "Man, I believe in the snake god, I can do this around," and this is when it gets scary.
Cooper 360 weeknights at 8 and 10.
Herbert and Catherine Scheibel are charged with third-degree murder following the death of their 8-month-old son Brandon this spring.
Instead of caring and nurturing him, they ultimately caused his death by praying over his body instead of taking him to the doctor.
Like the people in the audience, what they're going to say is, instead of medicine, like the guy says, science. Instead of science, you believe in the science of men. These people here did not believe in the science of men. They didn't believe in it. They believed in God. And what they believed was, God will heal my child. God will save it. I will save my child by prayer. I will pray around my child. And do you know what happened to their child?
Yeah, I mean, is that dramatic pause? His answer.
Well,
they died.
The child died, but you know what, Fearless? It's funny that you actually bring that up because that actually is a good point. It actually made me think about the community that we talked about last week that was in New Jersey and New York. And at the beginning of this, or sometime during this, you guys were talking about circumcisions and then, someone passing on a STD to these children. And it just popped in my head that if you're not in a community like the one we witnessed those two communities that we talked about, who has their own ambulance services, their own medical doctors, those stories don't get out.
Yeah.
But these people are not in a Christian community that doesn't have, that is just bound by, like I said, or they're not Orthodox Christians. They're in the secular world. They depend on the services of the state or the services of the county or wherever they live at to provide for them. So they had to go through the system, take their child to the doctor or not take their child to the doctor. And now this is what they got. But in those Orthodox communities, let's say this did happen. Would we have heard about it? Would there have been a news story? No, because they would not even talk to the press. They would have buried that child and they would have been what it would have been. That's it.
Exactly. But this is what I'm saying when it's dangerous. When you say that I am not going to believe in any science, I'm going to pray for my child, and your child dies from pneumonia that could have been saved because you do this. Religion becomes dangerous when you're going to fight a war for it. It becomes dangerous when you put your children in certain circumstances because you believe in something else, and that is dangerous. This gentleman says mankind can't even tell you where wind comes from. Man, that's weird that we can't even know where wind comes from. Wow, I didn't know we didn't know where wind comes from because
originates with the sun, which heats the earth unevenly, creating warm and cool spots. For example, a sea breeze occurs when inland areas heat up on a sunny afternoon. The air is warmed and expands, leading to a lower density, causing it to rise and creating less pressure. Cooler, heavier air at a higher pressure rushes in from the ocean to take its place, and wind is created because of the pressure difference. The energy that drives wind originates with the sun, which heats the earth unevenly, creating warm and cool spots. For example, a sea breeze occurs when inland areas heat up on a sunny afternoon. The air is warmed and expands, leading to a lower density, causing it to rise and creating less pressure. Cooler, heavier air at a higher pressure rushes in from the ocean to take its place, and wind is created because of the pressure difference.
I play that because this is the ignorance that we deal with. Mankind can't even tell you where the wind comes from. We already solved that. But what happens is because that person cannot explain where the wind came from, and he doesn't know and he doesn't have the science behind it, his replacement for that is God. Because you can't explain something, you say it's God. I said before, you said that somebody died. And I said, well, damn, if Jesus died and he was a spirit and spirit can walk through walls, why do you got to move a tomb to get out? Why do you have to stay gone 3 days? Why did you even have to die? Because the miracle would have been somebody hanging you and you just never died. But what we do is when we can't fill the X in, we replace it with God on anything that we do. And so because our ignorance, like this gentleman's ignorance, they can't explain, like they say, I don't know where the tide come from, or I don't know how the wind, we know how that operates already. But because you can't explain it, you replace it with a being that you can't see. Go ahead, my brother. You frozen? I hope I ain't frozen. Am I frozen? You frozen?
Nobody's frozen.
Oh, okay. You were sitting there so still. I was like, my man, my goodness.
That's because I'm listening to something, trying to get to a point in the interview with Tucker Carlson and Huckabee.
And here's the thing. I want you guys think that we divide among everything. It's not just religious fights between Muslim, Jewish, Christians. We battle ourselves to death. When you had the Catholics and the Protestants fighting, there were 30 million people killed, and that's interreligion. The Shiites and the Sunnis, interreligion. The reason right now that Iran seems alone is because they're one sect of Islam, and Saudi Arabia and the other surroundings are another sect. So they don't like each other, and they believe in the same Allah, but get to it differently. So we can't say, and yeah, play him. And the problem when I say in the name of God, and that's why we called it that, is all of this starts because of somebody's belief system. They're going to die over it. They're going to fight over it. They're going to kill over it, and they're going to justify it. We justify slavery because we say those people over there were savages. And they were savages because they didn't believe in our God. And because if they don't convert to our God, we have to kill them. They're savages because they believed, these fools believed that some dude died and came back. That's not me as a Jew. I'm God's chosen people. I'm the only people, and everybody else can be sacrificed because they're not along with me. Muslims, man, those are the infidels. We are the last coming, and they don't believe in anything we believe in, so they can be sacrificed because we are the final chapter. All of that is just to destroy you, and we make things up to believe things that aren't there, that aren't true. We got superstitions. I mean, people believe in the black cats, Friday the 13th, all of these crazy things because somebody implanted that in us to believe that it's true. And our superstitions carry so much further.
Who is that?
That's basically what happened with religion. Religion becomes a superstition that we wrote down.
I mean, that's basically kind of Fearless. You mentioned Hawaii. A lot of that still exists in Hawaii because a lot of their gods were based on deities of the earth, the wind, the sun.
Man. Y'all are just killing me.
Like lava goddess. You know, they'll say, "Oh, Pele."
But that's what we believe when we couldn't explain anything. We can't look. We can't explain language. So it was the Tower of Babel. The God didn't want us to build something high, but we got skyscrapers that reach the heavens now. But we couldn't believe it. So anything we can't explain, it just goes to hand. Black people.
Another story, a legendary story that goes in the books as the reason why things happen. Let me push this button real quick so I can clear the screen and we can move on to, but this is the belief of your American ambassador to Israel and how awestruck they are of one small continent or one small country or state
as well in Gaza. I mean, what do you, when you say Israel, those numbers apply to what landmass?
It would be in Israel proper.
Okay.
There are 184,000. Now, I'll tell you where Christians are not doing very well. They're not doing very well in the Muslim-controlled countries. There's almost no Christians in Qatar, for example, except those who live in the Christian ghetto, who are the service workers.
I'm sorry. Look, I don't want to argue with you. There are many more Christians in Qatar than there are in Israel.
That's not true.
And that is true. I looked that up.
I refer you to Wikipedia, Mr.
It is true.
Yeah, and it's also true that Jews are actually in Iran, and they have no problems living there. They actually have Jewish buildings there where they go to pray, and the Iranians have never bothered them. Yes, but yet and still they're over there doing what they're doing, and everybody believes that whatever the society tells them. But Jews live in Iran, and they're not being harassed around a whole bunch of Muslims.
Ambassador.
Wikipedia.
I refer you to the government of Qatar, the government of Israel. These are knowable facts. Like I'm
in Jordan.
By the way,
numbers are down. In Syria, the numbers are down. In Lebanon, the numbers are down. I'm just telling you that.
Now, my problem with him saying all this is Christianity is down in all these countries. Why does it matter to us whether it is or isn't? They have a right to be there or not be there. They can settle anywhere that country allows them to settle. I'm a Christian in the Philippines. They have, Catholics here. That's a strong religion. They have Muslims down south in the Philippines. Why does it matter to the United States how many Christians are in any goddamn one country? Who cares? Why is that a problem? Ask yourself that. Why is he making a big deal over Christian population in these Middle Eastern countries when they're predominantly Muslim?
About twice as many Christians.
But they live in the enclave. They are not native Qataris.
Okay, we're mixing so many different categories here. I'm just saying I get things wrong all the time. You've just gotten something wrong, and I think it's important to acknowledge it. There are many more Christians in Qatar than there are in Israel. Fact.
How many?
Now you caught me. I don't know. I can look at my phone, but I was just there, and there are many more. Like whatever. But I just want to get to the point that forms the basis of this whole conversation, which is who has a right to the land?
Yeah.
And you said it's a mixture of religion and ethnicity. Because as I noted, and you agree, many of the founders, maybe the majority of the founders of modern Israel did not believe in God at all. So they were not religious Jews. They weren't religious at all. They were atheists. They said they were atheists. I believe them. So that suggests that.
Did you catch that? Jews that are atheists. What? How can that be? They're Jews, right? By birth.
But see, this
but they're not Jews by religion.
Exactly. See, that's what you can be. You can be a Jew by birth, or you can be a Jew by religion. So you can say that God gave you
in Israel right now are Jews by religion, meaning they adopted the religious practice of Judaism while they were in Europe and went to Israel based on World War II and the establishment of Israel in 1948,
But you
47.
can say that I am a Jew that doesn't believe in God, but God gave me this country.
And Huckabee further goes to say he don't care what Israel does, and they can take all the lands that were given to them by God, ordained to them by God, all the way up to whatever borders it is that's considered the land of Canaan. He does not give a hell what Israel does. This is your ambassador to Israel.
In
Says
the
they
name
don't
of
care
God.
what Israel does as long as it's promised to them by God. Now remember, it was promised to the Jews of blood, that land, not of religion, that land. But the ones of religion that live there right now are the ones claiming that they are owed this land. They have no ownership too, but they're allowed to forcibly push them out with the U.S. backing and the British backing. Don't believe that it's just the U.S. Britain has everything to do with this too. They're just not out there in the open. They're helping. They're complicit in everything that's going on, even with their silence.
I like
But
when
go
the
ahead.
person, man, I can't say it. Man, let me put this. Religion preaches peace. Man, is that really what it says? Because if I remember all my Bible quotes, it said that if I even go with what Jesus said, I think he said, Jesus says, do not suppose that I come in to bring peace to earth. I did not come to bring peace, but a sword. Man, that's different. I don't think that's peace.
But who's
In Luke, it says, do you think I came to bring peace on earth? No, I tell you, but division. Man, that's different. The parable of the meanest ends with, but those enemies of mine who did not want me to be king over them, bring them to me here, and I will kill them in front of you. Oh,
who has this ultimate power that they're wielding within the Bible? Who has the presence of being that's controlling the religion at this point in that specific Bible called King James, the Roman Empire?
Yeah,
As a matter of fact, if you go back and look at the 17th agreement with some of these European nations, which I'll pull up one, it talks about the Roman Empire. Hold on, let me show you this. It talks about the Roman Empire as if it still had existed, and it is not. There's no Roman Empire. There's the Catholic religion. That's not a Roman Empire. Let me see if I can pull it.
Let's see. Now that was just Christianity. You said religion preaches peace.
So here's this agreement. It says the Holy Roman Empire, the King of France. This is the 17th century, by the way. This is not back in ancient Roman days. This is during, European and everything else, the societies that have been established. How is there a Roman Empire? Who is the representative of the Roman Empire? But the Pope. The Pope still had the King of France, Spain, England. Everybody still had to bow and kiss the fucking ring. What do the Israelis make you do? Go and kiss the fucking wall. The Pope made you kiss his ring. But the Israelis make you what? Go kiss the wall. Is there any difference between these two? And what are they using? They're using religion to control you, control your mind process, control how society works on a global scale. They have that kind of influence based on your faith and your belief in a book that was rewritten multiple times for an advantage of somebody. Who's the advantage going to? Go ahead.
No, I just contradict what he says when he says it preaches religion, because even in Deuteronomy, which is in the Torah, rules of war offer peace at first. If they refuse, kill all the men and take the women and children as plunder. Man, that's peaceful. In the cities, promised lands in Deuteronomy, do not leave alive anything that breathes. Man, how can this be peaceful? Man, and in Numbers 31, you know what Moses did. Moses ordered the killing of the Middleite men, boys,
By the
and
way, nice statement on Rob Woodson lookalike.
and no, he and a non-virgin women. But virgins, you get to keep as a spoil. That's what I'm talking about, baby. I mean, religion tells you, kill all them hoes. Kill the men, the boys, and them hoes. But shoot, any virgins, we get to keep. Where is peace in that? Where did peace come from? And the reason I wanted to talk all about this was today, because it is Good Friday. And because of Good Friday, we say this happened and this happened and this happened because of us. None of it we can prove. None of it that we would say it would be ridiculous if I told it to you today. But we believe in it and we say that it's right and it's righteous. But a lot of things that we do in the name of religion is horrible. It's horrible. And if we followed the book to a T, it would even be worse. If we said to a woman, you're an adulterer, go get them stones and start throwing at her. Oh, we would say that's bad. We would say that would be horrible.
You know, if you really think about it, even the Romans that were there in that land when you know, you must see how Jews and Christians and and Jesus was there, those Romans were not even Christians at all. They were not Catholics at all, huh?
Oh no.
They were just there.
Here's what the Romans said. I know we get mad at the Romans. Romans said, look, man, we don't care what you believe in. Matter of fact, you can believe in whatever you want and we will help you. All you got to do is pay the taxes. That's it. We don't care what you believe in. Pay us our taxes and don't be coming up with all this stuff. And the problem was that when the Jews started to rebel, it's like, bro, now we got to shut down rebellion. That's really, Jesus was not killed, if you say killed, for anything else but just causing a ruckus.
But even Jesus said, give unto the Romans what belongs to the Romans, give unto God what belongs to God. So even Jesus said, just give it to them. What's the big deal?
You think too, Jesus' crucifixion was based upon them deciding between him and
Jews. Yes, Barabbas.
The only reason that people were
Barabbas.
crucified was this. It had nothing to do with religion. It was if you went against the state. If you went against Rome. If you did something against Rome, that's why we crucified you. Nothing to do with religion or what he believed in. They could care less what you believed in. You just got to pay us our money. Think about it. Think about how many people have died, how many people have suffered. And we say religion is peace. Is it peace to those children who die? Is it peace to the person who had the 1-year-old who has cancer and is suffering?
Religion is only peace once you die, because there's no heaven on earth, supposedly, right? Until God comes back. So
here go the thing.
If you're religious,
let me tell you how they manipulated that, Ronan.
You die.
Ronan, no, let me tell you how they manipulated that. You a slave, brother. You look, your life ain't here. Your life is in the afterlife. So this is your hell on earth. But if you pray and you listen to your masters and you obey here, you got something promised to you afterwards. That's how you control people. You control them by promises after.
Right. Well, the people that are actually really controlling the religion are benefiting now.
Correct. And like I said, man, I have read the Bible. Before I was one of those people who went to church. I heard them speak in tongues, the Holy Ghost, all of those things.
I was there.
And then when you start to listen and I learned, I said, man, half of what they saying is true. Like if they look down, they say, yeah, he died and he looking down on me. He in heaven. The Bible does not say you die and go to heaven. Nobody has died and gone to heaven. You die, and the people who are died are dead. And you know what they're waiting for? The second coming so that they can rise them up. People, the pastor will sit there and say he's in heaven. Brother, you ain't even read your own Bible because it don't say in the Bible you're going to heaven. You wait until the day of judgment. And this is what I'm saying. Half the people who think they are religious They aren't even religious. Half the people who think they know the Bible, they don't know the Bible, because if you read the Bible, you would say, oh my God, what the hell am I reading? What
And
is
that's
it?
why you can read the Bible and get multiple different meanings from every damn scripture that you read. Because it's not black and white. It's up to interpretation. They say that all the time in church, right? What is the verse that everybody uses? He that have an ear, let him hear what the scripture says to his people.
If I am a
You can
God,
read the scripture and not understand it.
if I'm a God, why would I write something that would be interpreted?
Because he gives you choice. That's what their religion is based off of. That's what Christianity is based off of, is faith and choice. And through your faith and your choices,
I should be able to
get your reward.
If the you know why the FBI, the police, the judges, all of that can arrest you, or they shouldn't arrest you, or whatever it would be. If you write a law that is ambiguous, that's the worst thing you can do. If it can be interpreted in a certain way. And that's why you have to go back and when they say, no, this is not written correctly, we can't understand it. We have to write it so it is interpreted. So like if you say thou murder, oh, it's murder in first degree, second degree, all of these things have to take place for it to be a murder in the first degree, murder in the second degree. Because what we want to say is, we don't want you to interpret the law. We want it in black and white. If these elements of the law are there, that is when you're guilty. Now you're going to tell me that the highest creature, the most profound person, the most intelligent thing that we have, couldn't write something that would not be up for interpretation? It shouldn't be. I shouldn't read the Bible and say one thing, and you read the Bible and say something else. We should come to the same conclusion. There should not be an interpretation, because if you are a person of the Bible, you can say, man, this can be interpreted incorrectly, or they can say this and they can say that. And it doesn't matter. You can't say it's about religious or reading, because you can have people from eons, since the beginning of the Bible, or the Torah, or whomever, that they read it. And even in every religion, scholars that are in the Torah, they sit and still argue about what it means. Christians argue about what passages mean. Muslims argue about what passages mean. How can you be a person of infinite knowledge and not write something that is crystal clear? It should not be up for interpretation. That's the problem. And if you're telling me that there is a God that has written something and it's up to me to think about it and fluctuate it, or not believe it, or not have it, come on now. That's man doing that.
Bingo, T-Mac. I know that verse, and that's the one I use all the time. Your body is what holds your energy to this time and plane in this place. The Bible actually says when you die, you are instantly with him. That means judgment has already happened. Pass or fail, buddy. And that's if you believe. If you don't believe in that, I mean, like I said, I believe I'm energy. So at the end of the day, wherever that energy dissipates to, it's going to dissipate to. Your body is a living battery for what? Your spirit. Your spirit is the energy. That's why even in scripture it says your body is your temple. The church is within you, not inside of a building and not with a pastor. But yet and still y'all will believe a pastor, and you'll hold that pastor up as being a godlike, a demigod in your eyes.
But it says right here, you say that the final judgment, the Bible mentions the final judgment, the end of time, where all will be judged according to their deeds. So how can it be when you die if it says there's a final judgment, the end of time?
I just said it's already been done. You've already been judged. The only thing holding you to this time and plane, if there are multiple planes, and even in Enoch, it talks about walking through one portal to another and looking at multiple different things all within the same day. Okay. Nobody likes to talk about this stuff. But if your body is energy and you are dead, you are not held to a time and plane on this earth. You're instantly where? With him. That means you've been judged. Now, whether you've been judged correctly and you went to heaven or hell, that depends on where you land. But your body is being, your spirit is being held in time based on your body, nothing else. And that's what I believe.
And I believe this, man, that religion has been the cause of more suffering, more deaths, more people not getting to a certain way than any other thing that we have. Any other thing. Your beliefs, man. I mean, we believe in things that we can't explain. We don't do it, and we just say, "Oh, that's God that'll take care of us." Instead of saying, "Look, man, I need to take care of this," or we give an excuse. I can kill somebody because God told me to. I can kill somebody because their faith is different than mine. My kid suffers. Well, that's God doing that, and it was in God's will. God wanted that to happen. Disease, famine. It was God. I must have been bad, whether I was good. It's crazy how God punishes you when you bad and when you believe. You believe, you get punished, and when you bad, you get punished. It didn't make any sense. He believes the people who were Christians and didn't follow, and then the people who didn't even hear about him, the Asians and the people on all those islands who didn't have that faith, they still are they judged the same way? What happened to them? It's exactly how we do things. So, it's you damned if you do, you damned if you don't. If he kills everybody, that was his wish. If nobody dies, that was his wish. Destroy the world. It doesn't matter. And that's it. I'm a God. I can create things, but I'm not going to create things. I knew that this was going to happen, but I'm going to kill y'all anyway. I'm a spirit and I can go to hell when I die, but I'm not going to walk through a wall. I'm a virgin that can have a baby, but not all of a sudden that I'm married to this woman and she can't have sex with anybody else. But in the Bible, Jesus has a brother named James. What the hell? I mean, come on, y'all gotta get some.
It can go deep like that. I worked with this guy one time and he was saying, well, if, what's his name? God, I can't think of his name. Who betrayed Jesus?
Judas.
Yeah. So it's like if Judas, if God, made Judas, he was born, why did he allow him to kill his son? Like this dude would say,
this has all been planned out. You think God doesn't know when he created?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
When he created Eve, you didn't think God knew when he created Eve, Eve was going to be the first one to bite of the fruit. He didn't. You didn't think he knew that Satan was allowed into the Garden of Eden in order to tempt Eve? And why would Eve believe some stranger over the man that created her off of a rib, supposedly? The logic and all these things don't make sense when you start twisting it around and really looking into it deeper. You're like, well, why would God put the tree in the middle of the Eden anyway? Right. Why would he even allow them to be tempted? What was the point of it? Because of choice. This is the whole reason why the Bible is written in certain ways. It's because he says he gives you freedom of choice, and that's the basis of your faith. And whether you do or do not believe in him versus whatever else is being told to you. And you're talking about a woman that was literally fashioned from nothing, still had the audacity to challenge her creator. You have the Watchers who knew who God was, who knew everything that was going on in heaven, and still chose to curse themselves in order to lay down and have children with the daughters of men. These are people that acknowledged and knew of him and his infinite wisdom and power, and they still chose to turn their backs to do what? Go against it. Why? Nobody explains that part, right? Nobody explains why would angels, knowing that there is actually a heaven, that were put in dominion over the earth to watch the daughters of mankind, or the mankind, period, and then choose to go against God's wishes as their duty and go and lay down with the daughters of men. Damn, were they that beautiful? That you're going to ignore
what's even crazy is
in heaven to go and lay down with a momentary pleasure of a human being.
No, the crazy thing is how many mistakes God made.
Were they mistakes, or were they preordained, or were they
No,
pre-planned? Or did he know?
Why would you have to do
would
any
he-
of that? Why do I have to punish you to teach you the lesson over and over again? When I say mistakes, I made a people, they weren't right, I got to destroy it. I made the Nephilim, they wasn't right, they wasn't destroyed. I made Satan, he turned on me, I got to destroy him.
You didn't make them. People
You
went
didn't make
against what God's choices were, and they decided to go against him, and that's when they were fashioned. He literally threw all the Nephilim into a pit. They'll come back out. They said at the end days it will be like
So
the
a
beginning.
perfect God makes imperfect people.
Yeah, because it was all a challenge from heaven.
See, that's what we do. We can
told
say it
you,
was
this is-
all a part of something.
This is why I say this is a huge, if you want to say, scientific experiment with mankind and human beings. A challenge between Satan and God. If you fashion a planet and you put human beings in it with spirit and give them the right of choice, at the end, when we tally up, I'm going to win. So if you go in with that mindset, does God care who he wipes out or not? No. Why? Because it's all a scientific experiment to him at the end of the day. It's to prove a point. Given choice, which way are you going to believe? Now, you got other people that are extremists and use the religion to hold you down or take advantage of you. This is where we're talking about in the name of God. Who's doing what and why are you doing it?
And the thing is, what we can do in the name of God. I mean, we will. Christians, the reason that Judaism or the Jews can get away with whatever they want to get away with is this. Christians say, man, we need them Jewish people over there to destroy all of this so they can build the temple.
Nope, it's in reverse. I'm gonna play a video.
Yeah,
I got you. Go ahead.
But think about that. We need destruction so that we can build the temple so that Jesus can come. Now, is that prophecy, or is that people trying to create prophecy? And in the name of that, we will kill anyone.
Well, in the Jews' mindset, they're trying to create prophecy.
Yeah,
And
the
that's
same
why
with
they do
no, the
it,
same
man.
with Christians. You know, Christians want Jesus to come back, and he can't come back until they build the third temple. And so they trying to rush to get him back.
Right. I got the video queued up. Hold on, let me put it up, and then we're going to hear from T-Mac, who's actually studied in theology. Hold on, real quick. Let me share this, and then we can get into it with you, T-Mac, and let you speak. Here we go.
Evangelists here in America, which almost all of them are Republicans, they're probably all going to vote for Trump, and they are very pro-Israel. They are the ones that, thanks to them, United States always been with Israel in the last few decades. If you take out Christianity out of the picture, what United States have to do with Israel? The only things they are helping us is because of religion reason. The Christians.
Did you?
Exactly.
Did y'all catch that listening? Now, you can't say it was a Gentile that said it. You can't say it's a Christian that said it. That came right out of what? A Jewish rabbi's mouth.
Yeah.
The only thing keeping us tied to Israel is our evangelists, our religion that's pushing the agenda for Israel.
And bro, let me say this real quick. I'm gonna let T-Mac jump in and get his off. But you know, I was looking at, they were saying you were talking about some soldiers, Israeli soldiers that had died. And they were like, you know, this soldier, he died in, you know, this conflict over there. And, you know, they brought him back to Connecticut to be buried. And I was like, what? It's like, oh, yeah, he was a American Israeli, but his allegiance was to Israel.
Yeah.
And I was like, I was shocked. I was like, man, this is unreal. There's no allegiance to us.
Yo, hit the like button. If you're in the room, my vertical room, hit the like button. I got way more people in the room than I actually got likes. Come on, we're not asking you to do anything, and hit the subscribe button. Go ahead, T-Mac.
Actually,
Yeah, I came on kind of late, so in the middle of conversation.
It's all
So
good.
I don't want to derail it. I was just making some points in the chat when we're talking about like inconsistencies in the Bible and everything. Like we're talking about, I think Fearless mentioned about it. With like when you, I don't want to misquote you, Fearless, but you're
That's all
talking
right.
about when you die, you're basically dead into the day of judgment. But then it says when Jesus was on the cross with the thief, he was like this day you will be with me in paradise. So
Correct.
that's something that doesn't like align. But I know where you're coming from, because that's what like Jehovah Witnesses, they say the same thing. And also when you look at the Bible and you look at history and you look at theology, what they try to like teach us, a lot of it is propaganda, because the dominant society tries to put God in his image.
Right.
For instance, they talk about the Hebrews were slaves in Egypt. The Egyptians documented everything, and they didn't have not one record.
Now, one recollection of some million people leaving there.
And they even have records of like them paying Egyptians to build the pyramids. How much
Correct.
they paid, how much like in food, like and stuff like that. And thousands of years before, there are people who actually called themselves Hebrews. There were on the temple in Luxor, there was it's called the 42 admonitions of Ma'at, right? And it has every commandment on there. So all the 10 commandments are contained within the 42 admonitions of Ma'at. And one more point I want to make is that people say,
So
okay,
my question with that is, I'm just going to quiz you a little bit.
Okay, go ahead.
I know you may have came late, but I said if I had a grandson or great grandson, and he came around and later on he said, "Hey, look, I got a dream, and I've been to the mountaintop, and I wrote this. This is how it is." And he said it so much that people started to quote him and said that comes from Fearless's, grandson. He's the author of it. Does that make it true because he said it that much? And if I was able to go back and say, well, no, I think MLK, some guy named MLK said that, a few hundred years before Fearless's grandson said it. He may have just said it a little different. Like, instead of I had a dream, I had a nightmare, I've been to the hilltop, I just changed a little bit. How would you feel about my grandson saying it when you find out that MLK said it a few hundred years before Fearless's grandson? Would you believe it?
I would say it's not, to me, if I understand what you're saying correctly, if it was like two, if it was disconnected and they came up with it separately, then that's the difference between knowing, and it's still there on the temple, written down, the 42 admonitions, and it's like copied, it's plagiarized, and it's changed to fit a narrative. I'm not
So
sure.
This is what I was saying earlier, with even the Catholic religion taking what I believe is the Ethiopian Bible and taking it apart and writing or making the King James Version out of the books they decided to keep in, so they can easily explain some of the things that are unexplainable in the Ethiopian Bible. We say that the religion is what is controlling the society.
Exactly. That's why they came up with it. That's why Constantine actually adopted, Christianity, because he saw it as a way of, controlling the people, putting them together, and controlling, the way that they thought. In fact, Constantine, even though he started the like Roman Catholic Church to the Council of Nicaea, and a lot of those books, they knew about the existence of those books, but what they would do is like they would put the books on the table, and then and in the morning when they come back, the books that were left there, they would say that God, these are God inspired. And they did not allow they dismissed the African scholars, right? And Saint Augustine said himself that they're repackaging a religion that's been in existence for thousands of years.
Right, and the reason I asked that question, just so we can, is because you understand theology, right? So you understand why history they did these things. Why now, in current religious beliefs and current doctrine and current black churches and other churches, are they still preaching the King James version instead of reverting back to the complete Bible and teaching the right way? They are in knowledge of it. They acknowledge it and they teach some things out of it. They don't necessarily tell you how to get it in order to give the message. But why don't they tell the whole truth? Why are they still withholding of everything about the Bible? They are withholding.
No,
because
what they state
they're not
is
confirming that it's true.
No,
Exactly.
because what they state is this. They state that a lot of, and I'm not in the religious realm, so don't get me there. I'm just stating what it state. They state that a lot of those books were written far after the original text was already established, and a lot of those books are written to explain things that the original text did not explain. So they're saying those are not really inspirations of God; those are inspirations of man trying to explain.
Who are they to say that?
But
here's the thing.
Let's get out of the they.
Wait! Before you guys interject, I want to hear why theologians.
I would say scholars, the religious scholars.
I want to hear how, with T-Mac's experience in theology and being taught it, why do they continue to omit it?
Well, see, that's why I wanted to
reintroduce it.
Why do you have to go with they? Why don't you just search for the truth for yourself and just read it yourself?
I understand that, but if you're a thought leader, if you're a pastor, if you're somebody that understands the theory of the theology of the religion, and you know because of preferences or racism or whatever, they didn't want to include some of the truths that came out of a specific book, and they wanted to adopt it as their own. Why now, with knowing history and knowing that people are revising history, and history is written by the victors, right? Why theology-wise, T-Mac, are they not going back and saying, look, we want to acknowledge these things are true? So the churches and the parishioners that are going to the churches are aware.
It's exactly like you said before, man. It's a way of like controlling people, controlling the narrative. In fact, a lot of these ministers and priests, they're taught like the same thing that I mentioned in theology school, right? But they would they were asked, like, why don't you, if you guys know that this is the truth, why don't you teach it? They said because we would lose our parishioners, or we would lose our congregation.
Say that again. Say it louder, because this is the problem.
Yeah, it's a way, of controlling it, because the church, basically, I don't follow an organized denomination because I don't believe it, because by that it has the agenda. You know what I'm saying? Whether you're Catholic or whether you're a CME or AME or any type of denominations, I don't like it because they have a structure and they exist, to kind of push their narrative, a way of seeing things. While people a Bible is a Bible, right? Whether you're a Methodist, whether you're a Catholic or whatever. The Catholic Bible, I believe, is it 72 or 74? The
73.
Okay, and with the Apocrypha, was the lost books, and then they have the Ethiopian Bible, which is 88. King James is
66.
Yeah, 66 with the 39 and 27, 39 Old Testament, 27 New Testament. So, but what I was gonna mention it is that when they came up, at the Council of Nicaea, they did not include all the scholars. They included the scholars that would basically follow Rome's agenda, and they dismissed the African scholars, and that's why you see the 88 books and the Ethiopian Bible. And one more point I was gonna make, just to show you, this is all in front of us. It's hidden in plain sight. If you have a chance, if you're in front of a computer, put in Shasu, SHASU. They act like, these narratives in the Bible, that it has to be 100% true. The Shasu were the first people to worship a god called Yahweh.
Yep. Yeah. I'm looking.
Yahweh.
Yep.
Why didn't have any vowels in there? But basically, the Egyptians, which they recorded everything. They wrote about these desert dwelling people who worshiped this god called Yahweh. And and also the 42 admonitions of Ma'at. Those are all. If you were to put that in there, you'll see and read through them. You'll see all the 10 commandments are there. So the problem I have is that even right to this day, religion is a way of trying to control the masses, and like it said, the it's written by the victor. You know, all the rules, how it's interpreted, is written by the victor. All you have to do is go to ChatGPT and ask him, do me a composite sketch of King David and see how it would come out looking. And ask ChatGPT where it got the references from. There's actually like there's pictures of the ancient Hebrews, so it isn't no ambiguity about how they looked, or that they were they would be considered like just like us. They look just like Black Americans would.
Right.
If you look,
and the reason I know that you're correct is I have a friend who is we talked about Iran, and I remember I used to go over his house and he would have this little blue emblem with a red thing or black thing, and I was like, man, what is that? And he was like, he would never say he's Iranian, he would say he's Persian. And I was like, all right, what is that? And that was Zoroastrianism. I was like, huh? And he was like, that Zoroastrianism was before Christianity. It borrowed from Christianity. And I was like, and I did some looking into that. And I was like, wow. So that was in Mesopotamia, in the cradle, and it actually was before Christianity existed. The same things passed along, the virgin birth and coming from the God. And what happened is, to the victors go the spoils. When a land gets conquered and those people lose, that religion doesn't move on. It usually dies out.
And what religion did that a lot? The Crusaders.
Mm-hmm. And what was the original Trinity? It was the Father, the Son, and the Mother, right? And that also, and they copied these jokers. I tell you, man, they copied it almost exactly. Even the pictures that are shown.
Yeah, because what he's talking about is the Ethiopian Bible actually had images inside the Bible that were originally painted and replicated over and over and over again. So what he's talking about are actual images that were in the Ethiopian Bible, the original scripts.
And also
and it shows what they look like.
One second. The person says that we're using ChatGPT, but what you're using is someone's. Let me think of it. Let me say this.
You said this before. I already
Once
said
again,
this.
the people are placing faith in AI via ChatGPT. What are you placing your faith in? And I say that to say this. If the original text was in Aramaic and Greek, and you're looking at it in English because someone translated it for you, in no time did God say ye, yow, yay, nothing like that. He didn't speak like that. So who are you?
Let's just say it this way. Computers have no allegiance. Listen, no. Computers have no allegiance. They're fed with data and they spit out data. So the best way to get the truth without anybody having some fucking skin in the game is to go to something that has a huge database of knowledge and pull it out of there, because then there's no motivation to fucking lie.
Have you brothers ever seen the portrait of Salvador Mundi?
No. Let me see who that is.
Look up Salvador Mundi, and this is where Leonardo da Vinci got his idea from.
Oh yeah. It was the white guy, like his friend. He just used to make Jesus. Yeah. I mean, so that was the white person. And just think about the Americans, how we have been brainwashed to believe that a person who comes from a certain region, and we can see those people in that region today, but we still would believe that who you worship would be white with blue eyes and blonde hair. And then on top of that, when we did something that showed how big the known universe is. We are one grain of sand on a beach. Do you think it matters to a God who created one grain of sand on an entire beach if he was black or white? I mean, you praying to someone who it's like an ant. Do we care what an ant thinks? No. But mentally, this is us. But back to that person. You saying we're trusting something via ChatGPT. Where is your faith at? You're believing in something that was interpreted, that you have no ways of knowing it was interpreted. And then when something comes out to supersede that, such as the Dead Sea Scrolls or some other manuscript they found, or you read your own Bible and your own Bible makes a reference to a book that isn't even in your Bible, who are you believing?
Can I say something about chat? I'm sorry, I didn't mean. I thought
No,
you
I'm just saying, like you said, if I say, if it says in
Yeah.
the Bible, oh, John looked at the book of Enoch, and you're like, well, where's that book at? And it's not in your Bible. Why aren't you asking, why isn't that in my Bible? Or why is the Bible referencing books that people at that time knew about, and it was common knowledge with them, but those books are not in your own Bible. So somebody chose to take those books out of your Bible. And you're saying that we are trusting in Chat GPT. Well,
And
sir, my question is, what are you trusting in?
Yeah, so I never said we're trusting chat. Chat
No,
GPT.
not you. This
Okay.
is somebody in the chat.
No, somebody in the chat is saying it, but I wanted you to finish your point, T-Mac, because
Yeah, I want to make a point about chat. That's just an aggregator. So to oversimplify it, I saw the comment in the chat about ChatGPT. It's an aggregator. It just it's the quickest way on it, since we're talking to each other, to pull the data, because it pulls it from all these sources, right? So I'm not trusting in ChatGPT. I hope nobody else trusts in ChatGPT. But for a quick discussion, we don't have time to just thumb through different references to try to find it. So it's better to use aggregator. Agreed?
Correct.
So for the gentleman in the chat, it's not that I'm trusting in ChatGPT, but it's just a way to quickly look at different sources. And then the Council of Nicaea is where they decided what books to put in. And just to make a point, yes, the Bible, the Old Testament was written in Aramaic, New was in Greek, and the Ethiopian Bible is in Gais, or however you pronounce it, GA', what is it, easy or something like that. And that's also, and this is another point. I know this is like kind of like a little French discussion, but they talk about anti-Semitism. What is Semitism? It's
a Semite, and it's a Semitic language.
It's a Semitic language, including Arabic, Hebrew, Aramaic, and Gais, and also all these. But they use it as a term to say it's disparaging.
Right.
It applies to a much larger group of language class of people. So that was just the point I was trying to make.
Yeah. And that's what we say something is. Now, I don't know anyone here that speaks a different language. I'll give you a word. Tell me what fuck means. Give me a definition.
Oh, depending on where you live at, it could mean a whole bunch of different things.
No, just English. Give me a definition of fuck.
You're screwed.
No, because I want to fuck you. I'm going to fuck you up. Fuck you. Man, that girl fine as fuck. Now, I just use the same word. I just use the same word in 10 different ways. How can I translate that to someone else if I'm saying fuck? Translate it for me.
Like I said, it could mean something else in another language.
If I try to translate the word fuck, shit, I took a shit. That girl is the shit. Shit. Tell me how I translate that. So when someone says you can't trust ChatGPT, well, how can you trust someone's interpretation of what someone is? Because you're trying to interpret the meaning of another language. And then by doing so, you lose so much, or you don't know the original meaning because you looked when I used fuck her in the first chapter, and then I'm saying, man, I want to fuck in the third chapter, and you're thinking those words are the same. Or if I say jumbo, man, that was a jumbo, and I say shrimp over there, and then I say, man, jumbo shrimp, and she's pretty ugly. Well, pretty means this, and ugly means that. Well, when I combined them, that meant something different. And if you don't know the original language, how can you translate that for me and tell me what the context is? And that's what we tried to do. When someone says, I've translated the Bible, and this is exactly what God said. Bro, that's just an interpretation of someone trying to figure something out. That's all.
We're stuck on the semantics, though. That's the whole point. You're worried about where the information is coming from instead of who's putting the information out for you to be deceived by it.
No, but the person putting it out is always putting it out for their benefit.
Exactly. My point.
Always for their benefit.
There's a point I forgot to mention. I didn't close up on it, but remember when I mentioned the father, the son, and the mother, and I was actually back to the Asar, Aset, and Haru, and that was thousands of years before any mention of any Hebrews or a Bible. And so if you look at the image of Asar, Aset, and Haru, which would translate into it would be like Isis, was it Osiris, and Horus, right? If you use Greek names, right? And so in the story, it talks about the resurrection. It talks about the sun, and they substituted to put in instead of Isis or a set, they put in
Father, Son, Holy
the
Ghost.
the Holy Spirit, right? Because
And-
of kind of like male.
And that's why I was asking you this question. When I said, if my grandson said the same thing as MLK, would you trust my grandson? He's not the originator. He's borrowing for something. And that's what I wanted you to say with this, meaning if there was a story that predated the information in the Bible, how do we say that the Bible is correct? Or is it just borrowed information?
The Bible is borrowed information. It's borrowed from lots of different places, a lot of different sources. It's just not, they say that, you hear the clean story that is divinely inspired by so many, prophets and writers and
right,
this and that. But a lot of it's borrowed, like the gentleman in chat, he was correct about, like all these different religions and these different civilizations talk about a great flood. It's in the Bible. It's in, the story about, Gilgamesh and, Mesopotamian literature. And it goes back, around the world about a great flood. So there must have been a great flood, right? And there's a lot of like, as I mentioned about, before there were people that were Hebrews, their commandments were written on the as part of 42 admonitions of Ma'at. And it just happened to be that the people who actually started, writing down, their history and their belief systems, they just happened to document it, and people adopted that. And later on, it was adopted, as I believe, as a way of controlling people, because I'll be careful what I say because I know that, but the current inhabitants of a certain region.
Oh, no, we said Israelites. The
Yeah,
people in Israel.
they're converts. They're from the Khazar Empire, man. And they're not. That's
The
why
Zionists.
That's why they speak Yiddish.
Yeah, Yiddish, and they're not. They're basically convert because they're instead of people look at the history and they look at theology, and they read the religious text. They'll see during the time there was like two great religions that were fighting against each other, right? And you had the Catholics. On one side, you had the Muslims on another side, and then you had one civilization that didn't want to be part of either. So what they do, they converted to Judaism, right? And they were the Khazar Empire, and people could look that up, Khazar. And so the descendants of those people actually and that's why DNA testing is banned in Israel. I don't know if people know that, but it's not allowed. And that's why they did DNA testing of Ebus and the what's it called, the Limba tribe. They found out these people who they had been making fun of for all these years, who claimed to be like descendants of original Hebrews, they actually had DNA. It was like something like a big number, like 40% of the male population had the Y chromosome that traced back to the Middle East, to the the haplogroup, to the as priest of Aaron, right? The I don't know if I'm saying that correctly, but if you look it up, you'll see that they trace back to the priestly class, which was the tribe of Aaron. So that's why I say, I don't take anything that's written or like just told to me. I try to do my own research, and a lot of times it's hidden in plain sight. All the information, like the information I mentioned to you, gentlemen, when I first came up, it was easy to find. It only took putting in a couple words and like just looking through Chat GPT or even a web browser and finding it out, right? And it wasn't very confusing.
And look, I know the people on here say that they're Christians, and I just wanted to, because this is Good Friday. Good Friday, in order, and this is why I say Christianity is not Christianity following of Christ, it's following of Paul. Because in order to get people to believe in what you needed to believe, you had to open it up to everyone. And including when you open it up to everyone, you also had to open it up to their pagan holidays. I just want to go through real quick some of the things that we worship through Christianity. December 25th, Soa Victus.
We did a whole live.
Oh, yeah,
on.
no, I'm going to run through real quick with them. The trees, German holiday. Yule logs, Norse holiday. Easter comes from Oster, a pagan holiday where eggs mean fertility, rabbits fertility. That's why we got the big bunny rabbit. Halloween, we worship on Sunday. Early Christians didn't originally worship on Sunday. They worshiped on Saturday because that's the Sabbath, but it was changed because of the Roman culture. The halos that we give around there, that's actually from Greek gods, Roman emperors, and sun deities. So when you see someone and they have that halo around them, that does not come from Christianity. We got patron saints and pagan gods, ritual practices, whether it's incense, candles, anything that we do like that, all of those holy water, that's parallel with the purification of ritual skills. When we do sacrifices, we say, oh man, there were sacrifices with people who didn't have anything to do with religion. And, we sacrifice animals and you got to give your first thing. People were sacrificing humans that had nothing to do with that. So way before that, we meshed it together, put it together, said, how can we make this work? And then we started creating holidays around it. Even the calendars that we use have nothing to do with Christianity, the days that we use. That's why we can't say when Jesus was born. We don't know if it was 4 AD, 3 AD. We don't know exactly when he died because we change things and we mesh it all up to help it benefit us and all of that. And we believe things now that we would never believe if somebody told you. If my wife came in and I was on departure, I was in the Gulf War or something like that for a year. And I left and all of a sudden I came back and she's 6 months pregnant. And she say to me, look, bro, I was a virgin. I ain't had sex, but I got there. We would call them crazy and idiotic. But when it comes to religion, we accept things that we would not accept in any other way in our instance. But if somebody else tells us about their religion, we would say that they are nuts and crazy and couldn't believe it. Buddha, Hindu, gods in the sky, pray to astrology, you got to be out of your mind. But because we are raised with it, we believe it without question.
That's facts.
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
And I totally agree with what you're saying. And it's because, in the early, in fact, a lot in the colonial times, did you know that Christmas was banned? Did everybody know that? In the early colony? Because they knew
religiously wise, it was not a religious holiday. That's been brought up through paganism and also,
when the Germans came over.
Yeah. Because Saturnalia, before the Germans, when Martin Luther came up, with the, the celebration, they put it on top of a pagan holiday, so it would be adopted, Saturnalia. And even before that, it goes before Saturnalia, that same time period, it goes back to in the Egyptian time where they about the birth of Haru.
I think even with the equinox.
But which was they considered like the birth of Haru or in Greek. So it's a lot more complicated than what a lot of people think. So I agree with it. A lot of, I believe everything you said. I agree with it. And also another point I was going to make where did the name Jesus come from? Because that was never his name or not how he was referred to. His name was Joshua, and if you say it, there was no J at the time, so his name was Yeshua ben Yosef. It was Joshua, son of Joseph, right? If you were to say it with the J. So there's a lot of things that, you know, people, like you're saying, the whole point, we wanted, I think the people that want to control or shape the narrative, they want us to take what they say on faith and not use our own like research and logic to try to you know, make sense of things, but to go with what they say.
My question to the chat is, please tell me a time in history where religion was good. Because when I think about it, and I think of the wars, the all of that.
But that's the whole thing. Like I told you earlier today, you missed this, T-Mac. It's all on perception of where you were born globally, on what religion you are, what your belief structure is, and whether it is good or bad, depending on if it's being forced upon you against your will, or if it's something you're readily accepting of.
But I'm thinking about this, Ronin. Religion hasn't even been good for the people who were the religious parts. Meaning,
well, yeah, it's called suffering. You have to suffer.
Yeah. If I'm Jewish, religion hasn't really been good to me. I was a slave. I had to spend 40 days in the desert. I had my temple taken care of. I've been in the Holocaust. I had to go through all of these things because of my religion. If I was Christian, I was gone through all of these things to prove my Christianity. I had to suffer. When has it been good? Muslims? Oh, you know, same. We got Muslims war. We got them dying for their belief. When has it been good for anyone? You know, because to me, it would be like, man, I'm religious. I have faith. But my faith kills me. My faith puts me in war with people.
Your faith puts you in a position where you have to sacrifice your life. And because of that sacrifice, you're either saved or not based on your belief.
Is it religion, or is it faith, or is it how men manipulate it to fit their own desires?
That's the point.
No. I know what you. I kind of agree with you, and then I don't, because when you say faith to fit, but in the Bible it says God said, "Kill every man, woman, child, everything breathing."
In some instances, not at all.
That's God. So that's not saying my faith does it. That comes exactly from the word of God. God made a flood that killed everything, destroyed it.
Go ahead, T-Mac.
Yeah, I don't mean to interrupt. I was just bringing the point. That's the old covenant, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there was a new covenant. If people went by the old covenant, man, there would hardly be anybody standing, because, like, you know, who were, some
I mean, chicks out there committing adultery. Oh man, they be stoned every day.
No, they were strict, man. Brother, there was, strict. So people have always kind of picked and, they picked and chose what they would do, and mostly they did it to suit their own kind of like, their own selfish desires. And I don't think, I want that. I just like, that's just my belief. But there's not. You can't just say, to me, I don't have anything as absolute, 100% good or 100% bad. There's good things in the, like it talks about. I forgot the exact scripture. Is it 1 John 4:20? It talks about how can a man say that he loves a God who he has not seen, but hates a brother who he has seen.
Mm-hmm.
Liar. So I'm paraphrasing that. To me, that's like a beautiful scripture, and it's good because it would totally bust a narrative of how, like, Black people and others have been treated in the United States. How could they say?
But to your point, even with that, T-Mac, I brought up earlier how Eve knew that God fashioned her out of a rib bone of Adam, and still chose to disobey him and listen to Satan and bit of the fruit. I talked about how the disciples were right next to Jesus and still had doubts while they watched him do and perform miracles. So even when you see it with your own eyes, you still want to doubt it.
Look, I've seen things where they reverse it and they say that God was the evil one. God was the evil one because he didn't want you to have knowledge. And he said, if you ate of this tree of knowledge, you would die. They said, what kind of God doesn't want you to have knowledge and would kill you for giving you knowledge?
What's the theology behind that whole point, T-Mac? Why would God put that fruit of knowledge in the middle of the Garden of Eden, knowing he did not want Adam or Eve to partake of it? Why put the temptation there?
I just say I take the Bible, a lot of those stories, as being figurative because they're just like a lot of times, even a lot of religions they created them to explain how natural events or how things happened around them or how things they can observe came to be, kind of after the fact, and not by while some people might take it literally, I think they're missing the whole point of a lot of things, because to me the Bible, a lot of it, if you take it if you take what's the important parts of the Bible and not just focus on the details, just like when they got on King David's when he ate the showbread in the temple, they said you're violating, you're committing blasphemy. You're not supposed to eat that. And King David said, I have hungry men that need to eat. And so forget about all of this religious practices. My men need to eat, right? So he took the bread from the temple, right? So you see the point is that when you talk about the Bible can be kind of boiled down into do you faith and belief. If you're talking about Christianity, a belief in Jesus Christ or Yeshua, as I say, I don't really say Jesus, I say Yeshua as your Lord and Savior. If you believe that, then basically those are the strongest points of Christianity. In a summary, that through faith, all things are possible. And I do believe a lot more in faith than I do in religion. So that's just my interpretation.
But I can go with you in that, because it does say in the Bible, the faith of a mustard seed can move a mountain. And if I give you a sugar pill and a regular pill, and I tell you this sugar pill is a cure, your faith in that sugar pill is more than any medicine can give you, because you believed it. And our belief in anything is beyond whatever. If you believe in something and you think that happened, there's nobody that can tell you different. And that can go further. Your body, and I believe this, your body can heal itself with belief. I think if you had negative energy and you always depressed, you can be sick. You can get sick just by the way you feel or the way you act. So I don't think that has anything to do with religion. If I tell you I'm about to pray for you and you believe that God is true, you'll be all right. It had nothing to do with the belief, because I can tell you anything that I would pray for you. That's how a hypnotist works. A hypnotist says these are people that are suggestive.
They're subject to suggestions. Yes.
Yes. Mm-hmm. And those are the people I can hypnotize because they're open to that. And those are the people who are the most religious, because they believe
blindly sometimes.
Correct.
And that's where you start getting into extremists.
And that's the scary part that we say that. And I'm still trying to figure out, in all of this time that we've had, when has the religious part actually helped out societies? Helped out.
Well, obviously it helps because it gives them direction and it gives them some type of controllability over the masses. If there was no belief at all, there would be no reason to believe, because there's no consequences beside the ones you get caught in. Faith overall dictates to have a certain level of decorum and how you carry yourself and everything else when you believe in a religion. That's why we say religion helps control the masses. Now, after that, then the laws of the land start to enforce and reinforce those religious beliefs out of the society to keep you further in line. Because even with religion, you still have people that commit faith. Like, I was running around with Notebook LLM, and they were like, well, you never showed me any type of crime within Lakewood. I went back and looked at Lakewood news media. There were people that were shooting other kids, so they had guns. Why would you need a gun in Lakewood if they're all Hasidic Jews? There was crime, there were drugs, there were everything else that a normal society has. So even in a perfect society, quote unquote, that the lakeside people had, being Hasidic Jews, there were still crimes all day long. committed against one another, not from an outside entity, but within their own community.
I see something in the chat that I often hear, and I've seen people say it. And this is Tar Heel. He says, I was miraculously cured of cancer when doctors sent me home 4.5 years ago with 3 months to live. If we prayed for you and you died, and then what? See, we never talk about the people we pray for and die. We say that's God's will. But if nobody ever prayed for you and you wasn't religious and you were sent home and you lived, who saved you? That's what we call it, that deja vu. When we think we've seen something and something happens, we say, I was remembering that happened before. And that's not that it happened before. It's just we remember something, and we note something just like that happened. And our mind tricks us to believe that. What if nobody prayed for you and you live? What about the person? What about the person that woke up every day, they ate non-processed foods, they didn't drink, they exercised, and they died at 50? What about the old lady who drank every day, smoked a cigar, didn't go to the doctor,
105.
and she lived to 100?
Right.
Happens
Was
all
it God? And she didn't believe in God.
Let me tell you something. I work in the insurance industry. I've watched that physically happen with my clients. One family member thinks they're not going to die, and they're wanting to cover the other one. And the very person that was being, selfless was the very one that wound up dying first. From weird things. And one of the things we say in the industry, even though, is like, look, while you might look perfectly healthy on the outside, God only knows what's going on in the inside of you. Mm-hmm. So many people have died from brain aneurysms. Hey, Bruce Lee, falling off a horse, all of a sudden becoming handicapped. And then because of the pressure on your body after being handicapped and put in a wheelchair so long, you wound up dying from that.
That sounds like Superman.
All the day. And that was Superman.
Yep.
That I'm talking about. So many different stories throughout the history of people dying out of weird causes, and they're super healthy. Some of the healthiest people in the world die. Look at all the bodybuilders that are off. They're out. They're gone. One guy had almost 2% body fat, died in his sleep. Other bodybuilders, obviously because of their abuse in, other steroids and other chemicals introducing in their body, even though they look outside healthy, inside their bodies, they've torn themselves up. You just don't know. Outside perception is nothing compared to what's going on internally in your body. And this is coming from somebody that was in the industry.
Right.
Seeing it from myself.
I agree. And I think a lot of it's, I think we become more ignorant over time. If you go back and look at our ancestors, when I say ancestors, I'm looking like the Egyptians. They split the well-being of a person up into 3 different components, like the ka, the ba, and the physical portion of the body. And they believe that if you can't, just separate one part and be healthy, right? So and too much, we think about a bodybuilder, you're thinking more about the physical, and you have to have a combination of all, the spiritual, the physical, and the soul itself. So I think that's just my beliefs. I'm just saying what I believe. I believe it's a combination, because a person can they had studies of people who there was a guy in a refrigerated train cart, and the refrigeration was off, and he died because he had in his mind that he was going to die because he was going to freeze to death. So
Look, I've seen, and not to cut you off, I've seen people who were shot in non-vital areas like the butt and died. And I've seen people who get shot in places you like, man, he ain't gonna make it. And he just believed that I can't die today. And he lived.
I'll tell you a personal experience. While I was in the Marine Corps, I was looking for a certain area in Camp Pendleton, and I drove off a 1,500-foot cliff. Am I sitting here? When I got there, when the ambulance got there, I had already climbed up the side of the hill. Trucks at the bottom where there's an SOI unit that was sitting in the river right as they saw me flying over the fucking cliff. There was a guy laying or sitting next to me. He knew to duck because his whole side, because he was on the passenger side, had been crushed in. I'm sitting on the side of the road with my partner. The ambulance drives up and looks at me and says, "Hey, are they still in there? Last time we seen somebody crash like that, heads were cut off." And we're looking at them like, "Yo, we were in that." What? How are y'all even walking? I barely had a stiff neck. You just don't know when your time is going to come. And you don't know what it's going to cause. It don't matter what you're involved in. So again, it doesn't matter how good you look. It doesn't matter what you think you're going to do. You don't know. You don't know if you're going to wake up tomorrow. And I never said I didn't believe in a God.
Yeah, and it's what
said
God.
I'm not religious instead of that.
And
So
if he
yeah,
says God only knows,
I'm not an atheist. I didn't come from a fucking amoeba. I know something had a presence in order to create us. Okay, whether that's the one in the book or something else, we'll find that out later.
and just because he said God only knows, that means nothing. When you say goodbye, that's a form of saying God, because that came from Godspeed, which means have a good journey. So our words just come from that. So it's just a form of communication. But you Bible thumpers in there, please tell me a time the religion was good for whom? I don't know whom.
Well,
For the
it's like I
believers
said,
and the
it's based on
non-believers.
the perception on what side of the God you're on. Are you on the positive side that's implementing the religion, or are you on the receiving side that's being forced to believe it?
No, it's both. I told you it's both. Because if you were on the
There's no time based on even our own research.
Yeah.
Every time there's been anything that's going on religious wise, there's a lot of killing going on. So if you're on the receiving side, you're dying. That ain't good. You're winning if you're on the victory side. If you're a crusader, you're achieving a mission like us in the military. We achieve a mission, we're winning. But yet and still, all the armchair quarterbacks are out there watching everything that's going on in Iran and everything else. They're judging us because we're implementing something that we're being told to do by what? Our leaders in our society.
And what does it say in the Bible? It says it rains on the head of the just and the unjust, and
And
also
the unjust. Boy, I know.
respect their persons, right?
Yeah.
So it doesn't mean that if you follow a certain religion, you have a certain belief that your life's going to be better than any other person's, and that God's going to, treat you any extra special. So it's just like, how can you have some, how would you say? I'm trying to say it in some like a politically correct way. Some people
You say however you want on this channel. Go ahead and say it.
plain jerks, assholes, and they just live to like the, grand old ages, man. And they're just like the most people.
Mean, ornery assholes. Yeah, all that.
I just can't believe it. I was like, when God could step in and do something, he's waiting a little bit long, but
There's a meme going around. I think it's even a little video. It's of these guys pleading for this guy that's suffering from having all these toxic women he ever dated. And all them doing is, please, God, give him a good woman. He goes, nah, give him another toxic one. But God, come on. He goes, I made him. Don't you think I know what's good for him? Bring in the toxic ass. You know what I'm saying? And it's just to go to, so he allows you to be tested multiple times. Who said there's a limit? The limit is when you die, supposedly in Christianity.
Now, my thing for this tonight, and when I talked to Ronin about doing this tonight, was this, and I always say it. I think a lot of us just come into something with blind faith. We believe something because somebody told us something, not because we ever researched, not because we ever looked and said, "Man, let me question that," and we actually go against people who question something. And when they can't answer it, so when I throw out all of these crazy questions and people just go, when I say, okay, well, tell me something, prove to me that God existed outside of the Bible. Nobody can say that. They always go to, well, the Bible says this. Well, I said, well, show me outside of the Bible, because I can take any book. I can take.
But which guy are you talking about? You talking about Zeus, Odin? You talking about Ganesh?
Yeah, just say Yahweh, the one that they say.
You know what I'm saying? But again, it comes to your society. Whatever society, you weren't even exposed to that unless you were forced to be exposed to it by the Crusades. So when your religion or whatever culture you were born in, it could have been in Ganesh. It could have been Odin if you were born in Viking times. It could have been Zeus if you were born in Greek times. So which God is your God? Which God are you supposed to be believing in? Because those cultures have a right to believe the way they believe.
Correct. And the reason you believe the way you believe is probably because a whole bunch of people died to make sure that religion came in. So your religion is popular because of the deaths of a whole lot of people. They were
Forcible submission, let's put it that way.
Yes. They were conquered. They were taken over. They were done in.
And now that it's a global phenomenon of Christianity, now it's a standard. But before, your ancestors fought against it. Obviously, that's why so many died. They didn't necessarily believe the same way, and they were willing to die for it.
And
but
God
because the other people won, now you're forcibly told to submit to it.
If you don't, I think Calvin Brown says, if you don't believe in Yahweh, you're lost. So my question is, Yahweh, most powerful being and created everything. Why is it that when the missionaries came from Spain to the New Americas, they didn't know anything about Yahweh? Why would the creator of this universe, the creator of everything you have, why couldn't he give that knowledge to people who just wasn't just overseas a little bit, just over the Atlantic? I mean, they wasn't like on a different planet. They weren't like in a different universe. They were just a sea away, just one little voyage. Why, when they went there, they had no knowledge of this Yahweh? And what happens to those people who had no knowledge of a Yahweh, of a Jesus, of any of those people? So are they destined to die because they were never exposed to that? And I think there was maybe a Inca or one of those guys. They were going to put him to death, and they told him, they said, look, if you convert right now, we won't kill you. But if and he says, well, what happens if I die? They said, well, you'll go to heaven. And he said, well, will you be in heaven? They said, yes. He said, well, shit, I seen what you do to me here. I don't want to go where you're at. That's how it's always been. So why would the people who are killing and sacrificing me, why would I want to go to heaven where they're at? So when that person says, if you don't believe in Yahweh, you're lost. So at one time, how much of because you're only talking about the Middle East, that means 75% of the world was lost. What kind of God would lead you to be lost just for not being born in the Middle East? You were in Australia, you were in China, you were in Russia, you were in Japan, South and North America. What kind of God damns you for knowledge that you had no idea existed?
The one that people make up, when they make up a religion to suit their own needs, right? And not to get technical, but there were the Europeans were one of the last groups to make it to the Western Hemisphere, right? There's writings about mosques and even synagogues being over here, and there was knowledge, of people in Africa about the existence, and they have been trading here with the Americans for long before any Europeans set foot on this, the soil here. And even some of the earliest settlers, they were talking about how could these people know languages from like Europe, and we just set foot on these lands. So I didn't want to derail the conversation because I know where we're going, but I just want to make that point.
No, the point is made.
Calvin, brother. You know who believes what you just said?
Who's Calvin?
It's not you. It's somebody in the chat. He says he went to the countries. This is where he parted to. Man, this is what the Church of Latter-day Saints preaches. Brother, it's just some stuff they made up.
What are you talking about?
He says that the people in the Americas knew about God and Jesus and all of that.
Well, I'm not
Well,
talking about. It's totally separate from that. I'm talking about archaeological evidence.
no, I know what you're talking about. I'm
Yeah,
saying
okay.
this guy is saying, "Oh, they knew about it," and I'm like, brother, this is what
So
we do. Is
my
when
ancestors are Indians, and my ancestors prayed towards the god of the heavens, the winds, the earth. You know, they prayed to those gods in order to have benefits while they worked the land and while they roamed the land and do all these other things. So were they wrong in that belief? Were they still praying to a god that was similar to the one that was forced upon them later with Christianity?
I will say this though, at least if the people in Africa came to the Americas, they didn't kill them over religion. They kind of worked with them, you know.
No, they just took their shit from them over religion and ownership and entitlement because they discovered it. How you discover something that already belonged to a people?
This person believes
Again, historically, you're looking at people writing history so that they don't look like the bad guy while they're implementing things. At least in the Bible, when they tore some shit up, they didn't go back and lie about them tearing the shit up. America, though, they'll go tear some shit up and make it look like they're the good guys. No, we fucked the shit up. A Marine will tell you straight up, we go to kill. We kill them all. Let God sort them out. That's a phrase we use.
Aya, we have Aya in the chat, and he says, he or she says, the Book of Mormon, the prophet Nephi had the gospel and gave and revealed to him before Paul. Sir, I cannot, as a black man, believe in the Church of Latter-day Saints, because what they're saying in that is I am cursed. That my skin makes me cursed, and because of that, I can't get into heaven, and I think in the other world that because the people of color didn't believe, we had to come down and we were it's some crazy shit, so
yeah, but the
why
whole thing
would
is,
I,
if you're
as a
not
black
that
man,
religion, you're instantly damned. That means the majority of the planet that's not within that one specific religion is damned. So everybody else is self-existing just to die for no reason but to self-exist, while your one religion is the only one.
Cool.
See how
He's not Mormon, but I'm saying,
I'm just saying, as far as the Mormons believe.
but I want to say how crazy something is.
Right, to justify their reaction with the rest of the people they interact with, right?
Yeah. And this is crazier too. I said I could not be a Mormon because I am cursed because I'm black. But there are Christians that say I can be a Christian even though the God I worship is white with blonde hair and blue eyes and doesn't even look like me. I mean, at least Buddhas look like them, and Hindus kind of have their place, and Muhammad was Arabic, but as a black American, we don't even worship people who resemble us, which is even crazier.
But we run it up on it too. We run it up.
We choose the images that the slave master had, shown us. Go back and you look before the Renaissance, and you look even at the Russian icons. What does the Russian icons show? They show black
lives matter,
right? Go back all the other. If you look in the Ethiopian Bible, the images in there. If you look at the images, even going back in Syria on the temples, when you look at the images there, they would look like any black American.
Correct.
It's just that the slave master they wanted God to be. They want when the slaves saw them, they want the slave masters to be seen as representatives of a God. So they make themselves into an image of God, right?
Welcome, True Prodigy. I call him my nephew to the panel. What's going on, True?
What's good? So I just have some questions for you guys. Not gonna be up for too long.
First, are you a believer?
Yeah.
Are you doing anything in the name of God, or do you have limitations?
I definitely have limitations. I'll say I'm a progress in work. I should say. I'm not perfect. God's still working on me, but I am a believer, and I try my best to adhere to the law, statutes, and commandments of the most. I try to, I'm not perfect, like I said, but trust me, I'm a lot better than what I used to be. 1,000,000%. I'm keeping it real on that. But I have some questions. Yeah, but I got you. So, do you guys believe in a higher power? Do you guys believe in like the spirit realm and demons and all these different things? Like, have you ever had a spiritual encounter?
I do.
I do not. I think that's hocus pocus.
I've had spiritual encounters which I could not explain.
Exactly. Me too.
Yeah.
What about you? Drew, what about you? Real quick. Unless he's asleep over there by now. I don't know. I don't know if he's back in Hawaii or not. I don't know.
Drew? No, I do not believe it. Just because there's something I cannot explain, I'm not going to give it to a spiritual realm to say, oh, I can't explain it, so it must be a demon. That dude is talking crazy, so he's speaking in tongues, or something happened that I don't know why, so it must be God.
Hey, Fears, I can tell you a few stories. I'll tell you a story that happened to me maybe about 6 months ago, right? So I was consistently suffering from sleep paralysis, right? Consistently, right? Demons attacking me in my sleep. I'm just being real, right? So yeah, exactly. So it was a situation that happened to me to where I prayed it was the last time it happened to me. It was 6 months ago. I prayed. I said, God, Jesus, whatever name you adhere to, I'm scared. Can you protect me, right? And after I said that, I went back to sleep. But when I went to sleep, I had a dream that my dad and my stepmom was sleeping in the bed, and I woke up to go to the bathroom, right? And I was like a 10-year-old boy. I woke up to go to the bathroom, but when I was going to the bathroom, I still was feeling my life draining from me because I was still in a state of the sleep paralysis because I was being attacked while I was in my dream. But my dad called my name. He called me by my middle name. He was like, such, I'm not going to say it on here, but he said, such and such, come in here. And then my dad told you, what did I tell you? He said, such and such, my middle name again, because my dad called me about it. He said, such and such, I told you to start praying. And as soon as he said that, I woke up and I started praying. And then when I was praying, right, when I started praying, it never happened to me again after that. And 6 months ago, on up until this point, I've been 80%, strict on my praying, I should say. Like maybe a day or two I miss, but literally every night before I go to sleep, I say a quick prayer. And I've never had that situation happen to me again. This is a real story. I'm not even making this up.
No, so I don't believe I believe that you believe it. The same way that
I can give you a few more stories too.
No. There are people who have said, I have seen a UFO and I have been on an alien ship, and they believe it. There's nothing I can do to say you can't believe it.
He's being facetious, but
that is it.
And I believe the same way as you, Drew.
If you told me,
because I had all that shit too.
If you told me you
was
kidnapped by
say I
an
bind you in the name of Jesus, because it used to be so bad with my sleep paralysis, I couldn't talk. My mouth was sealed.
Exactly, mine too.
I forced my mouth open to say, I bind you in the name of Jesus. And all of a sudden, I would.
Can you do something for me, Ronin? Yeah. I don't know if you have it in your history, but I showed you last week, and if you can't find it, I'll find it. The illusion.
Oh, that clip. Let me see. Where did you send that to me from? Did you send it to me on video, or was it on? Oh, you talking about the little pin thing? Yeah.
1 second. Illusion.
Yeah, because I talked about ghosts last week, and then he had to bring this thing out. As far as
I'm going to show you something.
My brother came back to visit, and he goes, "Are you sure that was your brother?"
I got it for you.
I'm going to show you. That was it. But did you find it?
Yeah,
Send me the
got
link
it right here. I want you to watch this True Prodigy. It's only a minute long, okay?
And we'll let it go. Now you know that it's turning around in circles. In fact, if you look at it from above, you can see that it's turning around in a circle. But now your brain is doing something strange. It's telling you that it's not going around in a circle, but it's oscillating. In other words, it's turning part way, stopping, and then going back the other way. Now that's a strange effect, isn't it? But if you think that's strange, wait till I add something through the middle. What am I going to add? Well, I'm going to add a ballpoint pen. And to do that, I've placed a little piece of double-sided sticky tape on the ballpoint pen. You can use ordinary sticky tape if you like. I'll place it right through the center of the window and press it in place like that.
I want you to show what he done. He took a pen and he put it right through the middle here, and you can see exactly what he's done. Your mind has just told you that there's a piece of paper. He just put a pen through it, just like that.
Now this time, by fixing on the pen, you will be able to see that the pen is going around in a circle and not going backwards and forwards. But what's your brain going to tell you about the window? Will your brain allow you to see the window going around in a circle with the pen? Or are you going to see something really strange? Well, have a look at that. That's unbelievable, isn't it? You can see the pen going around in a circle, but your brain is telling you that the window is going part way around and turning and going the other way. And yet in order to do that, the two things have to pass through one another.
Oh my God, wait a minute, bro. Wait, wait. I just focused on the pen alone, and it allowed me to watch it go around. The minute I took the focus off the pen and started looking at the window again, it flipped my mindset, and I started seeing it going through the paper.
Exactly.
But if you go back and play it again, and everybody just focuses on the blue pen,
You know it can't happen. And yet as you look at it, you see them going through one another every time.
The true prodigy, if you told me that you seen this image and you seen that pen going through that window, how could I call you a liar? Your mind told you that what you seen was true, even though logically, even though you know that that is not possible. Your mind just played a trick on you. So if you tell me that you prayed and you don't have paralysis, I can't tell you that that's true. But I know how powerful the mind is. I know the mind can tell me there are things that are there that are not there, that you see things that you think you see that are not there. That's how powerful your mind is. Your mind is so powerful that if you have a tragic event, that it can give you amnesia and make you forget about that entire event because it's too tragic for you. So can I tell you that what you said wasn't right? No. What you said was probably right because you believed it.
For you, Fearless, I have a question for you. So, yeah, if you simplify it down to what you just showed, yeah, that makes sense. But it talks in the Bible. They're asking, God, Lord, how we know who are real prophets? That's if you have witnesses that can corroborate it. So, meaning, let's say you have three people who had witness experience, but they weren't together, but they're able to tell the same experience. That would negate a person's illusion, when you say.
No, because then I would say, how can you develop the same thing at the same time in two different places and the people never met?
Right. But
is that God? Hold up. Is that God that did that? Because those are two people who developed the same exact thing at the same time in places that are continents away.
And they're witnesses, right? To the same event.
No, I mean, they developed the same thing. How do you explain that?
Develop what? What are you talking about specifically?
Because I've witnessed something where you have witnesses who had no possibility of knowing about an event, yet they retold the same exact incident. So I'll give a little bit of my background. I don't go into much detail, but I used to be like a deacon in the church, right? And I was like very, how would you say it? I was to the point where I was kind of judgmental and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. But one day I had a spiritual experience and I kind of walked away, right, from the church. I just drove up to it, and instead of going in, I just turned around and went home because I know nobody would understand. And then I was like, I thought about it. What somebody told me, it's like if God is real, and then He shouldn't mind being questioned, right? And if God is real, then you'll come back to Him, right? So my spiritual beliefs, I came full circle because despite any so the spiritual experience took away my doubts. And so my interpretation, or I should say my experience about what God, I can't say that the Bible answers 100% of what I experienced, right? And that's my dilemma in life. So what I'm saying is that with the illusion, yes, I studied about something like this in school, like have things called scotomas, where your brain is kind of like it starts filling in the blanks on things, right? When something doesn't totally make sense. But I do believe in Brother True was saying about his experience, that it's within the realm of possibility, because I've experienced some things, and my background, I'm very analytical. I'm an engineer, right? So that's based on science. So I see things through a critical eye, and I research everything. I used to get in fights because people, I wouldn't take their word for nothing, man. I would just always just go research it, and it would piss people off. But I've, despite all that, I came back to the belief that there is a higher power, that there is some type of energy, whether we want to call it angels, demons, or whatever, or positive or negative. That's just my belief.
Why?
Because I've experienced things that could not be explained, and they were witnessed by two other people who had no possibility of knowing about the same exact incident. In fact, I recounted it to, she was a minister. She had walked away from church, and I started telling her some things that she could not. She said, "How the hell you know that?" And I just knew it, man. I had no doubt about it. But yet, she, as the interpreter, and there, the Apostle Paul wrote about spiritual gifts, right? And one of them is prophecy, right? Yes.
Right. My mom had that.
Right. So I believe in prophecy. There's teaching. There's exhortation. There's discernment of spirits. There's different exhortations. So there's certain. So for me, I mean, I don't expect everybody to believe it, but as a person who've dealt with science, and have more of an analytical mindset, if it comes back that despite all that, my spiritual experiences have shown me that there's more beyond things that science could not explain. And when to other people, if it was just me experiencing it, then I would have said,
you let feelings shake you up. I believe the same way as you, T Mac.
You know what, brother? Can I show y'all something? Can I show you something? I hear you.
Tell you all that.
I
We've
hear
gone
you.
around and around on the back end, T Mac.
Sounds great.
Same
what
way.
happened to me?
Analytical as any of them.
Show you this video here. Let me see if I can just play a little bit of it.
Here you go with the fortune teller.
Nobody was ready for this. As they say, this was not in my cards. And not only did she predict it, she made the correct prediction. This made me rethink the whole fortune teller aspect. And maybe this woman was on to something.
Girl.
A girl.
¿Cuándo? Estados Unidos. Texas.
Eso casi se puede decir que ya.
Ya.
Yeah. You know what this woman from Cuba predicted to me?
daughter.
She
Tuition
said
maybe was a guess.
that I was going to have a baby girl. And I did. She must be a prophet of a God, because she sat there and she predicted that we were going to have a little girl, a little baby. What the hell does that mean? Does that mean that she's a God, that she's a prophet, that I should believe in her? That she has some cards and some tarot cards and she shook something up and said, "You're going to have a baby girl"?
Could she have a spiritual gift? She could have.
Hell no, she ain't got no spiritual gift. She got a spiritual gift that I give her a tip when she tell me to read the crystal ball.
No,
That's the spiritual gift she got.
No, that's not it. She has a gift. You were just a
She
smith.
got a gift of shake these
Okay,
cards,
brother.
blow in his hand, put this tip in my jar, and I'm gonna tell you something that you want to hear.
So how did she guess everything correctly then? If you want to be so dismissive on her having
Because
a
she
gift.
had a 50% chance to predict that when you ask a question. The same reason that people say, "Oh, I predicted the future." They ask other questions about you to get something else about you, and then because here's the thing: if she predicted wrong, it wouldn't have mattered. I wouldn't have remembered it. That's all. It's just when somebody predicts something, and it's if I say to you right now, I predict that we're going to be out of Iran in 2 weeks.
Okay.
And it happens. Does that make me a miracle worker? Or did I say 10 other things that was incorrect and that one thing came to be correct? I can make it ambiguous for anybody.
Let me say this real quick. All right. As a believer of some of the information that comes out of the Bible. Okay. When the Watchers supposedly laid down with the daughters of men, they cursed themselves first, not to tell on each other.
I want you believe.
Wait. Let me finish. You like to do this. Okay, so first of all, they believed in incantations and spells. Okay, and this is coming from angels. So angels taught mankind not only astrology, they taught them curses, they taught them weaponry, and they taught them a couple other things when it comes to cosmetics and metallurgy. Okay. These are the things that were brought to them by angels to mankind through their sins, through the Watchers. Okay. So if heaven's angels are teaching you these things, why is religion dispelling those things as not being truthful and not having any power or dominion on earth, at least? And you're a theologist, T-Mac, so you can confirm what I'm saying is absolutely correct. These were things that were taught to mankind by angels. The very things you're dispelling.
Yeah, I don't want to misrepresent. I studied theology. I'm not. I wasn't a theologist. I just went to a lot of about it. So I don't want to, act like I have a PhD in theology.
I got it. But were they teaching that was how we learned certain things?
Yes. I mean, from the Ethiopian Bible, and especially the book of Enoch talks about the Watchers and their effect on the children of God and man.
And I'm saying this because my mother was born what they say back in the day, old wives' tale. She had the birth sack over her eyes. All my life, my mother predicted certain things that would happen to me and my brother before they actually happened. So you can be as dismissive as you possibly can because you didn't personally experience it. And like you said, everybody has their own experiences in life, and they either are or not true based on their perception. And while you're sitting on the outside, you can say those things. But when people have these experiences, whether they be true or not, they're real to them.
No,
my mother had that experience all her life. Right. And my mother had these experiences all her life. She was being told and shown things way before they actually happened. So if you're saying that was a 50-50 chance, but my mom repeatedly was hitting the bullseye every goddamn time to where when she said don't do something, we didn't do it.
Was your mom ever wrong?
To this point, not that I've seen, no.
So every prediction she said was right.
Yeah. She can't predict herself. She can only predict what's going on with other people. Now, like I said, you can be as dismissive as you want.
No,
but these are things that have been proven, whether you want to say scientifically, analytically, whatever you want to say.
You know
what I'm saying? Yeah.
Phil, I want to ask you a question.
Yeah.
I got you. So, Phyllis, have you ever had any type of spiritual encounter, whether good or bad?
Yeah, man. When I was 3 years old, I thought I seen the devil outside my door. I mean, if I
what he looked like
was there,
what he looked like. Explain. No, stop. Explain what he looked like at 3 years old to you.
It looked like a being that was there. Now mentally, it might have just been somebody outside my door.
I need to know, identify him as far as what he looked like.
Oh,
not
it
a
looked
being.
like an evil being that was outside my window.
Like, did he have red horns and a tail?
No,
what did
none
you
of that. None of
him
that.
as?
Just the being. Just the being. That's it. Now, mentally, when you grow up, you say, yeah, that wasn't it. That was just something that my mind alluded to because I couldn't.
And why did you have the idea that he was the devil and not just a spirit or a demon? Why did you think specifically he was
probably somebody implanted that, said that to me, something I relied on, some movie.
But he could have just been a demon. You specifically said the devil. You chose that word. Nobody else put that word in your mouth.
I said that at this time. At that time, I probably didn't have a recollection of what it was. Something scary. But we do that because I couldn't explain it as a young kid. That's what it was.
Dismissed
it. No, it's not this. At that time, it was, oh man, this is that.
But you've dismissed it as you've gotten older and more intelligent.
Yes, because
you dismissed that action as something that was put in your head, not that it really happened.
You know what can be put in your head? And we've talked about this, brother. We have talked about women who have told their daughters that they were molested by their fathers. So much so that Ivania Van Sant had a show where they brought the daughters, the mother, and the father on. They gave a lie detector test to the mother and they questioned her, where the mother said, yes, I lied. I said that you molested your children when you didn't. The father said, see, I've told you, I've never touched my child. The children, after they had been told that for 20 years,
they still believe it.
They still believed it.
Yeah.
And they could encounter and tell you actually acts that happened. This is what happened to me. This is where my father touched me. This is all of this. And it never happened. It was just somebody putting that in their mind and they thought that that's what done. And it was repeated over and over again that they believed it even when they found out the truth was not there. When they were showed this was a lie.
You just played the video. To your point, you just played the video that explained the same thing. To your own knowledge, you knew that pen was spinning, but yet and still, when you looked at the pen, it was still going through the window.
Exactly.
So even though you know what's going on logically, by somebody making the suggestion over and over again, we know in psychology, you repeat something 3 times, what does it do? It takes from short-term memory to long-term memory. You continue to repeat it, it makes it true, even though it's a fucking lie.
That's what I'm saying. So a lot of times we believe something. Logically, we know that this is impossible. It doesn't happen. But our mind is so powerful that it can create whatever we want it to create, even unbeknownst to us. Even logically, we say that this couldn't have happened. This is not true. So when True Prodigy says he believes in it, I can't deny that he believes in it. Now, scientifically, I can say, bro, that was not happening. That didn't happen that way. It was your mind telling you something to help it get through something or delete something. That's what your mind did. But can I tell him he doesn't believe in that? No, because just like I showed you with that panel doing it, you know exactly what is happening, but your mind just tricked you into something that happened. If you ever look at the spiral, where it's the spiral black and white, your body starts to move because you think it's spinning. It's not even spinning. It's there. But your mind is so powerful that it gives you the illusion that something is spinning. Can I tell you it's not? No. Because that's
I can give you another one.
But just a question, Brother Fearless, before you go on. So why you say by science would say that when Albert Einstein says he said he believes in the existence of God because of that energy cannot be created nor destroyed. So when we die, this is of souls, I should say, in souls. Energy cannot be created nor destroyed, correct?
First law. He didn't say nothing about a soul. He just said energy.
I'm sorry?
He didn't say a soul. He's just talking about energy.
Wait, soul is
no. Let's get it right. Let's you going over.
Yeah, let's look at
energy would be this. If I have a log and I burn it, I didn't really destroy it. The log produced fuel. So that's how it's not being destroyed. It's produced.
Let me give you a better insight to this. And it goes along with what T-Mac is saying, and I say it all the time. Positive transference of negative energy. Somebody could be upset, angry, blah, blah, blah. They're sitting there talking to you. You're calm, you're happy. They start to talk and trauma dump on you. They turn around and say, hey, I feel great. They get up and walk away, and all of a sudden you fucking have the doom and gloom on you. That's positive transference of negative energy by him telling you and suggesting that he's had this bad situation, or her. You taking on all that negative energy from what she experienced. Now she feels better, even though nothing physically has changed besides them communicating with you.
But you're using the word energy incorrectly.
Yeah, it is energy.
No, I don't think I'm using it correctly, because right now we're producing about 25 watts of power just right here, just by existing right now. So when we die, that stops producing, right? But energy can't be created nor destroyed. That's the first law of thermodynamics and the conservation of energy. That's what we're taught as engineers. That principle, which is the same. So Albert Einstein said a soul is energy. That's what everybody believes, at least,
But now you have to believe that there's a soul.
Yes.
Well, you are a battery, bro. You are a battery.
There's a soul.
Because you're a battery. Why are you so much water versus everything else? What does metallics have to be in your body? There's certain components within your body, aside for the water, that fuels and makes heat. Heat runs what? The spirit that's inside your body that keeps it functioning.
Yeah, I invoked Albert Einstein's name, right? A respected scientist, right? In history.
That didn't prove that there's a soul.
No,
You
I'm
didn't
just saying
prove that
that's
there's
what
a
he
soul.
believed. I said that's what he believed. But you're saying that as science would say something differently. But a respected scientist, a brilliant man, a scientist, actually believed in the soul because of the conservation of energy.
Let me share this then. Let's go to another brilliant scientist that happens to be
Everything you are derived from electrons.
Oh, he's an atheist, so he's just like he's going to be against it
Here's
anyway.
something interesting. You go to a funeral parlor and your friend Frederick just died. You don't say, "Hey, which room is Freddie in?" You say, "Where is the body of Fred?" We all say that. That's a tacit admission that the body of Fred is not Fred. That Fred is something else that's no longer there, and that matches perfectly with the concept of a soul. So you recognize there was something there when they were alive that isn't there when they're dead. Well, what is it that was there when they were alive? Well, we have some evidence for this. The neurosynapses of your brain. And how do we know the brain is you? Because you can stroke out bits by bits of your brain, whole sections that just shut down. And as that happens, if it's a multiple strokes rather than one massive stroke, you lose the ability to speak, you lose knowledge of who you are, all the things that we associate with you, lose your personality. Where's your soul? Now, I remain unconvinced that a soul is something other than a word we give to your neurosynaptic thoughts that enable you to say, "I am an individual and I have consciousness."
I kind of got the point. So you have two scientists with two different theories. You have Albert Einstein. You have Neil deGrasse Tyson, who is who says he's atheist. He does he goes by that. Albert Einstein says something differently. So it's like, which theory do you believe? Right?
I'm listening.
Okay, but you said science, but there's no consensus on science that says science can, would say through what kind of quantum physics there should be other dimensions. So
here's what I would say when you say there's no science. To me is something that is repeatable, factual, and proven. So you have to prove to me that there is a soul.
There's multiple dimensions, but nobody has ever gotten there. But there's still no denial that there's more than one dimension.
Yeah,
that's scientific, but it hasn't been proven yet because nobody can replicate it or do it. But it doesn't dismiss it not being science.
There's hypotheses and there's theories, man. So it's like you can't just
proven facts, and then there's still theory that have not been proven.
Theory that there's a soul.
So I got two things to say. So I think as far as the dimensions, I think CERN is literally trying to open a dimension up in Switzerland, but I just leave it there. I don't want to get too deep into CERN and what they're trying to do. I want to give another story, and this story that I'm gonna name isn't just, my experiences, but it's more so me and the people that were surrounding me at the time. So it's something that it's I can account for it, and other people that will surround me can account for it as well. It's just not my individual experience. So this was way back when I was in high school. My dad had he had just got the Comcast security system. I think it was a new thing at the time, I believe, when I was in high school. So I was in a room. Now I had just got out of school. I went in the room to play the game because fuck doing homework. I'm just getting on the game, right? So I got on the game, and my dad's girlfriend's son, I think at the time he was like 8 or 9 or whatever, right? He seen something on the camera, and he brought it to everybody's attention. He brought it to my attention. He brought it to my dad's attention. He brought it to my father's attention, and he brought it to his mom's attention, right? To everybody's attention. I think it was just us three in the house at the time, but honestly, it was like 5 people that lived in the house. So he kept saying such and such. He called me my middle name. He was saying such and such, look at the camera. He was saying, you come get off the game and come look at the camera. And then I wasn't moving, because he was trying to literally pull me off the game to come look at the camera, right? And my dad yelled my name. He was like, such and such, bring your ASS over here and come look at this camera right now. And I dang, I got to get off the game. So I went up, I looked at the camera. All of us was honed in on the camera like a magnifying glass, and we literally seen white orbs orbiting the security camera. It was white orbs, literally. I'm not even making this up. Right hand to the Most High, he can strike me down the hill right now. I'm not lying. This is so real. I'm being so real right now because I used to be sort of like an atheist too. So after I seen that, I got scared as fuck. I'm not going near that door because my brother, he was I think he was just now getting out. I think my brother had to stay like late after school, I believe, because he had like detention or something, or he had like I think he had detention, so he had to take he had to get another ride home, right? So my brother, as he was on the way home, somebody had to let him in. I didn't want to let him in, like everybody was scared. Nobody wanted to let him in, right? So he was literally at the door while we was looking at the camera. So I said, you know what? Let me at least unlock the door. I said, hurry up and come in. I literally snatched him in because he didn't even realize that he was surrounded by spirits. I'm so real. He didn't even realize he was surrounded by spirits. So I snatched him in. I'm like, bro, look at the camera right now. You don't like this is pretty much what you surrounded by right now. You surrounded by these spirits. He was scared too because we didn't know what the hell was going on. It's just like the reality shows or like the TV shows where you see like the spirits and like the cameras. I didn't think that was real until that actually happened to me, and until I seen it, until my family seen it. So after that, I actually started believing in spirits and all that because I didn't believe in none of that stuff when I was in high school. Only thing I cared about was, hanging with my friends, playing the game, and just hooping and things that teenagers like doing. But when that happened to me, that changed my whole. I still didn't believe in God. I still didn't. I just believed spirits existed, right? But yeah.
So because you've seen something or you think you've seen something, you believe
it wasn't just me though. That's why I was saying it wasn't just me. It was me and the people. I have multiple references.
Even T-Mac was trying to tell you, when you do it by yourself, that's one thing. When you have multiple agreements on something that you all individually experienced at one time with the same testimony, then you can't deny that it didn't physically or spiritually or whatever happen between multiple individuals all at the same time.
No problem. Let me show you this. I'm just curious.
I'd issue apology to Fearless.
See this dude? Look, hold it. Now this dude just hypnotized this guy here, put him to sleep, and now he's still in his wallet.
I can't be hypnotized.
No, stop. Look into this. Look into this. Stop.
He's telling this guy, I can hypnotize you. Let me ask you a question.
You got to believe in it first.
No. Do you think that the second dude believes what he's seeing?
He's sitting right there. Of course he does.
Does that make it true?
No, because it could all be a scam. The first guy could be involved in the whole fucking play.
So to go back to what you said, just because mass people thought it to happen doesn't necessarily mean that it happened.
I'm talking about two different things. I'm talking about
you tell me what you're talking.
And two different people in two different locations, or three different people, three locations.
Give me, instead of saying hypothetical, give me the exact thing.
You haven't given us an example of what the devil looks like. Why you got to make this man give an example?
I'm saying the devil was nothing, man. It was a figment of my imagination.
Hold up. So wait a minute. So I apologize for cutting you guys off. Let me go ahead and bid you guys to do. I got to take my butt to sleep. This is very interesting to talk about. That's why I hopped on.
You better go to sleep before that sleep paralysis kick in.
You making me not want to sleep, man. I guess I'll just say another prayer or whatever, man. But man, I appreciate you for letting me hop on though. Real shit, man.
Yeah.
So
I'll
holler at y'all. Peace.
Yeah, the reason I'm not specific, like if it was offline, yeah, I'd probably be more specific, but I want to do it like in the.
Well, give me something that maybe not that, but something exactly how that could have happened.
Okay, let's say let's say I'm in Medellin, Colombia. Somebody's in Los Angeles. Let's say we have the exact same dream, and it came true. And yet, and I just happened to mention it to the person just haphazardly, and they were able to recount the details that I didn't even mention to them.
Mm-hmm.
You see it? So the experience I'm mentioning is something like that, and except it happened with 3 people. So and
How
like
many
I said,
dreams have you had in your life?
lots of them.
So if out of those dreams nobody remembered them, it didn't mean anything. But if somebody had a dream similar to what you had, now it becomes
No,
that must have
exactly.
happened.
It wasn't similar. It was filling in blanks that I could not possibly know, or they could not possibly know. That was what got me, and that's what shook me up, because that was like, as I mentioned, my background is like
Do you
is
have a
in
girlfriend?
Again?
Somebody you spent some time with?
Yeah, the person was
Anybody.
my girlfriend, but we weren't together.
Anybody, girlfriend, friend. Have you ever completed their sentence?
No.
You've never completed someone's sentence?
I mean, I complete somebody's sentence, but it's not like, to me, that's when you have familiarity with somebody, of course, yeah, that's bound to happen.
Did you have familiarity with the people that you had to dream about?
I've seen that happen with married couples before. They've been together for so long they can complete each other's sentences. Twins can do that too, in many cases. But
does that mean that they spiritual, or it just happened that you?
But there's a lot of things that happen that like I could design things that work, like, and there's no touching parts, electromagnetics, man. And it was like, so I know it works, but I can't see how it works because I can't see the the electromagnetics that can make 2 rotating parts rotate without touching using a magnetic induction. Okay, so that's the way I think as an engineer. So I was a skeptic, but it was like beyond probability. It was just like too big a coincidence, and it happened on more than one occasion. So that's what got me. I'm just saying my own experience. You don't have to believe it or not.
I'm saying the same thing. If there are pyramids in Egypt, and there's pyramids in the Aztecs,
yeah,
explain that to me.
Okay, I can. In fact, if you read a book by Dr. Ivan van Sertima called "They Came Before Columbus," okay, you can he has some lectures on YouTube, and he talks about that. And actually, they have remains. This was in the Smithsonian Magazine .org, and it was like they have remains that are like 50,000 years old that predated the crossing of the Bering Strait by like 40,000 years. And when they did the analysis and DNA testing of the remains, they showed as like a Negroid type people, right? And that's like, science. And he was like, he was he had several PhDs, right? And even though he had another like professor say that, his theories had merit, he was kind of, because you know how it is. We live in a racist society, and the U.S. wasn't going for that.
This is what I try to tell him. He don't understand. There's certain driven factors on why people either substantiate a theory and make it a fact versus ones that avoid to substantiate it, so it's not a unknown fact.
And he didn't even come up with it. He was a skeptic. He came onto it to disprove it about the early presence of African people in the Western Hemisphere. It was Alexander van Woudenau and Leo van Wiener, based upon archaeological evidence, and he just happened to do it based upon some remains that were in South America. And there was even a European named I forgot his name, Thor van or Thor. Well, anyway, look at the Ra 1 and Ra 2 boats. They showed that within 3 weeks, you can using the trade currents, you will get from Africa to South America just by the trade currents alone. And the first Europeans to write that there was Africans that were coming to the New World was you know who that was, right? Christopher.
No.
It's in his journal. And his
I think it was
son,
somebody before him, but go ahead.
When there was before Christopher Columbus, there was also other people who had experiences. There was Francisco Balboa talked about seeing Black Africans that were fighting with the the red natives. And there's also in some of the Mayan pyramids, it shows some like the red natives, Black people, and also lighter people are fighting each other. well, they weren't fighting each other. The blacks and the red natives were fighting. So you can look this up yourself, or I can send you some links if you want. But these are things that are actually documented about that have happened, and there's been other skeptics who tried to disprove it, because that's what Dr. Ivan van Sertima did. So that explains the pyramids, but they cannot be built by the same. They had different materials, right? So you can't build the same pyramids that are made out of limestone, or compared to the ones that are over here in the Americas, because they had different materials. So they had to use step pyramids. So he explains that in his book. They came before Columbus, and he talks about the Olmecs. So I explained that, right? You might not have bought it. You look
I
into
think
it.
you're saying that.
Oh, I'm sure he's back there googling the hell out of it.
No, I think you're saying because black people came to the Americas, that's why there's pyramids in both.
Exactly. There were black. The oldest.
Can you explain the pyramids in China?
There were black people in China. In fact, the Chinese, they did the DNA study. You can look this up too.
Oh no. That doesn't mean that there were. That just means that they had black ancestry. That
okay.
That just means there was black ancestry.
You've been to Cambodia? You've been to have you been to Southeast Asia?
There are darker skinned people, but that doesn't mean that they're actually
about
Negroid.
5 different dark skinned tribes here in the Philippines.
Doesn't mean a Negroid. For instance,
no, they are some of the original, most genetic proven people right here in the Philippines. They're even more aboriginal than the ones in
Aborigines are closer to Asian than they are to African.
Micronesians.
So
and they don't have them.
They don't have.
They were
the
here
same
before
DNA
them. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You're very dismissive when people try to do something.
I'm telling you, the Aboriginal people, because of Australia, because they're dark, people say that they're from Africa. That is incorrect.
No, that doesn't mean they're from Africa.
Everybody's from Africa.
When you listen, I'm gonna say this: the darker you are, the more you are you're coming from African continent, and it wasn't called Africa back then. It was what? Kabulan, whatever they want to pronounce it.
Akibulan. That's what the Arabics. But there's even names older than that, because you know the Romans called the people in the northern, like Mauritania, like a free people. So that's what they believe it's called Africa. And then the Arabs were saying Akibulan. But anyway, but going back, there's pyramids all over because there were black people all over. And before Columbus came to the Americas, where did he stop at? What was the first place he stopped at? It was in West Africa before he took the trade currents over to it. And he didn't even know about it. It was the Moorish, the sailors who knew about it. The navigator over to the Americas was black.
That's true.
You know, the Moors, they ruled 780 years in Europe. And it's not just Spain either. Because if you go over to a place called, Augsburg, go to Augsburg. It's one of the oldest cities in Europe. It's over 2,000 years old. It was a Roman trading port. Is north of Munich, called Augsburg. And if you go to the town, you'll see all of these black statues everywhere and black pictures. And I thought it was like
the Swedes just erected a statue acknowledging that black people set up their society.
So,
and they're the whitest, blonde-haired, blue-eyed people you can possibly imagine.
In fact, blonde-haired, blue-eyed, they come from Africans, because there's more genetic diversity from one part of Africa than another than in the rest of the world. So yeah, in fact, there's another author I can give you besides Dr. Ivan van Sertima. I believe it would be I forgot if it's I get the Imhotep's mixed up, but I think it's David Imhotep. He actually wrote about the early presence of black, I guess you could call it black natives in the Americas, and there's evidence that shows how they reclassified the black natives into slaves. So we've been here as black people, not, I would say all of there was a slave trade, but there were black natives that existed, and they have their DNA traces back further than the actual Bering Strait crossing, which happened 10,000 years ago. Because there's artifacts here that go back over 50,000 years. So I think his name is David Imhotep.
I don't know people.
We said all this to say that somebody interpreted your dreams, and y'all had the same dreams.
Well, you came from pyramids, so you asked me to explain the
No, I'm
pyramids.
saying, but I'm saying, I believe that two people in two different places can invent the same thing simultaneously.
And I was saying, in this case, there were three. In
Two,
fact,
three. I mean, we can give it whatever number we want. I'm sure that the wheel wasn't invented by one person. It was several different people that created it.
I'm only explaining myself as a skeptic and a person who comes from a science background. That to me, it shook me to my core, because to me it didn't make any logic.
And I'm not dismissing you. Believe me. Me and Ronin have had this conversation, and we just had this conversation maybe 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago. And the thing is, and this isn't dismissing Ronin or anything like that. We were talking about Dr. Sabi.
Mm-hmm.
And prior to that, I'm coming from it to say, man, he says he's a doctor, but half the stuff he says is just cuckoo. Mucus this, mucus that, and you got to drink your own pee and some crazy outlandish stuff. And our whole thing was, before we got to that one, was, man, people believe a lot of things. We were talking about religion, where we showed the pastor saying, hey, I need this new jet. And when I'm in the jet, the demons come at me. That's why I can't do something with you. And Ronin said, oh, I believe in spirits. And I said, man, or I forgot what he said he believed in. I think it was spirits at the time.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, I have no problem with that.
Because I just told you my body is made of energy, and my energy is what you would call a spirit.
And I said that to say, man, Ronin, on 9 out of 10 things that we talk about, you need something to be verified. But your belief system in this tells you that you don't need it verified. You can believe it wholeheartedly. So in that aspect, I'm saying that there are people like yourself that says, man, I'm an engineer. I see things logically, and I see this, and that makes sense. But there are other things that you dismiss that do not go with logic, do not go with how you would think, and you can call that true.
All right, just tell me what I dismissed.
No, you can say that that logically, that there wouldn't be a God, or there wouldn't be this spirit, or I believe in a spirit. I believe in a spirit, and I say, no. Can you prove the spirit?
I think you're going too far. Let's just go back just that one experience I told you about, how 3 people basically had, were able to have the same experience, which to me, that's like, just focus on that.
Okay. Like 3 people have the same experience.
That's to me, that's and it
was so what caused that? And what you said is, and maybe I'm putting words in your mouth, I don't have an explanation for it, but that tells me about spirituality.
Mm-hmm.
Am I right?
Yeah, it's spirituality. It's totally about spirituality.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is, on everything else, you need the proof. On something you could not explain, the first thing you did, like every person that came before you, before this generation, we say, I can't explain it. Because I can't explain it, it must be something that is beyond explanation. Because it's beyond explanation, that explains God. So there must be a spiritual realm, there must be God, there must be this, only because I have no idea what happened and I can't explain it. And that has happened for millennia.
Yeah, it's a hypothesis, or it's,
so we have done that as human beings on everything. We couldn't explain the rain, we couldn't explain the thunder, we couldn't explain this. And on the things that we could not explain, we always gave it God. We couldn't explain death. Man, death, that person died. We couldn't explain suffering. We couldn't explain disease. There was a time that leprosy.
That's not necessarily everything you said. You said it's
leprosy.
Not scientific. Wait.
We couldn't explain leprosy. That was a curse.
You said it can't be scientifically fact until it can be replicated. Okay. No, this is something you always stick to.
No,
and then you bring up these random facts. But what I'm trying to tell you is, we all know that there's fusion energy. We just don't have the technology to make it repeatable. It's not that the math isn't there, the science isn't there. that it isn't a known fact scientifically that cold fusion can exist. We just don't have the technology right now to make it consistent. Just like we didn't have technology to make certain other facts that were scientific consistent until we advance in our society and our technology. Okay, so
But
just
we don't
because
say cold
it can't be
fusion is
replicated
God.
don't mean it ain't scientific fact. It just can't be proven to where it's repeatable because we don't have the current technology in order to do so.
But what we don't say is cold fusion is God.
What?
Because we can't repeat it, because we know that it's there, we do not say because we can't do this, it must be God. We never say that.
Can I say, what if you say we can't repeat it? What if I told you that the experience, it was repeated in a different way multiple times?
Can you show it to me?
I'll tell you personally. I'm not going to tell
no.
you.
Independent of
and
that.
I have it in writing, actually. I have an email that I wrote down my experience to recount it to, somebody. And that doesn't prove anything. It's only my recounting to the person who had, I was telling it to somebody. But anyway. But it's just like, there's certain things that are like too personal to put on YouTube. That's why I won't go into details. And, there's other people that might be affected. So I just didn't want to put it out there.
I can't say that your experience is incorrect. That's what I'm saying. I can't say that anything you don't believe is incorrect. I just think when we say, I can't believe it, I can't explain it, God. I can't believe it. I don't know how it happened. Spirit. I seen something at night. Go ahead.
I didn't say God. I said spirit.
No, spirit, demons, anything we do something like that, it's like it's unexplainable. UFOs. Somebody in the chat said, about religion. I wonder if I could find it. Said 1,000 people seen it, so it has to be true.
You can highlight it. You're a co-host.
I don't know where it's at. I'm trying to find out where it's at.
But doesn't the government acknowledge that UFOs exist now?
No, we just say we don't prove as many. There are 8 billion people in the world. I'll say that 4 billion of them have a camera phone. Ain't nobody took a picture of an alien.
Put a picture of what I was saying is that what was it? Who was it? It was like one or two former presidents said that they believe in it, but they can't whatever they never seen it.
You are a scientist.
Do you believe in antimatter?
What is an alien? Really? What is an alien to you?
We could be aliens, we could be like, space debris that came down.
If you read the Bible and you say angel came down from heaven, have you looked at the description of fucking angels? If you literally saw one of those things come down right now, like a cherubim, you'd be fucking terrorized because it don't look like a human. It's got a whole bunch of eyes on it and a whole bunch of wings. Go look up the definition and what an angel looks like. So even for believers that say, I'm a Christian, have you really looked at all the angels that participate in interacting with humans? And what would you call them when you saw them?
I have a basic question in physics. Do you believe in antimatter?
Yeah, there is antimatter.
Okay. Yeah. But like 20 years ago, or would have been maybe a little bit longer, we would have thought that was something that was not in existence. Could have been spiritual, but
no, we don't. We don't, because we don't explain it. We don't say, oh man, that is God. We don't say, oh man, that is antimatter is God. It's just something we have not found to explain yet.
But I just believe in the spirit. I believe in spiritual energy. I believe in energy because I believe we are energy because we produce electricity.
Like batteries, electricity. Not only 25 watts, but we emanate at certain megahertz. If you want to get into sonics, it's not. There's multiple different things that say you are not a human battery and you don't contain energy in your body scientifically.
So do dogs have spirits?
They have resonated energy. Yes. So do plants. So does the fucking earth. Everything has a certain tone. I think it's 4.25 or 4.5 megahertz. Everything resonates at a certain tone.
So where is their spirit? Where does it go to? They died. Where's their spirit?
You're asking us questions. I mean, I don't know. I can speak for myself.
These are theories, but there's nothing been substantiated. No scientist can prove it.
Do you
Certain
know
things
about
that are not going to be documented scientifically that are going to be proven.
I got simple questions for Fearless. Do you know about I got 3 patents on electromagnetics. Do you know about electromagnetics?
I mean, that's
So
just saying, do you know about
if I ask you a question
cars?
about it, you won't be able to answer it because you don't know enough details about it, right? So when you
Correct,
ask
but I
me the
wouldn't say
question
that was
about
God.
spirits,
I would say that I don't know.
yeah, okay, I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't
see
know.
I can
But
deal
it
with
could
that.
be it's a
I can deal
hypothesis.
with I
Right?
don't know.
But hypothetical. It's
What you're saying is you don't know spirit, God, Jesus.
I didn't say God. I said spirit. Now,
or
God
something of
created
that nature.
I believe in the creator. Yes, I do believe in the creator.
So, okay, what created the creator?
I have no idea.
I'm just saying
I said
we all have to come from something.
It's like
I've said this too. My hypothesis is God was taught by somebody. He walked into a big ass room that's as big as the universe, and he made all of this as a scientific experiment and walked out the fucking room. He can go anywhere he wants to be. Dimensional portals, whatever the fuck you want to think of, that we're just now catching up on scientific theory. Obviously, he's proved it. He's given us the knowledge. All the things we're still trying to figure out, he's already done. We're so small and limited as humankind to think we're the only thing, like we were just talking about last week, that we're the only thing in a whole fucking universe. Why would he waste the space?
This creator, we talk about how long it takes. So I think it's I've seen a series that said if there were aliens, they would never meet us because of just how far to get from one place to another place. When you say 1,000 light years, we can't fathom it because no one's traveling at the speed of light.
But aliens could be bacteria that came on an asteroid and that landed on this planet, right? Those are aliens. It could be the term alien could just be, it could mean many things.
Be an amoeba. It just fell off a rock because of asteroid.
I'm not talking about God.
It didn't come from this, but it's like we're isolating on God because there's like a lot of things we can't explain, but there's scientists who theorize that there's alien life. There's many that do that because the probability of us being the only sentient organisms in the universe, they believe this, the probability is very high that there's other sentient beings or somewhat on a certain level, right? So why can't I have a hypothesis that there is a higher spiritual power or spiritual nexus?
I don't say anything about your hypothesis. I'm not correcting you on that. I'm not saying anything is wrong with that. I'm saying what we do as people is when we can't explain something, we always say, I can't explain it. That must be God. My son got taken away from me. He's in God's hands. I don't know why they got a disease. God.
What?
I call it faith. So that's why.
And I can't.
We don't say
I can't argue your faith.
Within the grand design of whatever is happening, nobody knows. Like I said, nobody knows when they're supposed to go. Regardless of whether you had great expectations of your child living past your life, a lot of times parents outlive their own children. Just because you're born don't mean you're promised to live past whatever time you're dictated to live past. What's that got to do with God?
Because when you say that, when someone says,
so you think God takes the time to anticipate every day in life of what you choose or not choose to do? You think he's that involved?
If I am a spiritual person and I'm religious, my answer to that would be yes.
No, you don't. I'm spiritual. I don't think that.
Why would I?
We're going to talk about how I think I'm spiritual. That's your interpretation of how you think. That's not the
all you gotta, if two or more you come together, I'm there.
Take an itinerary on what I'm supposed to do every goddamn day. I don't believe that at all.
That's what God says. If two or more you come together, I'm there.
No, he said if you two or more come together, he can be there. He didn't say he is there. He didn't say I'm going to come and see you every time you're doing anything.
How do you pray?
That's based on faith. You pray for different things.
You're praying to a God to answer your prayers.
And does he answer them all the time? Because you prayed?
I don't believe in that. So I'm saying,
you're being facetious about the way you say
saying is you're so insignificant that God wouldn't listen to you. And I'm saying, hold up, that
if you can wipe out a whole nation and not care whether he floods the whole planet or not, aren't you?
But that goes
Aren't you
against
aren't you
religion.
that ant example that you just brought up? Why would you care about an ant?
What you're saying is I'm in agreement with that. I'm saying that makes no sense. But if
What do you
I'm
mean?
a religious person, as a religious Muslims,
But you're
pray
speaking to a
5
religious person and you're telling me how I think, and I'm correcting you and telling you, no, we don't think like that.
And I don't claim
Is it
religion. I
that you
claim
need to pray 5
spirituality.
times a day? Why is it that you don't eat? Do you think God cares what you eat? If you eat pork or swine, if you have sex with somebody's neighbor, why would God care about
That's a
that?
religious belief. That's not
Why
necessarily.
would he care about that? If you're saying he doesn't care about it, why would he care about that?
Can I explain that about
Yeah.
pork and stuff like that?
Please
Because
do.
back in the day, before they understood about the parasites and bacteria that existed in pork,
Unclean
it was not
animal.
cooked thoroughly. Of course, they would think, when they see people get sick and die from uncooked pork, then yeah, the religion would come up and try to explain why it's bad to eat it. You see what I'm saying?
No, I am in agreement with you. I'm saying that. I'm saying that what happened was somebody couldn't explain this, so it's bad. What Ronin is saying is that God is so big that small things don't matter. And I'm saying that goes against religion. The reason why Jews hide out when it comes to sundown.
Why does it go against religion when it's all based on faith and belief? Why would he have to manage your life if you have to believe and have faith that you're living your life as whatever?
I don't believe that. The religious people believe
But
that is what I'm saying.
No, that's not what we believe. I'm telling you, we don't believe that God is managing our life.
You are every religion?
I am religious. That's what you're saying in general.
So you believe
You're
you're
not
telling me
religious
that
at all,
people
but you're
pray
trying to tell
5
somebody
times a
that's
day
religious how
because,
they're
to
supposed
someone
to
who
be.
doesn't care
I don't
about
pray
what they
5
pray.
times a day. That's a different
I'm not
religion.
saying you. Of course you don't, but you're putting yourself as every religion, and I'm telling you, you're not every
No, I'm
religion.
not. I'm just saying religious people don't think like that.
How do religious
No
people think?
one person thinks that God is ordering their life every moment of every day.
No,
religious
right.
person.
Religious and spiritual beliefs are different. I agree with that. Religion is more of like a structure, but in more spirituality to me is different. To me, well, I believe I'm more spiritual than I am religious.
Yeah, but religious people believe that. That's why they believe God's watching you. God's
And that's
watching
okay.
over you. You got to pray. God is great. God is good. Why you pray over your damn food, man? What are you talking about?
I do. I pray over my
No,
food.
no. What I'm not used. I'm saying you saying
I
it's
do
so
too.
insignificant. Why would you pray over your food if God isn't listening to you? Why do you say bless this food? If your food means nothing, what do you think God's taking the time out of his day to say, hey, Ronin said, bless that food. Let me go down there and make sure his food is okay.
But maybe it's it's an expression of faith that you have, that you want to give thanks to the Lord for what he's provided.
People bless it to take whatever was on it out. Okay, why do you have to kill an animal a certain way? What I mean is what Ronin is saying is your prayers are insignificant. And I'm saying to religious people, their prayers are not insignificant. Their prayers
Oh my
are
God.
mean
He's
everything.
in his lawyer mode. He's firing off question after question after question after question.
I think further, he's going to give us 10 exceptions to everything.
So you're telling me that the religious people don't think their prayers matter?
It's a paradox that we won't be able to escape.
Do you think religious people think their prayers don't matter?
Don't bite. Don't bite. Don't bite. It's okay.
My brother, I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you, Phyllis. Appreciate you both. But I think it's gonna be like pie. It's a never-ending thing.
Yeah, exactly.
We just have to agree to
You'll
agree
find another
to-
way to spin.
No,
and that's the
say
whole
here.
thing about your religious or spiritual
Come with the
belief. You
facts,
gotta
man.
have
Don't
some kind-
come with-
See, look, you are black and white, and when you have to have faith and belief of something that you can't quantitate, touch, taste, or feel, that's where you're lost.
I'm not lost.
That's where you
I'm
can't
saying
jump to where we. No.
I am not lost
I'm
on
not
that.
saying you're
You put words
physically
in my
lost.
mouth.
I'm just saying you can't come up to where our mindset is.
I can
because
go
you're
beyond
about
where your
to-
mind was at.
No, you can't. No, you can't. No, you can't.
Tell me
You
where I
still
can't.
stuck in that one
Tell me
mode.
where I can't.
Everything has to be based on a fact, something substantiated.
If you're
by
trying to tell me
reputable
something. Hold
facts and
up.
science.
Hold up, Ronin. I know that there's a difference. And I said this. I don't know what you keep manipulating my words for.
Why
I
am I
know
manipulating?
that there is a difference between faith and facts. I
Right.
understand that.
I agree with you. There
And
is
I just
definitely a
told you
difference.
that I can't go against anybody's faith because that's what you believe in.
You absolutely are because you're trying to make
I
it
can't
factual.
go against your. If I just said, if you told me you seen an alien, I can't tell you you didn't see an alien. What are you talking about?
You're telling T-Mac to
I told you you
substantiate
can't
what you
prove to
just
me
said
that there's an
by
alien.
showing it to
I
me.
can't tell you that you didn't see an
Because
alien.
faith doesn't have to come with proof. It's the belief without seeing or knowing.
That's why do you think I just
what's
said
the definition of faith?
Why do you think I just said I can't
What is
disprove
the
your
definition
faith?
of faith?
Hold up, Ronan. Stop, man. You're putting words in my mouth, and I hate when you do that. I said specifically, I cannot disprove your faith. If you believe it, when the other gentleman, True Prodigy, was here and he said, I prayed to God and I don't have paralysis. I said, I can't tell you that you didn't pray to God and do that.
Correct. You
That
can't.
is your faith.
Right. So then why are you
can't go
trying to make
against
it?
the faith.
Wait. So then why, if we have faith, are you trying to then spin it to say, prove it by giving me a fact?
Because faith is something you cannot prove. And I'm telling
Exactly.
you.
So then you
hold
keep
up.
asking us to
So
prove
you
it
can't
by
tell me-
doing
hold
this,
up. Hold
or
up.
saying
Listen,
that,
Ronan.
and there's no way to
Stop.
prove it.
You can't tell me it's a fact. You can't tell me your faith is a fact because faith is not facts. Faith is what you believe.
Do y'all hear what he's saying?
Can
We're
I,
in a right now.
Faith is what you believe.
Really,
That's
you know,
that's
you're
why
a
you
person
can
of faith,
pray
right?
and believe in something, and I can pray and believe in something because faith is what you believe, but it does not necessarily mean it can be proven.
Okay,
that's all.
Do you fly on an airplane?
Yes.
Do you know every single flight that you have, there's some kind of failure on the aircraft, something that goes wrong?
Probably.
It is. It's because we designed it for the best situation to be 1 × 10 to the negative
Correct.
9, called design assurance level 8, right?
Yes.
So, but we have faith that we won't have that these probabilities will not be on the that you won't experience all these failures at once. That's why. That's how we designed it.
See, that's not
It's
faith.
faith because it's no
not faith.
absolutes. And even in science,
But
there's
that's
no
not
absolutes.
faith. I
There's no-
understand that there are design failures. That has nothing to do with faith.
There's not because
That's
yeah,
not
faith.
faith.
Faith is going to function because there's probabilities that
No,
it's going
probability
to
is not faith. See, there you go. Probability
No.
is not faith.
You're not listening to what I'm saying.
Go ahead.
Because you're having faith that you're not going to have all of these occurrences happen at the same time, right? All these failures. That you're a one is designer level A is 1 × 10 to the negative 9 chance of occurrence, which is called catastrophic. That means if you have a failure, it's going to bring down the aircraft. B is hazardous, C is major, D is minor. Okay, so when I'm flying, because I know how we design it, that we know, and I know that every single flight that I've ever witnessed, it has failures. You have minor faults and you have major faults. But I have faith that the airplane is going to take off and it's going to land.
No, it ain't faith. You know that the probability of that airplane crashing gives you it to say, I want to fly. If that probability was different, if your probability was like, you know what, 9 out of, half the airplanes that fly crash, you wouldn't put no faith in it.
Let's put it this way, man.
You know listen, you ain't gonna win until you listen.
Because what we do is with probability. Hold up. It's with probability. It has nothing to do with
But do you know how you minimize probability? You build in redundancy so that they don't fail multiple times all at once, is what T-Mac's trying to say. A lot of the
he's not. No, he's not trying to say that. No, he's not trying to say that.
I am. That's how we.
You're trying to say it's faith.
Let me finish.
You're trying to say faith is what got you on the plane. You didn't say anything about redundancy. You didn't say anything about
the reason why
redundancy.
you know probability is better because the probability has been minimized by the redundancy factor that's built into airplanes. If one system fails, something else can then take its place in order to continue to allow that flight to be stable. If too many redundancies fail, then the probability of failure overall, meaning your faith is gone, the system doesn't work. You're betting on redundancies.
I believe it does because it's a faith is a strong
to do
belief,
with
right?
faith.
It's a faith is yes, it is. Let's look at the definition of faith. Let's look at the definition.
I just told him look it up. He won't look it
Yeah,
up.
look it up. You look at the faith, and
no, you need to pull it up and read it for aloud for everybody to hear. So then, when you say it, anything
Can you tell me what empirical evidence is?
Oh my God!
Okay, let me look at faith definition.
Tell me what empirical evidence.
I know what empirical.
What is empirical?
And I'm not going to read it. You read it.
I'll read it here.
You want to know? Then
I'll
read it.
Hold up. Faith. I'm going to read
what-
now. Can I read?
Yes, go
Faith
ahead, sir.
is confidence, trust, or conviction in a person or thing or concept extending. I'm going to do Umar, extending beyond empirical evidence. So what is empirical evidence? Information acquired through direct observation, experiment, or measurementation. I just proved to you what the fuck I just said. Now, can y'all tell me I'm not right? Because you just said faith. Hold up. I just read it to you. Faith is beyond empirical evidence. That means it's beyond information acquired through direct observation, experimentation. That's the probability he talked about, and measurement, which he talked about. So faith is beyond those things. Hold up. I'm talking. Okay. Faith is beyond what you can measure, beyond what you can observe, and beyond what you can experiment. That is what faith is.
Right.
But we already just said we measured that. We know the probabilities of that. Oh, God damn. See how you just tried to change my words, brother?
No.
Why can't y'all get y'all wrong?
You just said it out loud and you still didn't catch it. You said faith was beyond. Listen, you said faith is beyond empirical what?
Empirical evidence.
Okay, stop. Empirical evidence is what? Based on fact, correct?
It's based on observation, experimentation. So he just said,
which is what? Based on fact.
They do. They just experiment with it. They measure it.
And
Hold up. Sir, can I ask you a question? How did you know something? How did you know something is pinned to the whatever time you said it?
Because you said empirical evidence and
hold up. I'm gonna ask you a question.
Reproduce it.
T-Mac, you just stated. You just stated that it's 10 to the negative whatever.
No, that's for when we designed. That's a Dalley system.
Is that a measurement? Is that a measurement?
Well, I was going to tell you something. That's not the simple answer.
Thank you.
When we do program management, have you heard of why we have a management contingency reserve? Because there's known knowns and unknown knowns.
Unknown knowns.
Because we can't predict everything, and we can't predict all of the interactions and all the different failure modes. So that's why we do something called like a failure modes effect analysis when we design things. But as an engineer, I know there's things that we haven't accounted for. So that's where that's why new aircraft have a lot of what we call growing pains, and that come into play. And to me, I call it maybe, I'm using it correctly.
And they get
You just asked me what is faith. I just told you what faith is. Your definition of faith does not fit into what you just said.
You didn't let me finish.
Okay.
You use empirical data.
I used the meaning of what it said. You told me to look it up.
Right.
I had no idea. I looked exactly what you told me to look up.
Finish my statement before you interrupt. You used empirical data, as being factual. But it said, and you reverse it, you say empirical data is how you think, which is based on fact.
That is not what I said.
Can I finish?
That's not, because you just put words in my mouth.
No, I didn't.
Evidence is.
No, I didn't. What is empirical evidence?
Information acquired through direct observation.
And what is faith? Beyond that.
Beyond that.
Thank you. So what I'm saying is you're based off of fact, and everything you say has to be black and white and based off of empirical data, where we as faith are beyond empirical data and we think outside the box, and it doesn't have to be linear. It can be spatial and we'll still believe it.
He said that he flies on a plane due to faith.
Oh my God.
No.
I'm saying,
you realize that you're purposely minimizing what I've said, because I was very specific in what I said.
Say it again. Let's go with it again.
Yep. So what we do is like when we do design an aircraft, we do like what's called system safety assessment, and we do like a functional hazard analysis. So doing that, we take all the experiences of the engineers, we take our past knowledge, and we have to, there's some, I guess you can say there's guesswork, and you can't test 100% of it. You put together kind of like your best, I guess you could say, educated guesses, professional, whatever, background or experience into the aircraft. That's why we have new ones. That's why there's faith involved when I fly on new aircraft. When I help design develop, there's an aircraft called ARJ-21, and there's one MRJ-170. So one's a Chinese aircraft. I didn't have enough faith to fly on the Chinese aircraft. I just didn't. I don't give a damn how much testing that was done on it. I wasn't going to fly on the ARJ-21 because I know that the Chinese standards were different from the American standards, even though I worked on it. So I did not have enough.
I ask you a question right there. You said you didn't have enough faith. Is it that you didn't have enough empirical evidence, meaning through your direct observation, your experimentation, your measurements, and the way that you've seen that they conducted airplanes in the past, that you felt that it was not worthy enough? Was that faith, or was it your empirical evidence?
No person that you know can cover all the bases.
Of course, you can't cover all the bases.
You see what I'm saying? So you have to have a faith that somebody had done their due diligence, or that they had the correct experience when they did that. And I didn't have that faith in some of the Chinese engineers that they actually did their due diligence.
But
so that's
it
why
wasn't faith. You didn't have the empirical evidence. You knew from your direct observation, you knew from experimentation, and you knew from your measurements that it was there. For instance, if I get in a car that I know is bad, it's not, man, I got the faith.
How many measurements do you have empirical on the automobile or aircraft or whatever? You just get on it and you believe it's going to work.
It's not believe.
Of the other company, right?
I don't get on the plane and just believe it's going to work.
You know it's going to work because it's been repeatable.
Correct.
They say you know it's going to work, then why did they crash?
I said I do not get on a plane and say, man, I know it's going to work. I don't have faith. I've looked at the past and said, there are thousands of planes that leave every day. So because of that, this one has more likeliness of landing. Now, does that mean that there are not things that happen to planes that they crash? Of course. But I didn't get on the plane because of faith. I've looked at the history and said, these planes are safe because they've flown, they've done this, they've done that, they've done this. If the plane was crashing every 5 times, I don't care how much faith I had, I wouldn't get on the plane because there is not a history of safety features that get me on there. I get in a car and drive because I have seen cars driven before, and through the science,
and there's other cars on the road, right?
Let me tell you your first mistake.
I don't have faith in the car on the road. That's why I'm a defensive driver.
Listen, let me tell you your first mistake. You're saying that you have you're basing everything off of it's going to work.
I don't say I know it's going to work.
Okay,
the probability says that
you have the probability it is, but you don't know whether that airplane went through its 24 or 48-hour maintenance cycle.
I don't know.
You do know about your vehicle, but even with your own vehicle, if you neglect the maintenance of the vehicle, it's not necessarily going to work. But you have to have the trust, whether you want to call it faith or not. You have to have the trust that the airlines are doing their regular maintenance on the engine and everything else it takes for that flight mechanics to work for you to get on a plane every time you get on a plane and know that it's going to work. You got to have faith in the fact that, or trust, whether you want to call it faith or trust, you have to have the faith or trust in the airlines that they're doing the annual maintenance, the hourly maintenance on those engines and everything else in order for that plane to perform.
Or a driver.
Hold up. Let me read the word to you.
Right?
1 second.
What empirical evidence you have on the driver?
I'm going to read this to you again, guys.
Okay.
Faith is confidence, trust, conviction as a person, thing, beyond empirical evidence. So my empirical evidence is
the only thing
I've
you believe.
acquired something through observation, through experimentation.
You did not observe the mechanics doing maintenance on an airplane.
I observed that there are planes
that they did it.
I have done an observation.
But what about the drivers around you that you've never seen before?
You're trusting that the pilot is not drunk because in the industry, airline pilots have a history of being alcoholic.
That's not.
But you're trusting that this time
I don't have trust. I'm taking from my direct observation, my experimentation, and my measurement.
Do you hear this, T-Mac? Am I insane?
That's exactly what you have. When you drive down the street, it's not
driving down the street, you have 50 cars.
You're saying when you drive down the street, you have faith that somebody's going to stop at the stoplight. Or what happens is,
no, I absolutely don't trust anybody. I'm a very defensive driver.
Hold up. When I said I'm the defensive driver, y'all said that was wrong. That was
No,
not fair.
nobody ever said that. You can rewind it.
When you drive down the
It's gonna
street,
be wrong.
hold
that
up.
you're
When you
defensive
drive
driver.
down the
Don't say
street
that,
and
fearless.
somebody stops, the reason you can count on them stopping isn't to say 100% of the time they stop, but because of the information that you've acquired, that you've observed, and from your measurement that, man, 1,000 times, 999 times out of 1,000, people stop at a light. That doesn't mean it's faith. That's
But you
your
never met the
empirical
person.
evidence.
Do you know the industry I come from? You know what an actuarial does?
Yes. That
All
has
they
nothing to
do
do
is
with faith.
probability.
That has nothing.
I call it
Probability
faith.
is not
All
faith.
they look at is probability.
It has nothing to do
Actuarial,
with
that's
faith.
all they do. That's how insurance companies bet on how long you're going to live based on your life, based on what you do. Everything has an actuarial value. And in that formula, after they figure all that out, they're going to say how long you're going to live, die, whatever. Okay. So what I'm telling you is I even come from an industry that don't have faith in anything. They want to see it statistically in facts and numbers. You know what an actuarial is, don't you, T-Mac?
Yes.
Let me go ahead and do this, man, because I it's like I deal with aliens, man. That I don't that are.
You see how we feel, fearless, because you
No,
come out this
because I do what I do is this. I always show proof.
You always show proof.
But
What is
faith
an
is not
actuary? Hold up.
provable.
What is
This
an
is the
actuary?
thing. Faith is
Actuary.
not,
Hold up. You come from an actuary.
faith is
Actuary
not
science.
provable.
Actuary science is not based on faith,
Exactly.
but rather mathematics, statistics, and
Statistical
analytics.
data and analysis are based
So
on
you-
all kind of different
Hold up.
variables.
You just said
I
you are
said
an
the thing in
actuary.
the reading.
So if you
But
come from an actuary part, actuary is not based on faith.
yeah, that's what he said. If you go back and
I
rewind it,
said
he said
that.
he comes from an industry that's not based on faith. That's what he said.
Correct. So I'm saying, why would you say in a plane, if you say, hey man, I'm in a plane and statistically this, but faith, you got to believe in faith when
And
you're
as
in a
an
plane.
actuarial, I just told you I would want to know if the maintenance was done on that fucking airplane before I got on it.
No, you got to have
Because
faith.
I'm not having
Or
faith
the
even
pilot's not
facts
drunk.
or the
You gotta have
pilot's not
faith.
drunk. I just gave you every factual information of why
You got to
I
have
still
faith.
would not have a confidence on getting on that plane like you do, just because you know it's supposed to fly.
Actuaries must believe.
I know there's
in
other
their
and
models
contributing
based on a sense
factors.
of confidence
I
that is
understand there's other
data-driven.
contributing factors to that plane actually performing. And that's maintenance, the pilot, and all the other kind of variables it take for that plane to get from point A to point B, including fuel. Those are the things I look at, not
No,
just the
you
fact
know
that it's
faith.
supposed to fly.
Brother, you got to have
Wow.
faith when you get on that plane.
I had faith when MH370 when I disappeared and I got my butt back on the plane, or when I got on what was it, the 737 Max? Actually, I did a whole write up on why it crashed, with the Maxes. Just because what we talked about, they lied to the FAA and said it was design assurance level B was sufficient when it wasn't. It was supposed to be design level.
And they were trying to take care of that with modifications in the
They
future, but they
lied.
wanted to
Yeah.
get the plane
And
out
that
fast.
modification, it was just like a total violation of any junior engineer who had some experience would have found out. But beyond that point, when MH360 had this unexplained disappearance, yeah, to me, I consider it faith, man. When I get on the aircraft again, especially overseas in another country, that pilot wasn't going to wake up. I mean, to me, I
don't
call
know
it.
if the maintenance guy was lazy that day and skipped over a fucking checkpoint he was supposed to do. You don't know anything. You didn't look at the inspection fucking thing that allowed the pilot to want to take off and whether he lied on it or not. You got to trust that goddamn maintenance guy did what he was supposed to do to that engine on its so many hour flight time and everything else before that plane comes up off that ground. You got to trust that pilot had a good day. The day before he got on the plane, got a good night's sleep, didn't get drunk because he has an alcoholism problem because they keep him in the air so many times. You got to trust the fucking airline guy in the radar booth to make sure he don't make you crash into another plane because he's not paying attention to the radar screen and you fly into another fucking plane. You got a lot of
expat living. I never said you have to have faith to get on a plane. That is what I'm arguing against.
He's arguing against having faith or trust. He's just saying it's a proven fact that they're going to fly, so he doesn't have to worry.
I didn't say a
And I'm
proven
saying
back. I said
there's
the
all kind of factors
probability is.
that contribute to whether that plane really is going to fly well or not. And there's been a lot of plane failures lately. There was just a plane that had to land because the engine was on fire right before it took off. And I think it was in Dallas.
And here's the thing about it. You know the reason why in the U.S. why we won't buy Chinese-made aircraft? Because they can't certify their engines to U.S. standards. And we don't have the faith that even if they show it to us, that we're going to, or you can use it, let's substitute the word trust. We don't
Correct.
trust
So you keep
that
using
they're going to do
faith
their,
wrong.
no, I mean, because I believe that it's synonymous, but
it's synonymous.
Anyway, that's why for Russia or a Chinese aircraft to get certified in the United States, they have to buy certain Western parts because we don't our certification agencies do not believe that they will be able to meet the same standards. That's just
the Chinese don't believe in the Chinese. You know how many times Chinese real estate people have won a bid and then used substandard metals and the buildings have fell in on themselves after they won the fucking contract so they can pocket the fucking money?
China 35 times. And my first suitcase I bought at the Beijing Mall, that sucker had no handles by the time I got back to LAX. It was all taped up by TSA.
And I hate doing this to you guys, but this is why I do it, because I think words are
Doing what? You ain't doing nothing.
Are faith and trust the same? While often used interchangeably,
exactly.
like my man did, faith and trust are not exactly the same.
Not
faith
exactly right.
Is general belief or conviction in the unseen, whereas trust is the action or reliance built on experience, which is what I just said.
Well, the definition of faith I have, it says faith is complete trust, confidence, or firm belief in someone, something, or religious doctrine.
I'm reading it. I got it right here. Faith involves conviction without,
I have it right here too.
Without tangible evidence.
What? My
trust
definition
is often built on evidence, reliability, and past experience. So when I said I get on the plane, it's not faith, because that is tangible.
No. Go down to relationship right under that, and it just tells you the first thing off.
Nitpicking, because here I say faith is complete trust.
Faith often precedes trust. You may have to have faith in someone's character. Thank you, maintenance, the pilot, and all these other things in order to trust that it's going to fucking work. I've been saying this.
Faith is the blind thing. Trust is when I say,
hey, actually, right in there on your AI, put what's the definition of faith? Just put it in.
I thought I hit. I thought I
put it in. Just like that.
I thought I have it right here.
No, let me scroll up. Let me see what your query is.
What is faith?
No, I don't see it.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm showing the wrong screen. I'm sorry.
Because I'm looking at Google. On the what is it called? The Google AI right now.
Yeah, I do entire screen. That'll make it easier. So I change. I'm right there. This is what I read when I read it.
I'm seeing the same screen. I'm not seeing anything different.
I'm saying, what is faith? No, you got to see. I'm showing what is faith. Right there.
If
what
you
is
got a
faith?
different definition, share your screen and I'll pull it up. T-Mac. All you have to do is hit the share screen button down there.
Okay, there it goes. Faith is, what is it? Okay. I have right here. So it's confidence, trust, or conviction in a person, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it says trust.
But we just went over there.
Yeah, I know we went over it, but you kind of like,
No. Hold up. Let me do this. Now let me do this. Now can you read?
It says faith is it's complete trust. So that means it's a subset of trust, right?
No, read what I have, please. You can read it. It's there.
Yeah, I am reading.
And what does it say? It doesn't say complete trust.
Or conviction in a person, thing, or concept, often extending beyond empirical evidence.
Exactly. That's what I read.
Yeah.
Didn't lie to you.
But it's faith. Now you look at the other definition you had too. So it says it's confidence, trust. So trust is a comma point, right?
No.
It says faith is confidence,
Listen.
trust.
Hold up. Listen. What that says is exactly what you're missing is one part. It says faith is confidence, it is trust, it is conviction,
or conviction, yeah, in the person thing.
But extending beyond empirical evidence. It's like reading the Bible.
You don't have empirical evidence on a driver that you don't have any experience with on the road.
Empirical evidence is this.
What he's saying, the empirical evidence is the fact that They're going to blood test your pilot
No, it's
on
not.
a regular basis to
It's
understand
direct
whether he has
observation.
alcoholism
I'm
problem or
just-
not,
Just making
and
it
whether
really
Not
simple.
it.
I'm not
whether
talking
they're
about the pilot. I'm
having
talking
enough pilots
a car
in
and a
order
boat.
to fly the schedule they need to fly, whether he has a fucking alcoholic
You
problem.
get on, you
Sometimes
shoot
they'll
that
look
gun.
past
Hold up.
it.
You get on, you get in
Sometimes
the
they'll
plane
look
because
past
you've
that
seen
shit so they
1,000
can
planes
have the pilot
fly.
No,
to
let's
operate in
forget
order
the
to
let's
make
forget about the planes because we all have experience with driving, right? Not all of
Car,
us have experience
car,
with
whatever.
car.
Yeah,
It's still a car. What
car.
empirical evidence you're gonna have on a car? This the come
Oh,
out
can I
Medellin,
answer that?
Colombia, and drive. What
Wait.
empirical evidence
Ask
you
me
gonna
the
have?
exact question so I can answer it.
Okay, the exact question is: what empirical evidence, if you're driving to Medellin, Colombia, that you can have on the cars that are driving around you?
I'm driving
You probably wouldn't even know
I'm
the
driving
significance.
in Medellin, Colombia.
Yes, they're driving to Medellin, Colombia
Okay.
in a car.
What I've seen is I am driving, so I'm observing that there aren't accidents everywhere. That people that when I look it up or I've driven there before, that it doesn't say that there's more accidents or more people dying than anywhere else in the world. That I see that people are obeying the rules when they do drive, that they're stopping at the stoplights. So that is my direct observation and my measurement because I'm seeing what people are doing when they do it.
Do you know what it takes to get a license here?
Probably nothing. The same in Dominican Republic.
You pay the money.
And what does that mean? You didn't tell me.
So
anything.
your first time getting in the car, what empirical evidence you're gonna have? Say you just flew you get a rental car from in Rio Negro Airport in Medellin.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna have faith that you're gonna be able to. Everybody's gonna at least drive responsible enough that you're gonna make it to your destination, right?
No.
What empirical evidence you're gonna have?
I'm going to drive defensively.
Okay,
it has
then
nothing to do with that. I'm going to drive defensively.
But we
I'm
can't.
not.
We're
Go
basing
ahead.
this off of empirical evidence, right?
Correct. Because
So
what would
what
happen
empirical
is
evidence you have?
somewhere I would know that if I see other people driving, then there must be a way that they are driving through my observation that they can drive. Because if they couldn't drive, there would be accidents everywhere.
Really?
I'll give you another example.
Hold on.
If I see people eating food,
What's that say? What's that say?
What if I go to another place and I see people eating food? You're saying, "Oh, you just landed somewhere. How do you know that the food is good?"
Wow.
Well, if I see other people eating it and no one is dying, I make an observation that the food is at least edible. So if I go to a country and I don't see accidents everywhere and I don't see ambulances and people dead on the street, from my direct observation,
in Southern California, 405 freeway, there's accidents every single day. So it's like
hold up. But now you go with probability.
We
go with probability. No, we just said it.
I just gave you an actuarial fact for Colombia. As you guys are sitting here discussing it, I'm pulling up the data on actuarial facts on accidents in Colombia. Read it.
What am I reading? Tell me. Motorcycles are the most vulnerable, representing approximately 60 of the road deaths. What does that mean?
60 to 74% of the road deaths.
Okay, what does that mean?
96%. You can't tell whether a motorcyclist is going to run into you while you're driving.
No, hold up. See, that's the wrong.
You have a 40%. Hold up. Let's reverse it. 60%
no, Ronnie, because you're an actuary. What you did was just a false.
You have 40% possibility.
Means nothing. That means nothing.
Does it?
You know why it means nothing? Because if I say, what is the leading?
So now you have a crystal ball.
Listen, Ronan, that is a false.
That's
a false equivalency. Because if I say, what is the leading cause of Black people's death, and you say gunshot wound, and then you're saying, and I say, well, okay, how many of all the Black people in the United States, how many people actually die of gunshots? And then you tell me 1%. Should I say I'm afraid to die from gunshots?
You're somebody that's based your life.
No. What you're saying is 60,
I'm showing you statistical data and mathematics.
What you're showing me is
you're
wrong
saying that has no value.
I'll let you talk. Go ahead.
Okay, so you're saying you base everything off of statistical data and mathematics. I'm sitting here telling you actuarials are taking statistical data and mathematics and telling you the possibilities of accidents for a time frame. A decent time frame that 60 to 64% of all road deaths are from what? Motorcyclists. Combined motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, and everything else, 96% of traffic fatalities in Colombia. It gives you a ratio for every 100,000 in a population.
Okay, but it's not 64% of the people dying from motorcycles.
No, the accidents are caused. So what I'm saying is, with all that statistical data, you're telling me you're still going to be safe driving in Colombia, knowing that there's a high probability that most likely a motorcyclist might get in an accident while you're driving, whether it hits you or not. There's still a potential possibility that that motorcyclist could hit you in that accident.
I agree with everything you just said. Now,
so then are you driving by faith or empirical data that you're not going to get
probabilities, man?
So you're taking that 40% chance that you're not going to be the one. Listen, you're taking 40% chance that you're not going to be the one getting in the accident by that
God damn, Ronin. Look, listen, man. Right? Just don't say nothing and just listen.
Do you understand what I'm saying, T-Mac?
No, I don't, because your numbers are fucked up.
I'm asking T-Mac.
I need somebody else. Ronin, just let me finish the sentence.
No,
you are taking this number incorrectly.
Am I?
Yes, because because what you are not accounting for, what you're saying is 64% of the people who die are caused by motorcycles. Tell me how many motorcycles are out there. All you're saying is out of 100,000 motorcycles. Listen, you keep interrupting me. I'm talking. Out of all the motorcycles, of the deaths that are caused by motorcycles, 64% of those are that. If I tell you there's 1 million people and only 100 people die of motorcycles, or 100 people die of accidents, of those accidents at 64, that means nothing. That means out of 1 million people, only 64 people died. That is what you're missing. You keep saying 64%, but 64% of what number? And that's what you're not putting in there. It's not 64% of people. It's 64% of the people who died. So if I say there's 1 million people and 100 people died in in accidents on the road,
it says that right there. Mortality rate. Look at the mortality rate. It's based off of 15.8 people deaths per 100,000 in population since 2022. It already gave you the number.
60% of the vehicles in Colombia are motorcycles. So they're the majority.
No, you're still missing the point. What number? You still have to say what number does that 64%? All you're saying, if I tell you
per number of 100,000 per population.
You're talking about for all the vehicles in Colombia, 60% of them are motorcycles.
No, that's not what it's saying there.
No, I'm looking at something different. I'm pulling up different.
He's looking at different data. Show your data.
No, but that still doesn't mean anything.
Why does it mean anything?
Because I still need to know the number of motorcycles that are out there. Let me walk you through this. Let me walk you through it. Let me break you down.
How many?
If I tell you that 50% of people died and whatever, that number means nothing because I don't know what the entire population is.
Yeah, that's what I'm about to give you. Okay. Looking at it right now, because 60% of the vehicles are motorcycles, and I need to find out the total motorcycles because you want to know the exact number, correct?
I'm going by what he's saying. He keeps telling me 64% of the people died.
I'm going by what the actuary, not me.
Extra information because out of all the vehicles on the road in Colombia, 60% of them are motorcycles.
Okay,
that's what I'm saying.
Doesn't give me the number.
Right, that's what I'm looking for, my brother.
Okay. What is the population? Approximately 52 million. Over 21,000 motorcycles per every 100,000 people. There's 21,000 motorcycles per every 100,000 people. So you could say a quarter per 100,000, and there's 52 million. There are 52 million people in Colombia.
Here we go. No, I'm looking at the number right there. 9.7 motorcycle fatalities per 100,000 people. That means 9 people died of 100,000 driving. My percentage is pretty good if I'm in a car.
What are you looking at?
Down there, fatalities per population.
That's the fatality.
So there's 9 people that die per 100,000. Give me the percentage on that, because that's like 0.09%. Am I right? That means, so what you said, do I have faith? No, I don't have faith. I just looked at the numbers. You just gave me the numbers. You just messed up yourself.
No, I didn't. The number I used was
no, it's not. There goes the numbers right there.
Okay,
brother.
I'll tell you. Let me tell you the total number of motorcycles. Actually, so it's 5.
No, you just showed me right there. It said
no.
It said
not sure anything.
9.7% of the 100,000 of the population.
So
that means
there's, Mister, there's 11 million registered motorcycles in Colombia.
Okay.
As of 2026, there's 11 million registered motorcycles in Colombia.
Okay.
They represent, actually, it says 50% of total vehicle fleet.
Okay. We still haven't gotten to the number yet.
Look.
I want to know how many.
See how many
deaths are how many motorcycle deaths are there compared to how many motorcycles?
Okay, let me look it up.
All right.
Can you look at the screen where it says overall vulnerability?
And give me a percentage. I'm gonna look this up myself.
So basically, you're driving over minimized risk. So you're having faith that you're not the one that's going to get hit. How many people leave every day thinking they're not the ones that are going to get hit and get hit? Did nobody hear the question?
I'm looking at it right now. With roughly 5,213 motorcycles deaths and around 11 million registered motorcycle bikes, the crude fatality rate is 0.047% of the total motorcycles registered. So if I'm looking at it, the statistics tell me that 0.047% of all the people in motorcycles. That's you just told me it's not about faith. It has nothing to do with faith. That means less than 1%. That is 1% of 1%.
What you're telling me, listen, what you're telling me is,
I'm
let
telling
me
you.
finish what I'm saying. What you're telling me is you have a crystal ball and you know you're not that 1%.
Damn, man. Come on, you got to be smarter than this.
You know you're not that
smarter than
1% today.
Fuck,
right?
Why wake up in the morning, man? I don't have a crystal ball that I'm gonna wake up. Why go outside? Lightning can strike me. Why go to the beach? A shark can get me.
Right.
Why cut my grass? I can fall and slip and the blades will knock me out.
Correct.
I told you I'd work on probabilities, man. You just making some stuff up that makes no sense.
Am I? Is
Yes.
probability similar to faith?
No. I just showed you the whole thing. Probability
you
is
didn't.
not faith.
Really?
Yes.
I think what you said before.
No, that's empirical data. That's not probability. Look at probability. Look for the definition of probability. You look up
every time I
empirical
change
data.
what?
No, because you keep using different words. We were on empirical data.
Here we go. It's the same. When you say what is probability?
I only consider death.
Here we go. Probability is the branch of mathematics measuring the likelihood of an event occurring expressed by a number. So let's go back to what I was saying. Would you ride a bike in Mexico? Well, the probability of me getting in an accident if I had a motorcycle is less than 1%. So I use probability to say that it's safe for me to ride a motorcycle. Does that mean that I can't be a part of the 0.047%? No, I can be a part of that. But
that's all I want you to acknowledge.
But statistically,
that's all I asked you to acknowledge. That's all I asked. Didn't I just ask you to acknowledge that?
Statistically, what I didn't acknowledge. I said it's not has nothing to fucking do with faith. Statistically speaking, I am safe to ride on a motorcycle because less than 1%.
You're not that 0.147%.
You can always be that 0.1. You can be the 0.1% on anything. What are you talking about?
Except in aerospace, that wouldn't be acceptable.
That has nothing to do with faith. You keep saying it's faith. You said you got in a plane because of faith.
Because when you say it has nothing to do with faith, you're questioning somebody's belief when they say they have a faith that they're in a car and that the person's not going to be drinking.
No, what y'all asked me was, oh, you got to have faith to get in the plane. And I said, sir, no, I don't have faith to get in the plane. I said I use my empirical evidence. Then y'all kept going on this empirical evidence. And I said the probability. And y'all said you got to define the probability. And then it's 64% of this 1,000. And I said y'all fucked up the entire number because y'all saying it wrong. So I had to go all the way deep down
I think you're
to
parsing.
show you
Look at the
exactly what it
definition and
is.
parse out the words that kind of fit your
Yes,
definition.
y'all can. 64% of the people die in
I'm
motorcycles.
not going beyond. I mean, if you look at the definition of faith, you would just totally like you would not. It would say trust in every single definition, and you said faith is not trust. Well, one definition says faith is complete trust, and another definition says faith is based upon empirical evidence.
We got it right here. I looked up faith, exactly what it was.
Yeah, but the word trust is in there, so it was like, yeah.
If I say I trust you, hold up.
If you get into a vehicle unless you're not going to have data, you're not going to statistics. You're going to get in the car and you're going to drive.
This is what you're doing. If I say I trust you unless you cheat, and then you say, "Well, you trust me," and I said, "Well, brother, you didn't hear the other part. All you keep saying is trust." And I said, "But there's a caveat to it."
You know, earlier you used the example of using the word. Wait.
Okay, go ahead.
You used the word earlier of fuck, and you used it in so many different definitions of how you can imply. Fuck means
no. I didn't say imply.
Yes. It is. It means multiple different things.
And if you don't get specifics, it doesn't say needing to extend beyond empirical evidence. It says often extending beyond empirical evidence, right? So we can get very specific with words, right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I appreciate the conversation.
Let me ask you a question. If you see your girl a little bit, sometimes or often, what does that mean? Does that mean majority?
Or you see your girl?
My girlfriend?
Does that mean you see her less or more than less? If you eat often, what does that mean?
You eat.
I eat often. I mean, it's like this. I eat often.
No, you can't use the word to describe the word. What does often mean?
But it's like, I think it's like what we say.
There's multiple meanings and
often
spins.
is more than a little. Often it means more than little.
So that in this definition, often would mean what?
Often, a lot of times, experience.
Okay. So if trust and all of that often means
it is often, but
more than time, more than normal, meaning the majority of the time.
51%.
Well, listen. Often
frequently,
does.
Somebody put it in there. Frequently.
Listen,
thank you.
You're twisting. Hold on. You're twisting everything because at the end of the day, faith extends beyond empirical data or empirical evidence. You are basing your life off of just empirical evidence. So all this other stuff you're talking about means nothing to us because we're telling you are living by faith more than just empirical evidence that's coming towards you. That's the point of this conversation. Hold on, you're saying you only live off of facts. We're saying no, you actually extend past facts, meaning you walk into the realm of trust and faith. You're saying no, I don't. If it's not based off of empirical evidence or probability, you don't do it. That's what you're telling us.
Okay, Fred, I give you 51%. Okay, that it stands beyond empirical evidence. That's often.
No, it's actually more than that. But
is it? Now, tell me.
I don't know. Let's look it up.
Let's go down the rabbit hole.
Yeah.
So it's like
I pay attention to the words because that's the whole thing. You're still not functioning off of just evidence and empirical evidence. You're functioning off of now probability. And we're saying that you're extending past just empirical evidence. Yeah, you're taking empirical evidence and now you're adding to it by probabilities.
Yes, I never said I didn't. What are you talking about? You guys kept saying you got on a plane because of faith. And I said, I don't get on a plane because of faith.
Faith and trust that the mechanic did what he was supposed to do, that the pilot is doing what he's supposed to do, because anytime you get in a car, even riding in a car, you're trusting that the driver is sober. When you order an Uber, you're trusting the Uber driver is sober. Damn that the car works. Damn that you'll get from point A to point B in the car. Yes, it's going to function. You're trusting all the other extenuating circumstances you're going to get from point A to point B if you're not driving, is what I'm saying. And if you don't want to call that faith and you're just going to say probability, fine.
I agree.
But if you don't want to refer to that as trust,
right?
Fine. Keep it as probability. I'm telling you, you're having either faith or trust that person's going to get you from point A to point B, irregardless of everything that comes in statistical data as far as accidents, irregardless of whether he did the proper maintenance. Any of that stuff doesn't matter. You're going on probability and empirical evidence only.
Thank you for looking up the definition for Austin. It says 50 to 70%, right?
Yeah, 50 to 80% on here. Actually.
No, go down a little bit. Go down a little bit.
I'll show you. Let's see.
Scroll down a little bit. That's
let me get on it. 50 to 80, always 100, 75 to 90, 50 to 75.
Okay, 50 to 75. All right, or 50 to 80, whatever. Okay, it could be 50. So it could be 50.01 or whatever. But anyway,
it's above 50%, no matter what.
I agree to. I just have to agree to disagree with all the information. But I appreciate you gentlemen inviting me on stage to have the discussion. And
come back next time, man. This is great. We went on 5 hours. We were only supposed to go 2. It happens. I don't know why it happens like that. But we'll be here next 2 weeks.
Yeah. Simplify brothers, man. Yeah.
Hey, Simplify, man.
Much respect, man. Much love to you both. Let me hold on.
Hey, T-Mac, I'm still going to bring you on my other channel though for the blockchain stuff.
Okay, sounds good. Let me get you guys' I'm gonna take a picture of Cash App. I'll send you, drop you guys some channel support too.
I appreciate you, T-Mac. Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it, bro.
You always support anyway. I already know.
And my man, it's free to think. He says, which I agree, facts outweigh faith. Truth over feelings will bring peace. Faith is hopeful thinking, not knowing. Now, it's free to think is a genius. I think he's probably he must. That sounds like me. I might be writing, having my own page and writing myself. That's a smart man right there. That's a smart man.
He said truth over feelings, though. Faith is truth. We just went through
that. With the caveat.
That was the caveat.
It's a caveat because it's
it was in the definition.
Man, I got to do this again, man.
It was in the definition. It had a comma. Trust.
Show it again.
Confidence, comma, trust. There's no caveat.
This is the caveat right here.
Conviction in person.
That's the caveat.
No,
that is.
Often extending beyond empirical evidence. Okay, that means going beyond empirical evidence. It does not stop or negate the fact that faith is confidence, trust, and conviction. It goes beyond empirical
Correct.
evidence.
Exactly.
But it does not disdain or say it's not trust. Faith is trust. Faith is confidence. Faith is confident conviction in a person, thing, or concept.
Beyond
it's all those things. Often beyond. There's a comma. Read it the way it's there. Often extending beyond empirical evidence.
Yeah,
is faith, but it does not say that it's not part of trust. I'm just saying, I'm gonna stick to that. We can agree to disagree all day long, and that's what makes us great.
It is.
What a lie. I can't believe you guys stuck here for 5 hours. But what I can say is hit the damn like button.
Hit the like
subscribe to the channel. If you've been here for this whole thing, I don't know why you haven't subscribed to our channel.
Exactly.
Please, if you can't do anything but just push the button to like and go and hit the bell notification so you can get more of these enriching, word-defining conversations. I don't know what's wrong with you.
And we're going to wrap it up, guys. But this is what I say to people on this Good Friday. Whether you have faith, whether you have trust, whether you have periodic, look, I'm gonna say that the periodic evidence and the probability is you should be subscribed to our channel. That's it.
I'll say that.
But whether you have faith, whether you have trust, whether you believe or don't believe, I always just say question on anything. Question us. You know, we may not be correct on everything. We want to find out where things are. If you got
we're not gonna go off our feelings, or we're gonna look it up. You see it. We'll go look it up. We ain't gonna say, well, I feel. You won't never hear us say I feel. We're gonna say it off of facts. We're gonna go and get it in black and white. We're gonna go find it. We ain't gonna just tell you how we feel.
And if after all of those things, you come to whatever conclusion you come to, that is where you're at. But
And we're
all
glad
I
we
say
left
is,
you alone.
yeah, all I ask is do your due diligence on anything. Don't let me, don't let Ronin, don't let your teacher, don't let your pastor, don't let somebody else tell you that something is real, true, without you doing your due diligence to do the research for yourself. And that's what we talk about with religion. Most people believe in religion because somebody told them something. They gave them some kind of phrase that read something and they ran with that and said, that's what it is. Do your research. Go beyond go beyond the Bible into everything you want to do it. If you want to know about, look, if you want to know about something, do your due diligence and find it out. After you've done that and you still come to the same conclusion, hey, I'm good. But just don't take somebody's word for it, because every time somebody says something to you, I'll always say this: flip the script, because they may be saying something. We talked about this war, weapons of mass destruction. We went to Venezuela because somebody was selling drugs. Maybe they telling you something because that's what they want you to think. And if we as people always blindly believe something without fact checking it, oh man, they can sell us anything.
And they are.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, our sons and daughters are in harm's way. Not for us. Not for making America great. Had nothing to do with us. We didn't have no problems with Iran. But we're going to go into that later.
Mm-hmm.
Stay tuned. Hit the subscribe button. Hit the like button. Hit the bell notification, because we'll be back.
And I say this is Good Friday. What makes it good to you? And whatever makes it good to you, you keep on going. Whether you believe in Easter bunnies and rabbits or tombs that fell apart and resurrections. If it's good to you, it's good to me.
And with that,
yeah. We don't do rumors. We run facts. No smoke without structure. No noise without receipts.
Chopper 1, visual contact, vehicle heading northbound.
I walk through deserts with boots full of sand. Carry more weight than most men understand. Steel in my spine, cold in my chest. You test what we built, you better come correct. This ain't no gossip, this ain't no show. We don't chase clout, we chase what you owe. Stand on the line, never cross it for fame. We say what we mean and we mean what we claim. See men fold when the lights got bright. See true drown in the headline fight. We pull it back, break it down slow. Facts hit harder when the ego go. I've seen too many lies dressed up like kings. Too many weekends pulling fake strings. So we step in the ring, no mask, no bluff. If it's truth you want, we call it rough. This is hit and run. Stand your ground till the job is done. No retreat, no second guess. We break it down, expose the mess. Hit and run. Hard truth overloaded guns. Say it straight, we don't sugarcoat none. We hit the facts, then we run. Feel us from the field, learn how to bleed. Fourth quarter pressure is the air we breathe. Helmet crack, ribs taped tight. Still showed up, ready for the fight. Boxing gloves, knuckle scarred. Discipline built in the backyard. Martial code, no cheap shots thrown. We don't bark loud, we hold our own. Marcus listening, I know your grind. Carrying weight on your back and mind. Bills on the table, world on fire. Trying to keep your name clean in the wire. We ain't here to preach or beg, just sharpen the blade and protect your head. Truth ain't loud, it's cold and clear. That's why you tune in when we appear. I've seen men lose what they work to build. Over pride, over ego, over quick, cheap thrills. So we told that line, never settle our name. Legacy heavy, we guard that flame. This is hit and run. Truth weighs heavy, but we still stand strong. No mask on, no filter tone. If it's wrong, we call it wrong. Truth, then we run.
Unit 1 airborne, scanning the downtown grid.
No emotion. just evidence.